2026 Urban Planning Committee meeting to order. Wish you all a good morning. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I am joined in chambers this morning with my fellow Urban Planning Committee members, Councillor Jans. Morning. Councillor Clark. Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Morning.
Good morning. Apologies. I'm just pulling up. Is Mayor Knack there? I know there are two concurrent committees. And any other colleagues joining us online? Let me just take a quick look. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning. And that's all I see. Wonderful. Before we move to consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I'd like to move the adoption agenda for the Urban Planning Committee, March 23rd, 2026.
Thank you. Any questions? Not, please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. We've now been joined by Councillor Tang in chambers as well. Welcome. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Clark.
I'd like to move the approval of the minutes from the March 3rd, 2026 Urban Planning Committee and the March 16th, 2026 Urban Planning Committee non-regular.
Great. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I'm not aware of any protocol items this morning. So with that, we'll move to select items for debate. If colleagues would like to click on. I will select 7.1. Councillor Jans?
I'll select 7.2.
Thank you, and I believe there's interest.
And I'll select 7.3.
And 3. Great. Excellent. So that is the majority of our items. Clerks, can I just... Okay, items 4.2 and 5.1 seem to be the same item.
Yeah, there's nothing to vote on 5.1 because council already rescinded the motion.
Okay. Thank you. And so we also don't need to vote on 4.2?
No, the 4s are just information. That's the first one, I believe ARC decided, and 4.2 also likewise was dealt with at council, so nothing to vote on there.
Okay, so we do not need to vote on 4.1 or 4.2, so we're just ready to move into our first item. Oh no, but before that, we will do request to speak. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I've got a lot of people who request to speak here. I've got the list. Is this the updated one? I hope this is updated. Let me know if it's... Is this one good? Okay, hold on. Okay, so for the Urban Planning Committee today, for item 7.1, advancing bus rapid transit and transit priority measures. On panel 1, we have Emily Stemple, Justin Wagoner, Cameron Peters, Nia Van, Mark Wilson, Sandy Pond, Richard Luico, Andrea Donici, Jackson Ho, KOD Southwood, Eric Estrada, Karanbin Sin, Ryan Jacques, Alana Morton, and Jesse Watson. So that's the 1 to 15 for panel 1. Then if we go to panel 2 on the same item, 7.1, we have Ed Lamb, Donna Montefiore, Riswar Maduhin, Shan Lore, Eric Greer, Braylee Thiessen, Jade Carly Vlamar, Eric Kamari, Catherine Liu, Ruben Wilson, Aaron Budnick, and then Raj Barr. So that's panel 2, 1 to 12.
Sorry, Councillor Clark, we also have William Lau just signed up.
So that would be part of panel
Panel 2.
2?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then if we go to item 7.2, Construction Accountability Program Structure Update, we've got Brian Walters, Beverly Zubot, Lydia Cow, Eleanor Van Hurst. So we've got 1 to 4. And then to item 7.3, Mobility Network Assessment Update. Speakers are Donto Adurju, Ryan Jacques, Terry Sinakuk, Susan Hardy, Alana Morton, Maria Bell, Byron Fratz, Natalie Sharowski, Eric Greer, and Bradley Thiessen. Those are all speakers. Let me know if I missed anybody.
I believe that's all we have so far. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much for that. Please vote on hearing from these speakers. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I don't believe we have any requests for specific time on the agenda. Councillor inquiries, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I have one. I'll share the wording. I believe the mayor and the chair are aware as well. Can administration provide information through outlining high-frequency transit routes and the associated on-street parking conditions, including supply restrictions and 2025 paid parking revenue? Further, outline potential impacts to parking revenue and transit efficiency arising from the removal of parking during peak periods, and identify where additional analysis would be required to inform implementation. And the suggested due date was May 12th with the other parking reports that are coming.
Hey, thank you. You have that wording? Perfect.
Yeah, I believe most of it. Thanks.
Not aware of any other inquiries at this time, which leads us to our first item, 7.1. Wonderful. Well, before we get to our presentation, I did want to welcome our grade 4 class from Annunciation School. Welcome, hello. And with their teacher, Elle Backley. Wonderful, hello, hello. Well, your counselor is Counselor Parmar, and I know that she was going to try to log on to be able to say hello to you, but she's actually visiting another school this morning, so wasn't sure that she'd be able to say hello. Counselor Parmar, are you there now? No, she's not, but she sends her warmest welcome. You're here for City Hall School? Excellent, and is this day number 1? 2, okay. Are you having a mock council later on? Yeah? Have you selected your mayor? Yeah? Would that mayor like to come down and tell us a little bit about what you're going to be debating? 2 mayors. Oh, excellent. I always love having co-chairs. Great. So yeah, come on down to the microphone. Could you tell me your names?
Hi, my name is Zaral.
Laurel, hello. And
Hello, my name is Estrelle.
Estrelle. Well, welcome, and congratulations for being mayor. What are you going to be debating later?
It's the same question twice.
We're debating if all schools in Edmonton should have green bins.
Oh, for composting. You know, when I was in elementary school, I was in charge of the compost club, and it was pretty exciting. Well, wonderful. Well, we look forward to hearing what you decide, and I hope you have a wonderful stay at City Hall. Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to the presentation. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Good morning. I'm Sarah Feldman, Director of Transit Planning, Ridership and Revenue with ETS. I'm joined today by our City Operations Deputy City Manager, Craig McEwen, and my colleague, Natalie Lazurko, Director of Transportation Planning and Design from Infrastructure Planning and Design. We also have Carrie Houghton-McDonald, Branch Manager of ETS, Pascal Ladouceur, Branch Manager of Infrastructure Planning and Design, and Caitlin Zarabeski, Branch Manager of Parks and Road Services, available today to answer questions. Our report today responds to a motion from the March 4th, 2025 Urban Planning Committee meeting that asks administration to bring forward a report outlining opportunities for transit priority measures to improve the efficiency of the transit network, as well as next steps to implement bus rapid transit routes B1 and B2, including opportunities for partner funding. Next slide. Next slide, actually. The information shared in the report before you today builds upon many years of prior work related to mass transit planning and transit priority measures. So first, some background on transit priority measures. In 2019, administration completed a transit priority measures feasibility study, which shortlisted locations for TPMs. In February of 2022, with the Mobility Network Assessment Report, discussed additional transit priority measures will be required to support the development and the evolution towards future bus rapid transit. Subsequently, in the 2023 to 2026 budget, Council approved one-time capital funding to implement TPMs during this current budget cycle. In August of 2024, in response to a report mass transit implementing for 1.25 million people, Council directed administration to identify low-cost opportunities to increase the efficiency of top bus routes, including creating bus lanes and adjustments to parking. The resulting report, Increasing Efficiency of the Top Bus Routes, identified top corridors based on ridership and delay and indicated an ongoing program to advance transit priority measures. So today's report stems out of a motion from that March 2025 meeting. I'll now hand it over to Natalie to talk about some of the technical aspects of transit priority measures and bus rapid transit.
Thanks, Sarah. Next slide. Transit priority measures are lower cost ways of improving speed and reliability in the transit network. The locations selected are prioritized based on high ridership, frequency, and delay. With the measures, the outcomes include better rider experience, improved general flow of traffic, and more efficient transit operations, leading to better use of transit service hours. Next slide. This is not just about dedicated bus lanes or physical changes to our streets to enhance transit service. Transit priority measures include a variety of solutions that range from physical measures to regulatory changes, as well as traffic signal measures. Traffic signal measures involve modifying the timing or sequence of traffic lights to give preference to transit vehicles, while physical measures are changes made to the physical infrastructure to create dedicated space for transit vehicles. For example, this could include transit bus lanes. This reduces their interaction with other traffic, aiming to improve travel times and reliability for public transit. Other measures may include strategies that can be implemented through existing or new laws and regulations. They often use a combination of signs and pavement markings and other means to indicate priority for transit vehicles. Next slide. In fall of 2022, City Council passed an amendment to the recommended 23 to 26 capital budget to advance the planning and design and construction of transit priority measures at locations identified in the 2019 Transit Priority Measures Feasibility Study. The first locations were implemented in 2025, and the remainder are scheduled for construction this year. In March of last year, we presented the report Sarah mentioned, Increasing Efficiency of Top Bus Routes, which highlighted some potential additional locations that could benefit from the implementation of transit priority measures. The report before you today builds upon that work, focusing on opportunities to further enhance transit efficiency. A program for continued implementation of transit priority measures would first require an updated study to review and confirm locations before further planning, design, or construction were to advance. Should Council want this to become a regular program, a periodic refresh and update of locations would be required, potentially every 4 years in advance of the capital budget being set. A new composite capital profile would provide a more strategic and sustainable approach, enabling transit priority measures to be implemented on a regular and ongoing basis. All this being said, the effectiveness of the measures requires review, and a program evaluation could be done looking at metrics such as travel time for the full route and route segments, peak and off-peak, consistency of travel time throughout the time periods, personal travel time savings for riders, as well as ridership. This measure is better tracked over a longer time frame while considering other factors that impact ridership trends. We recommend conducting an evaluation using data for at least a full year post-implementation to reflect changes in driving patterns and seasonal variations. Next slide. Now, moving to bus rapid transit. The concept of bus rapid transit, or BRT, is not new. In fact, this topic has been in discussion for decades, dating back to at least 2004, prior to the long-term LRT network plan, when the city completed a high-speed transit study, which identified corridors for BRT and LRT implementation. Many of those corridors would look familiar today as forming the foundation of the mass transit network. More recently, in December of 2022, Council approved the city plan. To inform the city plan, the mass transit study established a future transit network to support a population of 2 million people. In February of 2022, administration presented UPE's report, Mass Transit Planning for 1.2 Million People. This report provided an overview of the mass transit technical study. The study identifies a network that includes the strategic expansion of LRT routes in consideration of additional mass transit options that include things such as bus rapid transit, limited stops, and frequent routes. One of the critical success factors highlighted in the creation of the mass transit of this is mass transit priority. This refers to the reallocation of existing road right-of-way in order to create dedicated transit right-of-way. It also refers to the introduction of transit priority measures, including additional transit signal priority, as well as semi-exclusive right-of-way. The report talks about implementing bus rapid transit routes through a cohesive, context-sensitive combination of dedicated travel lanes on key corridors and transit priority measures at key intersections. Bus rapid transit routes envisioned for a 1.25 million population involve the reallocation of space on existing infrastructure. Subsequently, in the fall of 2022, as part of the 23 to 26 capital budget, Council made a budget amendment to fund the planning for two BRT routes B1 and B2. In May of 2024, administration provided an update on the completion of the strategy phase of the BRT planning. This report reflected strategic work completed to further define the types of mass transit in Edmonton outlined implementation principles, as well as identified recommended corridors for the first BRT routes. The report also included results from the public engagement and GBA Plus analysis. Next slide. Planning for BRT routes B1 and B2 is now underway. This work includes defining the specific streets that BRT will use, identifying station locations, determining how BRT will be integrated within the road right-of-way, defining connections to the existing transit and active transportation networks, confirming business and community access requirements, as well as identifying staging and prioritization to inform project estimates. Building upon the strategy phase, public engagement is a critical aspect of this type of planning project. The first phase of public engagement for planning started in fall of 2025. There are additional phases upcoming. I'll now pass this back to Sarah to discuss the Canada Public Transit Fund.
The Canada Public Transit Fund, or CPTF, is a federal funding program that will deliver sustainable and predictable capital funding for public transit to communities of all sizes across Canada. The program will allocate funding nationally over 10 years, with funding available starting in April of 2026. In Budget 2025, the federal government announced that there would be some changes to the CPTF. While the baseline funding stream remains unchanged, the Government of Canada indicated there would be some changes to streamline the Metro Region Agreement stream, and that the targeted funding stream would be rolled into the Build Community Strong Fund. The Metro Region Agreement stream would be the most appropriate stream in CPTF to advance larger city-building transit projects, such as the design and construction of bus rapid transit. We understand that there should be updates on the Metro Region Agreement stream in the coming months, and we are looking forward to receiving that information. In the meantime, we continue to advance the implementation of our approved 2026 to 2027 baseline funding stream of projects. Next slide. So in conclusion, transit priority measures and bus rapid transit are not new topics. We've been discussing them since 2004 and earlier. Implementing BRT routes will add a new layer of service to the transit network and better serve the citywide travel needs of people through dedicated transit lanes and stations. New dedicated bus right-of-way opportunities paired with transit priority measures at key intersections will allow these routes to operate more efficiently and reduce travel time. Many cities across North America have advanced bus rapid transit and TPMs, including Ottawa, Calgary, and Winnipeg. The city plan and accompanying mass transit strategy envision a robust and seamless transit system, with mass transit serving as the backbone, supporting dense and vibrant neighborhoods, regional prosperity, managing congestion, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Building off the bus network redesign, a well-integrated mass transit network will provide Edmontonians with a safe, convenient, and reliable service with faster journey times and contribute to reaching a target in which 50% of all trips are made by transit and active transportation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We'll go next to our public speakers. So I will call you up. If you're here in person, you can make your way over here. Our clerks will help you find your seat. And if you're online, if you can just unmute and say a quick hello so we know you're there, that would be great. So in panel one, we have Emily Stremmel. Are you here? Oh, hello. Justin Wagner. Are you here, Justin?
I'm here online.
Here online. Hello, welcome. Cameron Peters.
Present online.
Great. Nia Van. There we go. Hello. Mark Wilson. Hello, welcome. Sandy Pon. Welcome. Richard Luico. Hello. Andrea Donini. Is that, yeah, you're up there. Great. Jackson Ho. Hello. Coyote Southwood.
Present online, thank you.
Online, great. Eric Estrada.
Here online.
Thank you. Karanbir Singh. No, not able to make it. Ryan Jacks.
Good morning, online.
Good morning. Alana Morton. Hello. And Jesse Watson.
Yeah, here online.
All right, that's everyone for our first panel. For those of you who have not been there, just wanted to tell you a little bit more, or have not been to committee before, just want to share a little bit more about the process. So speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in the meeting room, and it will be displayed online in the virtual meeting. For those of you in chambers, the lights up front here will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there's 1 minute left, and then flash red when the 5 minutes are up. And given our high number of speakers, I'll be pretty strict on time, so apologies if I'm stopping you abruptly at the 5 minutes. After everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of committee and council may ask you questions, so please don't go away. Just remain in the meeting until all the questions of your panel have been asked. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. And just in terms of some of my expectations, I want to be sure that everyone has an opportunity to share their perspectives in a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. So these expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from you all is a critical part of our process, and we know that the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community are essential for us making informed decisions. So as meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure that behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. So disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, or political campaigning will not be tolerated. In addition, for those of you online, the use of the raise hand feature, chat, or emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools are not permitted. If anyone is conducting these behaviors, I will ask you to stop once, and if they continue, you will be removed from the meeting. If you are removed from the meeting, you continue to watch it streamed online. And with that, we'll go to our first speaker. Emily Stremmel, over to you for 5 minutes.
Hi, Urban Planning Committee members, attending councillors, and City of Edmonton administration. I'm Emily Stremmel, Vice Chair of Edmonton Transit Riders, a local nonprofit focused on advocating for an effective, user-friendly, and accessible public transit system in Edmonton. I'm here to share with you Edmonton Transit Riders' ardent support for advancing work on the bus rapid transit network and supporting a permanent transit priority measures program in the next 4-year budget for the benefit of riders such as myself and the well over 100,000 Edmontonians who rely on public transit to access work, school, healthcare, and community services every single day. As someone who uses transit as their primary mode of transportation, I'm extremely familiar with the rampant inefficiencies caused by a lack of mass transit priority on so many of our corridors. I'm used to budgeting my time around slow, meandering routes. I'm used to being stuck behind SUVs carrying 1 or maybe 2 commuters each, with 10 or 20 or over 50 other riders while taking up less road space. I'm used to even small bus delays causing missed connections, making me wait for 15 to 30 minutes for my next bus. These delays don't have to happen all at once to be impactful. Waiting to pull out of every individual bus stop into mixed traffic is enough to cause someone to be late for their shift, exam, or appointment. Those doing the most in our city to relieve traffic congestion won't need to keep making these sacrifices if we commit to addressing unreliability head-on, rather than waiting for our roads to become even more clogged, making it even harder for buses and vital emergency services to get where they need to go. Supporting a permanent transit priority measures program gives ETS the flexibility to address delays with right-sized, hyperlocal, and affordable interventions. This is the funding that will make available the diverse toolkit that allows for changes to traffic signal timing, replacement of bus bays with bulb outs, and reduction of lane space, or rededication of lane space to benefit those who use our system across the city at all hours of the day. We know we don't have the ability to expand our bus fleet until the completion of the Southeast Garage, so we can't have our existing fleet idling in traffic and eating up service hours. Advancing bus rapid transit planning and implementation supports the absolute busiest bus routes in our city. It also unrestricts access to Edmonton's north side, a part of our city that has long been left behind in mass transit expansions. The routes in operation along those lines already warrant better infrastructure with the level of service that's being demanded of them. These routes are the backbones of our network, and they demand absolute reliability. Instead, they've become Edmonton's most crowded and unnecessarily slow routes, undermining the integrity of the entire network. In the face of constant inflationary pressures and compounding crises, let's be a city that meets the moment. Grants our citizens the rights and freedoms to get around our city safely, affordably, and sustainably without requiring that they sacrifice so much of their time. There will always be opposition to dramatic change, but a fetishization of the status quo will not stand in the way of proven methods to improve mobility in our city. Transit priority measures and bus rapid transit will both be hugely impactful. They're necessary tools to meet our city plan targets, and they align perfectly with the strategic priorities that have been set out for council in this budget. We hope to see council choose reliability, equity, and sustainability in this 4-year budget by funding both bus rapid transit and transit priority measures. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Speaker Wagner online.
Hello, and thank you to the Urban Planning Committee for hearing me today. So my name is Justin, and I'm here today to ask that Council supports and funds measures towards bus rapid transit, including full, complete, and connected bus lanes. Right now, my wife uses the number 9 to commute to work. Sections of the dedicated bus lanes on 109th Street help to keep some of the sections flowing quickly, but the buses are often slowed significantly when it's mixed with the rest of traffic, creating unpredictable and unreliable morning commutes. The lack of connected and continuous bus lanes for the 9 make the commute home even less predictable and reliable, with the bus often getting held up on the high-level bridge, being the longest section of that ride by time sometimes. The long commutes and unpredictability of transit that does not have its own right-of-way cuts into our personal time and social life. Taking an earlier bus just to avoid the potential of being late for work means getting up even earlier and creates stress in the morning. And a bus running late on the way home makes dinner plans difficult, cuts into our social life, our personal time, and creates stress that is just unnecessary. Transit that can be frequent and reliable with its own dedicated right-of-way is something that I think all transit users deserve and is quite lacking in Edmonton. Dedicated bus lanes should be continuous and complete. After all, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Thank you so much for hearing me today.
Great, thank you very much for joining us. Next is Speaker Peters online.
Good morning, members of the committee. I would like to speak on one of those weaker links. So, to provide some context, my mother has been at the Royal Alexandra Hospital roughly 5 times in the last year. So, we've made about 10 visits to the Royal Alex as a result of their, most of them by car. What that typically means is that the lead driver of the family tries to find some parking between Kingsway Avenue and 111th. These are, some of the parking stalls that are potentially on the chop for BRT. Now, honestly, we've been there during rush hour, during those periods where they're supposed to not be permitted more than once. Typically speaking, it takes me longer to convince the driver, no, you can't park here, you have to go somewhere else, than it does for me to actually, find alternative parking. That typically takes about, a minute tops, and the debate typically takes about 5 minutes. And part of the reason why it takes so long is that typically someone is parked there during rush hour. So if we leave the status quo as is, it's going to continue to be messy. And if we want to have a dedicated lane there, it should be for the entire period of the day. Anyways, that's all I've got. Over to the next speaker, please.
Thank you, Speaker Peters. Next, we have Speaker Van in person.
Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to hear me today. My name is Ngao, and I'm speaking on behalf of Tan Tan Restaurant on 101st Street. Just quick little background about us. My parents immigrated to Canada from Vietnam and opened Tan Tan back in 1986. For nearly 40 years, we've served this community from the same location we're in today. Over the decades, we've built something special. Our customers don't come from just the neighborhood. They come from all over Edmonton and surrounding areas. Some even driving just an hour or two just to have a lunch or dinner. But in the past 6 months, a lot has changed. Unfortunately, not for the better. I'm here to speak about 3 urgent issues affecting not just our business, but our entire street. I'd like to speak about the parking, safety, and the economic health of our community. First issue I'd like to address is the parking. In November, street parking along our block was removed to make way for a bus lane spanning 3 blocks. Since this has been enforced, we've seen about a 60% drop in dine-in traffic and significant drop in sales. Our customers daily are telling us that they aren't coming out as often because they can't find parking, they don't feel safe, and they don't feel safe leaving those cars on those side lots and walking through some questionable individuals that usually loiter those lots. That frustration then leads to them to not return. We're not in an area where we can rely on foot traffic, so parking is critical to our business. Many of our customers are seniors, families with young children, or people with mobility challenges. Asking them to park far away, especially during the winter, is just not realistic. The situation has also pushed more traffic into the back alley, which has become congested and unsafe. Delivery trucks, garbage trucks, and customer vehicles are all competing for limited space. In winters, snow and deep ruts are even making it worse. Cars are getting stuck, access is blocked, it's chaotic. And unfortunately, it's not just inconvenience, it's unwelcoming. Customers entering through the alley are often met with overflowing dumpsters, scattered garbage from being rummaged through, and groups of people loitering all down the alley. It creates a very poor first impression and even a worse last one. This brings me to the second issue, which is the safety and increasing social disorder in the area. The level of disorder on our street is something we face every single day, and it has increased significantly since the presence of several questionable convenience stores and pharmacies opening on and around the block and around Chinatown. We regularly witness vandalism, break-ins, drug use, public intoxication, and fires being set to garbage bins. This is not occasional, it's constant. We also encounter challenging situations inside our business. A common daily issue, for example, is certain individuals asking to use our washrooms. Saying no can trigger aggression or damage, while saying yes can lead to drug use, vandalism, or people passing out in the stalls. We're constantly cleaning up after them inside and outside our restaurant, having to pay out of pocket for the damages they cause. In most cases, we're left to handle these situations ourselves, and we can't rely on the police to arrive promptly due to their priority system. Our customers face harassment both inside and outside the restaurant. When someone has a negative experience, they don't come back, and although it's beyond our control, we bear the consequences. And finally, I want to speak about the economic impact. Our block is home to several long-standing businesses. Tantan has been here for 40 years this year. Pat and Manny has been over 20 years. The Fukinese Center and Free Cloud Records has also been on the block for 40 years. Together, we bring tens of thousands of people into this area every year, and right now, all of us are struggling. We're seeing reduced hours, staff cuts, and increasing financial pressure. More businesses are closing, and we're genuinely worried that we could be next. What we are asking is simple. We need support from the city. Reinstating parking would be a critical first step in bringing customers back and stabilizing our street. We understand the importance of improving transit, and we're not against progress, but progress should not come at the cost of long-standing local businesses and the communities they support. This bus lane is not even achieving its stated intent, as most bus drivers aren't even using it throughout the day, whether peak hours or not. We need a balanced solution, one that considers both transit efficiency and the survival of small businesses. Because if nothing changes after 40 years, we may be forced to close our doors. I'll leave you with this question. Would you feel comfortable asking your parents, your grandparents, your friends, or any loved ones to walk through this area as it is today? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Next is Speaker Wilson.
Good morning. My name is Mark Wilson, and I'm a partner in Vivid Print, which has been located in White Avenue for the past 19 years. I want to speak today about the timing of the White Avenue Public Realm renewal, and specifically why I believe it should be moved up to align with the upcoming bus rapid transit construction. At its core, this is about being strategic with disruption. White Avenue is one of Edmonton's most important commercial corridors. It's not just a street, it's a destination. It supports dozens of small, independent businesses that rely heavily on foot traffic, visibility, and seasonal peaks. These businesses are resilient, but they are not immune to prolonged or repeated construction impacts. We've already seen what extended construction can do. The Valley Line LRT West Extension has had a real and measurable impact on surrounding businesses. Reduced accessibility, confusing detours, and simply the perception that the area is under construction for years at a time can significantly reduce customer traffic. Even businesses that remain open and accessible often experience sharp declines in revenue. The key lesson from that experience is not that infrastructure projects shouldn't happen. They absolutely should. It's that how we sequence and coordinate them that matters enormously. Right now, we are facing two major infrastructure interventions in White Avenue area, the planned public realm renewal and the bus rapid transit construction. If these projects are delivered in separate phases over multiple years, we are effectively asking businesses to endure disruption twice. 2 construction seasons, 2 periods of reduced access, 2 hits to consumer confidence. This is a much harder burden than one. By aligning the public realm renewal with BRT construction, we have an opportunity to consolidate that disruption into a single, defined period. It won't be easy, but it will be finite. Businesses can plan around it, customers can understand it, and the area can recover more quickly. This is about minimizing the total impact, not just managing it year by year. There is also a strong infrastructure case for acting sooner rather than later. Much of the underground infrastructure in White Avenue dates back to the mid-1980s. That means we're now dealing with systems that are well beyond or approaching the end of their intended lifespan. Deferring renewal increases the risk of unplanned failures, water main breaks, sewer issues, emergency repairs, which are all far more disruptive, more expensive, and much harder to coordinate. Even now we're seeing the impacts. Urban forestry has had to remove dozens of mature elms along the avenue due to inadequate root boxes. At the same time, basic infrastructure is showing clear signs of failure. On our block alone, we've experienced ongoing electrical issues with streetlights non-functioning for months at a time and holiday lighting down for the entire season. In other words, if we don't plan the disruption, we may end up reacting to it. Coordinating these projects now allow us to replace aging infrastructure proactively, avoid reopening the street multiple times, reduce long-term costs, and deliver cohesive, high-quality public realm in one effort. This is also an opportunity to send a clear message to the business community. That message is, we understand the impact construction has, and we are doing everything we can to reduce the duration and frequency of that impact. Because for many small businesses, it's not just about inconvenience, it's about survival. A single concentrated construction period is something many can weather with planning, communication, and support. Multiple years of disruption can be existential. So the request here is straightforward. Let's move the White Avenue public realm renewal forward and coordinate it with the bus rapid transit construction. Let's do the hard work once, not twice. Let's minimize disruption, support our local businesses, and deliver the kind of infrastructure and public realm space that White Avenue deserves, efficiently, thoughtfully, and with long-term perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Speaker Pon.
Good morning, Council Member. I'm Sandy Pon, the co-founder and chair of the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative Society. This morning, I'm coming here to speak. I am for bus rapid transit strategy, but not at the expenses of small businesses along 101st Street between 105th Avenue to 108th Ave. They are part of Chinatown. Over the years, we have COVID and other social disorders continuing in the neighborhood. It seems like these small businesses and property owners never get a break. Now we have the bus lane. I was called to for a meeting at March 12th with the city team, with many business owners and property owners in the area. I was amazed at that meeting when I asked, did the planning department have data? Was there community consultation? Were there site visit? There were none given to us. It was paper planning on a Google map. That is not proper city planning. And finally, on May the 2nd, I had another virtual meeting with Urban Economy and Transit Department, a representative from there, and they provide us data. For that stretch, it shaves 13 seconds off a ride to Kingsway to increase efficiency. When we monitored, during non-rush hour, there's low ridership. So I asked at that meeting in March of 12, I said, who is going to sign off this? nobody would put up their hand. Who thought about this? On one person, because they thought that was a good idea. If we build it, they will come. Currently, we are preparing for a population boom, but at this moment, the small businesses never had the time for planning and consultation. And they said to me, the transit planners that said to me, I asked, how easy is it to put the dedicated bus lane? And they said, just by signage and draw the line. We understand that rapid transit for capacity will be needed and be enacted for 101st Street. But let's hold that off for a bit. Allow the community with the city to do a little bit of planning. So I would like to see if we can defer the BRT on the stretch of 101st Street, 105th to 108th Ave, to restore 2-hour parking for the patrons and the people who go to the businesses and nearby hospitals and medical facility. There's got to be a compromise. That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Luico. You just got to get your mic on, and you have a presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. You
Okay,
can just
thank
let the clerk know when to advance the slides. Thank you.
They were in order. That's number 3. To begin with, the Chinatown BIA states our support for safe and efficient transit in Edmonton, but the TPM in its present form does not offer this. The original appeal by the BIA last year is listed and is submitted for the record. All elements within remain of concern to our BIA and members and have not been addressed. That's why we're here. Next slide. This is Free Cloud's submission for the record. Please note the public transit access section regarding transit safety and accessibility. Planners have stated within the TPM that safety and accessibility are important, but we note the lack of consultation, input, and feedback. We reference the need for extra policing at LRT and transit stations as a major oversight in planning transit strategy. Our bus stops are dangerous. Planners must be aware and accept responsibility for safety and accessibility within their planning. I was unfortunately informed last week that the bus shelter at Victoria School has been removed due to a person being found on fire within it. This is a K-12 school stop. We've also been informed that the EPS have requested the removal of the stop south of 107 Avenue on 101 Street due to major safety concerns. These stops are referenced in the original TPM as adequate to service our business community. Please also note our BIA has storefront curbside bicycle racks for our cycling community. Upon discussing whether moving these racks to the alleys and areas recommended for vehicle parking, our cycling patrons responded emphatically in the negative. Next slide. We should have a photo now. Last Friday I took a photo at lunchtime. That used to be a packed and vibrant and busy strip in front of the businesses and the restaurants. It is now empty. Next slide. Last Friday lunchtime photo facing the opposite direction northbound. There's 2 buses, 2 cars. There's no other traffic. There's no need for rapid bus transit along that strip. Next slide. This specifies the parameters of our request to modify the TPM. We are asking that parking and loading zones be permitted again during weekday off-peak hours on 101 Street between 107 Avenue and Kingsway Avenue. That's what we're discussing, not removing bus lanes. Next slide, please. When we look at through the TPM recommendation section, we see that the data used to remove parking stems from 2017 when major projects including Rogers Place, Milner Library, and the downtown LRT were underway. We've also seen major economic and demographic changes since then. We're undergoing infrastructure changes within our community right now. There's no current data supporting the TPM's removal of our parking. On page 3, the TPM mentions economic prosperity as a goal of this TPM, but there's no mention of consultation with the BIAs, the businesses, the destination communities, the patrons of our businesses or residential neighborhoods. Page 9 states that robust and affordable mass transit is a direct investment in social stability. I state that small business is the most socially stable element of our economy. Most of the businesses have been there for decades. The TPM derives from ridership surveys. so it is a self-confirming report subject to survey bias with skewed results. The validity of the entire TPM is questionable due to biased feedback from targeted engagement. Page 8 states that meetings with interested parties are ongoing between 111 Ave and 118 Ave. I spoke with the Kingsway BIA. No one has contacted them. Parking was removed from Chinatown BIA area without consultation. The stated guidelines within the TPM are not being followed. Next slide. Final slide, I guess. If you look at the ETS trip planner to see how to get from Tantan Restaurant to the Kingsway LRT station, it advocates, or it suggests to walk 500 meters to 97th Street, or take a bus downtown and take an LRT coming backwards, or just walk to Kingsway. The TPM is not following the city's own accessibility policies. Mobility challenged individuals are being excluded from our business area. The BIA trusts that the Urban Planning Committee will recommend that the TPM be modified to permit parking and loading zones on 101 Street north of 107 Ave and Kingsway during off-peak hours. Once again, the Chinatown BIA emphatically supports peak hour transit through our area, and we trust that council and planners will support our businesses and business patrons during off-peak hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Speaker Danini.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Danini. I'm the Executive Director of the Old Strathcona Business Association, and we're a collaborative member of the Prioritize White Avenue initiative. I want to start by saying that I'm not trying to have a design conversation right now. I'm trying to have a funding conversation. So, over the past several years, the city has done significant planning work for White Avenue through the public realm strategy, transit planning, and growth frameworks. And importantly, the city has already identified this corridor as a priority growth area and a primary corridor, meaning that more residents, more visitors, and more demand will rise over time. So heading into this new 4-year budget cycle, this council has identified its key priorities as economic development, growth management, quality services, and safety. Arguably, these things we're talking about, transit, public realm improvements, pedestrianization, infrastructure renewal, they all fit within those identified priorities. Yet what we are seeing now is a gap. There is no clear, coordinated capital funding for White Avenue renewal in the upcoming budget cycle. And that matters because without that funding, upgrades and renewal won't stop. They'll just happen piecemeal over many years without coordination. White Avenue is not just a local street. It is one of Edmonton's vital arts and cultural corridors, small business ecosystems, and tourist destinations. It's the preferred location of 800 plus businesses and other organizations, home to over 27,000 Edmontonians, and is the workplace of thousands and thousands more. Places like White Avenue succeed or decline based on the quality and functionality of the public realm. We know from economic and planning research that walkable, well-designed streets increase visitation and local spending and increase the frequency of those visits. We know we can increase safety and inclusion for everyone through design as well. But walkable, well-designed streets don't happen without coordinated, intentional, and comprehensive design approaches and implementation. That's why the business associations, pedestrian and transit-oriented advocacy groups, community leagues, and others from the area are working together to ask Council to create and fund a coordinated capital project for White Avenue renewal in the upcoming budget cycle. By doing that, Council will be ensuring that planning can move forward collectively, trade-offs can be resolved holistically, and infrastructure, accessibility, and public realm improvements can be aligned. We understand the fiscal pressures the city is facing. We're all facing tough decisions in our businesses, on our streets, and in our homes every day. But that's why it's important to do this now and together so we can avoid long delays, inefficiencies, and patchwork approaches, costs increases, prolonged or repeated disruptions, and we can capitalize on the opportunities this unique moment in our growing city presents. White Avenue has always been one of Edmonton's most vibrant places, but recently we're hearing otherwise from people of all walks of life. That's not the legacy Edmontonians want. They want to see the plans made and being developed materialize to help support the growth that's coming so that we can be a city with a place for everyone. And that can't happen without coordinated investment to get it right. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Speaker Ho, joining us here in person.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. I am Jackson Ho. I'm representing Chinatown and Area Business Association, specifically regarding the 101 Street, 105, 108 Avenue parking removal, and as it relates to Chinatown. I guess I wanted to emphasize, I did some personal research on the TPM, and I just kind of talk about maybe what some of the timelines that I've discovered. So I guess in 2015, about over 10 years ago, this is when there was a phase 1 awareness discovery, a phase 2 vision, research and assumptions, a phase 3 explore trade-offs, and a phase 4 strategy development. And in 2017, council approved this I guess strategy in July of 2017, with a goal to prioritize the movement of buses in the transportation network, making transit more efficient and reliable for riders. As a part of this research, and I can't really confirm, but in my research, from what I saw with ridership from 2015 onward to 2016, 17, 18, ridership was decreasing over that period of time. I would love to see some actual data from the city to reconfirm that. So from 2017, this strategy was approved, and 2024, the project was executed. So there was basically an 8-year gap from the time of approval. In between that time, some major events happened, COVID being one of them, which in my research further decreased ridership by somewhere maybe in around 40 to 60% decrease. Particularly regarding 101 Street, that route going south is intended to go downtown. One of the major changes post-COVID is a work from home environment. One of the questions I want to ask is, was a reevaluation ever done to reevaluate the need for 101 Street TPM measures? From what I can see, from 2015 to 2024 sometime, with the ridership data, it appears that there's still, the ridership has not increased past that time. In fact, it looks like it's still 25% less than what it was in 2015. So those are some general timelines. 2024 rolls around, and I'm not going to reiterate, but as we can hear from Sandy Pond and Richard, like no public engagement was done with Chinatown community specifically. We did have some sessions which there were some inaccurate assumptions made regarding remaining parking available. I guess some of the questions I'm trying to ask, like as a prudent business person, is what is the city trying to resolve? Is it a capacity issue, like not enough buses to handle the riders? Based on personal physical observation of midday and evening ridership on 101 Street, the buses are near empty. Is it a frequency issue? We need to add more buses to handle the riders? I don't think so. Is it a timeliness issue, trying to get the buses to complete the route quicker? According to what Sandy just said, I mean, it's a 13-second improvement. Does that really make sense? From a value for money perspective, is that the highest, best use of the funds? I'm not quite sure. So I guess I just kind of want to end with maybe just quickly imagining like everybody's going up the up escalator, right up, but you know, with Chinatown, we're trying to go up the up on a down escalator, right? We're always falling behind. We're just moving just to keep it pace.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Our next speaker is Speaker Southwood, joining us online.
Good morning, Chair Stevenson and committee members. My name is Cowdy Southwood, and it's a pleasure to be here to speak on behalf of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business today. CFIB represents 103,000 independently owned and operated businesses across Canada, with 11,000 members in Alberta and 2,000 here in Edmonton. And as a nonpartisan organization, our members set our policy direction through representation and surveys. The majority of our Edmonton members are small, long-established businesses with razor-thin margins and 10 employees or less, and this reality shapes all of our recommendations today. Today, I'm speaking to you on behalf of our members in Chinatown who have been impacted by the 101 Street Transit Priorities Measures project to ask for a practical adjustment that preserves both transit reliability and the viability of long-standing local businesses. CFIB supports public transit, but we also have to be honest about what the full-time transit lane and parking removal has meant for businesses along this corridor. Those impacts were raised with previous council in August and September of 2025, and again in our joint letter with the Chinatown Business Association and Chinatown Transformation Collaborative dated March 18th, ahead of today's review. When the project removed all curbside parking on the west side of 101 Street between Kingsway and 107 Avenue, it didn't just move cars, it moved customers. At the time, businesses told us this was untenable, and that's exactly what unfolded. Since installation, affected businesses report a 50 to 70% decline in dine-in traffic and daytime visits. And many of their customers are citing the lack of convenient parking and safety concerns in the area as reasons for staying away. Looking at Edmonton's GBA Plus lens, these barriers are particularly acute for seniors and people with mobility challenges and are amplified during the winter as well. On 101 Street and across Chinatown, public safety concerns are not abstract. Drawing on Edmonton Police Service data, our 2025 correspondents noted that downtown's ward of Damon experienced nearly double the instances of crime compared to any other ward over the previous year, and the neighborhood of Central McDougall saw about 1,500 incidents over that period, 32% property related. The Chinatown Business Association shared private security records documenting nearly 3,000 incidents, including fires, violence, and drug-related activity between April 1st and December 31st, 2024. That translates to roughly 375 incidents per month, 90 per week, or 14 per day. Customers are telling owners that they're reluctant to use distant parking lots because of loitering, personal safety fears, and vehicle damage. This is not just a perception issue, it's a barrier to customer access that directly impacts business visits and revenue. Local owners also emphasize that curbside parking on 101 Street is the safest option for their customers because it is well lit and it avoids forcing people into the alleys where disorder is concentrated. In fact, many business owners report they have actually been advised by EPS in the past that customers are safer parking on 101 Street than in back alleys, and that further underscores how the loss of curbside parking translates into the loss of customers. CFIB and our members support transit priority where it improves service and reliability, but context matters. On this corridor, the blanket, full-time removal of daytime curb parking has collided with well-documented safety concerns to create an access problem. Notably, businesses on 101 Street say that prior to the full-time lane, the rush hour only transit restrictions were working well, preserving peak transit benefits while maintaining customer access. Today, our members are asking you to revert 101 Street to rush hour only transit priority and restore curbside parking. This single step addresses the core access problem while retaining peak period transit advantages. It's this approach that businesses tell us worked before and would stabilize customer visits now. As you move forward with transit priority measures in other areas across Edmonton, the city must ensure local businesses and their concerns are heard to mitigate revenue losses and impacts to customer access. While the city's transit priority measures evaluation framework looks at success from a ridership lens, it should also base success on community impact as well. The goal should be a corridor that moves people efficiently and sustains the businesses that animate it. Edmonton is working hard to revitalize its downtown, and Chinatown is steps from the ICE district. Success depends on customers being able and willing to reach local businesses safely and conveniently. With a modest operational adjustment on 101 Street, Council can advance transit while preserving small business health. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Estrada.
Good morning. My name is Eric Estrada. I'm the Executive Director of Alberta Avenue Business Association. We are in favor of the rapid bus transit system. However, the strategy and the engagement needs to be more wholesome. There is a lot of questions and a lot of hesitation from our district still on what is the options proposed for our specific area. I understand that the strategy was approved in 2024, and until today, we were only able to see a rough idea of what the options were very recently. So there is still a lot more information that we will need to be able to have before we can decide whether or not the changes that are proposed to our district are something that we will welcome. I think the engagement needs to be a lot more fulsome. Right now, it feels like the engagement or the technical considerations are really what is driving all of the planning instead of what the actual impact for our communities is going to be. We have members that are very concerned about what could it mean to the traffic into our district, especially for parking and reducing the lines of way. So at this point, we are in support that the transit, bus rapid transit happens. However, if it's gonna be invested, it should be fulsomely invested, so it's not halfway done, like the comments were happening there for White Avenue. We don't want to see piecemeal construction happening over several decades or more. The infrastructure is needed. We have one of the highest pedestrian or neighborhoods, pedestrian-oriented neighborhoods, and access to the Royal Alec through one of the options that was presented in the BRT will be fantastic, but it will require full commitment from council. And we're not too sure where all of this is at. Ideally, this conversation should be about having very clear strategy. One-page strategy on a citywide project is not sufficient. We don't really have a full picture of what this strategy is all about. I understand we're looking at the forecasted demand of the service, but it's not clear where is this forecast demand coming from. New people coming into Edmonton, and is being forecasted for increased population, but what is the percentage of that increased people usage of transit is gonna have? It's not clear. So there is a lot of more information that I would love to have to be able to provide with a thoughtful feedback here, other than don't do it halfway through. If we going through this, is a great investment in public infrastructure, should be all the way through. It should be really engaged with community that is gonna be highly impacted by this, because it's a citywide project. You're hearing from different parts of the city how their perceived impacts are happening, but it is not very cohesive because there is not a lot of information. We just don't have clear information. In my tally of who's in favor, who's opposed, and who doesn't know, so far, more and don't know. I couldn't tell how many of the speakers are in favor or not. I think it's because nobody knows if this is good or bad or how it's gonna tell out because the strategy isn't clear. One page strategy is not a fulsome strategy. We need to engage a lot more, and we need to listen to what each of the different areas is gonna get impacted to have a very better and clearer picture on this large project. I expect more from our administration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I believe our next speaker, Speaker Singh, is going to be joining a bit later in the day. So we'll move next to Speaker Jack, joining us online.
Sounds good.
Jakes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ryan.
Oh, no, you're okay. Yes, thank you. Good morning, Urban Planning Committee councilors. My name is Ryan Jakes, and I'm a board member with Pass for People. As you may know, we are a local volunteer-run nonprofit that strives to help Edmonton become a friendlier place to walk, roll, and cycle. The reality is, Edmonton is very sprawled in its built form, and Paths for People believes that bus rapid transit and transit priority measures have a key role to play in bridging the physical gap between Edmontonians. This improved connectivity would make transit a more appealing and practical option for many Edmontonians, reducing car dependency and in turn supporting walkability, active modes to start and end transit trips, and accessibility as a whole through a more space-efficient mode of transportation. Paths for People strongly supports utilizing BRT and transit priority measures to bolster our mass transit network. Paths for People has teamed up with the Old Strathcona Business Association, the French Quarter Business Improvement Area, and Edmonton Transit Riders, as well as in collaboration with community leagues along White and with the public through our ongoing survey to form the grassroots coalition of Prioritize White Ave. We have come together to advocate for capital investments in public spaces along White Ave, with a particular focus on White Ave between 109th Street and 83rd Street to be included in the upcoming municipal budget. You have an important opportunity today to set the stage for fall budget discussions, ensuring that council has the full suite of options when making budget decisions. If we do not at least get these options on the table today, we rule out the possibility of achieving project efficiencies and an improved White Ave for the 2027 to 2030 budget cycle. As such, we are encouraging you to support a motion in reference to this item 7.1, directing administration to bring forward a composite capital profile for delivery of BRT priorities for consideration as part of the 2027 to 2030 capital budget. BRT Route B2 along White Ave affords the city the opportunity to vastly improve transit service on one of Edmonton's and the region's key transit corridors. White Ave is quite notorious for traffic congestion, especially during rush hour, an unpleasant experience for everyone involved, drivers, transit users, and pedestrians alike, and I have experienced as all three on White Ave. Buses may make efficient use of road space, but it's not much use if they are stuck in traffic behind personal vehicles, many of which are single occupancy, and then the bus can't reliably keep a schedule to attract more passengers. The potential for BRT to provide a separate space for enhancing emergency vehicle movement is also important for access. In the case of White Ave, access to the University Hospital, Edmonton Fire Stations 3 and 6, and other emergency services. Investing in BRT is a high-level way for the city to support labor mobility, community building, and all 4 city plan strategic goals: urban places, healthy city, climate resilience, and regional prosperity. In item 7.3 coming up soon, administration has identified other locations in the mobility assessment prioritization process, so why the focus on White Ave? It has not received renewal in decades, with both transit and public realm needing significant improvements for a thriving business district and civic space as Edmonton grows toward 1.5 million residents. If transit and public realm improvements are split into separate budget cycles, we may plunge White Ave into a decade of on-again, off-again construction that is highly impactful to businesses and all modes of transportation. We encourage committee members to direct administration to incorporate public realm improvements within the aforementioned capital profile. We need to marry these two important city building projects into a single capital profile so that council can seriously consider them as part of the 2027-2030 budget cycle. With all this geopolitical uncertainty and rising prices at the gas pump, investing in quality transportation options and an improved public realm should be top of mind for securing an environmentally sustainable, financially sustainable, and overall resilient future for our city. Thank you, and on behalf of Pass for People and Prioritize White Ave, we appreciate the opportunity to speak. Let's make room for fall budget discussions to prioritize White Ave and advance BRT and transit priority measures. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Speaker Morton next.
Thank you. I will quickly just note, I think I heard my name earlier twice, so I'm just speaking to 7.1 this morning. Okay. Good morning, councillors. My name is Alana Morton. I'm the Executive Director with the French Quarter Business Improvement Area and collaborator with Prioritize White Avenue. The French Quarter BIA is located in Ward Métis, overlapping portions of Strathcona, Mill Creek, Ritchie, King Edward Park, and Bonnie Doon. We are positioned along the primary corridor of White Avenue between 83rd Street to 97th Street and represent approximately 130 businesses in the area. RTO renewal of White Avenue in our BIA was originally planned for the 2023-2026 budget cycle. It has since been deferred and we understand is currently not funded for completion. At the same time, work is underway on projects that will have significant impact on the area. Route B2 of the BRT implementation plan will travel directly through the French Quarter. This route will provide a significant improvement to transit service for Edmontonians and better connect the two economic hubs of the French Quarter and Old Strathcona BIAs, both positioned along the route. While further engagement on concept planning for B2 will happen later this spring, today we want to encourage committee to ensure that funding for the next stages of design and construction is ready to be considered during the fall 2027-2030 budget discussions. We also strongly encourage committee to support a capital profile which considers White Avenue's renewal, along with public realm improvements of the entire White Avenue corridor and B2 route. Investment in these improvements speaks to the safe, accessible, and vibrant street life that we aim to achieve in our city. Strategically aligning public realm improvements in conjunction with RTO renewal and bus rapid transit implementation will significantly help minimize the duration of future disruptions that our businesses will face. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you. And our final speaker on this panel, Speaker Watson, joining us online.
Yeah, hi everybody. If the clerk could please play a video for me.
Do we have, yep, there we go.
Okay, no, it's just a video backgrounder while people can kind of witness what I talk about. So yeah, my name is Jesse Watson. I'm not a resident of Chinatown, but I do frequent the businesses there, and I thought it was important to share my perspective on what's happening and where I think we should go. So I've been recording some observational videos in the area so people can see what I'm seeing firsthand, and I want to start with transit demand. So I did reach out to the city of Edmonton asking for bus level ridership data because with ARC cards and ScanDI, I'm assuming it's pretty readily available. I assumed that information would exist. I was told I would have to FOIP it. So what I'm left with is a direct observation and my own experience using the route. So in this video, for example, I was walking North 101 Street around 11 a.m. just before the lunch period. There was very little traffic. Beside me was a bus using a dedicated lane, and it was actually empty. Another bus coming through did not use the bus lane at all, and that really caught my attention. Now, my background is in planning, so I understand theory behind density, transit, and the idea that if you build it, they will come. But I'm also a realist. I do not think we should make permanent decisions without current credible data. What I observed does not suggest a corridor under pressure. It suggests a system that may be overbuilt with present conditions. I mean, we talk about a city of 1.2 million. We're here, and this is what we're witnessing. I also want to speak about the social disorder in Chinatown because that cannot be separated from the conversation. In my view, Chinatown is a uniquely difficult position in Edmonton. Around 101st Street, 107th Ave alone, you have a concentration of pharmacies, a convenience store with repeated crime issues, open disorder, and a very intimidating street environment for many people. Bus drivers are actually right now working internally to try to get bus stops removed. I was actually there on site that day and talked to one of the officers taking a picture. It's dangerous to get off a bus at these locations. That matters because when parking is removed and the people are expected to park further away or walk through alleys and difficult intersections to reach businesses, this does have an impact. I walk the back lanes. There's burnt out poles, damaged bins, scavenging, disorder, and safety concerns. I did submit 301s for all the violations. They were all closed. Whatever the planning theory may be, that is the lived reality for customers. To challenge my own assumptions, I rode the bus 10 different times over a couple weeks, specifically during non-peak hours, because that is when the city expanded the restrictions. On not one of those trips were there more than 4 people on the bus. 3 times, I was the only person on it. So when I happened to capture a bus with no riders on that previous video, that's not an anomaly. That's, from my experience, it's normal. And that is the core of my concern. If the city cannot provide public with meaningful ridership data and the direct observation suggests very low usage, how can we justify removing parking from already struggling businesses so empty or near empty buses can move through a dedicated lane? Businesses in Edmonton are fighting for their lives. I own a business myself. Between rising taxes, crime, lower disposable incomes, and a weakening downtown economy. I mean, there was an article last week about ghost downtown. Many are hanging on by a thread. So no, I don't support a full-time dedicated bus lane on 101 Street. I actually don't support it at any time on 101 Street, in my opinion. I'm not convinced the current reality justifies it. If there has to be some compromise, the peak morning service only may be the most reasonable option. But under the current conditions with worsening social disorder and the struggling businesses, which I have brought up to the city before and nothing has been acted on, I just don't support this approach. And I'm going to end with a final survey. I did an online survey in which I received 4,297 responses, in which 98% supported putting parking back. And this is double than any of the surveys the city's done, and mine's citywide. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have an opportunity to have questions of speakers from councillors. I see Councillor Jans on the board, so over to you.
Thank you. My question, I guess, would be for Andrea or Mark, first of all. So I have a subsequent motion I'd like to move around doing the White Ave improvements at the same time as the BRT improvements. So and actually, I guess to the French, Alana as well from the French Quarter. I guess, could you speak a little bit more to why you're excited about the White Ave plan, why that's so important? I mean, some of my colleagues have not been through the redesign conversation last year. Andrea's leaning in first.
Hi, yes, thank you. So the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy made a point of identifying those features that would create a more pedestrianized, safe, walkable, and welcome Old Strathcona Public Realm. Now, currently the Public Realm Strategy only covers the area between 99th and 109, but the key strategic priorities contained within it for pedestrianization could apply basically anywhere, and certainly all the way down to 83rd. So the idea being that with a more walkable space, with a better allocation of spaces across the roadway and in the public realm for all modes of transportation, active cars, transit, etc., we get a much friendlier space that has more space for the vibrancy and the vitality that we need on our streets.
Mark, do it.
We were kind of given an opportunity during COVID to experiment where we wouldn't have been able to previously, where we removed the parking lanes from the area on my block, specifically from in front of my store. And we found that the increased pedestrianization actually helped business. It created a more welcoming environment. The additional space for our food and beverage neighbors was very welcome. So it really had a positive impact overall in the area. It also had a traffic calming element as well, because with the reduced number of driving lanes, it slowed traffic down. We had less issues with noise and so forth. So we found a positive impact of that kind of development in our area to increase pedestrianization.
Now, do you recall on a timeline when this might have been promised or assured to White Avenue? As far as I can recall, we've been talking about renewing White Avenue.
Well, we're well beyond our renewal period. Like the lighting infrastructure has a lifespan of 25 years, and that was installed in '85. So
sorry, 85?
85. So we've been kicking the can down the road ever since. Our sidewalks are easy to repair because they're brick, but the curbs are gone. As I mentioned earlier, the trees are dying because the root boxes are inefficient. It's really, we're getting a lot of feedback from our customers that the area is looking a little a little downtrodden. And I mean, if we're going to continue to point to White Avenue as a destination of the city, we need to keep upkeep. Stuff just is beginning to fall apart at the stage.
Yeah, so the lighting, the sidewalk, now, I mean, putting it on the table, if we're talking about the redesign plan, we're talking about taking out a lane of parking, putting in bus rapid transit, there'd still be a vehicle lane, emergency vehicles can obviously use the bus lanes, but we would be talking about removing a lot, parking between.
We have an excess of parking in our community. I mean, if you look at, during COVID, when we had the parking removed, we found that we were introduced to a lot of new customers because rather than being able to park in front of the store that you're going to, running in and getting what you need and leaving, people had to walk past other stores that they may not have been familiar with. So we found that there was a really great way of pushing that. But one block off, if you look at a Google map of White Avenue, there is a ton of parking on either side of White. You just have to walk around the corner.
Just have to know where it is, have
Yep.
to find it, yeah.
Yep.
So the city needs to work on just wayfinding.
Wayfinding, yeah.
Yeah. So as a business owner, I mean, if you're looking at losing parking outside of your business, how do you feel?
It's we're not really losing parking. I mean, the number of stalls that would be lost with taking out the parking lane is minimal, given the overall number of parking spaces in the area. I don't see it as a negative. In fact, I see it more as a net positive because of the vitality and the vibrancy that it would add, and it would create more of a destination to White Avenue than it already is.
But I won't be able to park directly in front of your business.
It's so you have to walk half a block or around the corner. I don't see it as a negative.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you, Chair. Mark, I'm just going to stick with you for a second, because you're just talking about with your business in White Ave. How would you compare that? Like, in your opinion, how is that different than kind of what we're hearing for some of the businesses on 101 downtown?
I think it's a different situation downtown. I think, given that it's a less of a pedestrian street, I think that there needs to be some sort of compromise down 101, I think, in terms of bus lanes are important and they're needed. And bus rapid transit is a great way of implementing that. Is it a solution that works for 101? I'm not necessarily sure that's the case. White Avenue is different because we're pedestrian heavy, because we're active transportation heavy, because we already have a built-in base that is reliant on transit and walking and cycling. That is more of the transit priority measures there are more important, I think. I think with the case of 101, there needs to be some fine tuning with that.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go to speaker one, Emily. You're just saying, all the delays you see with ETS and as you use it as your primary mode. When you're talking, you want the busiest routes to be supported, right? BRT. In your opinion, are the ones that are suggested here, BRT 1 and 2, would those be some of the busiest routes, or do you think there are other ones?
Yeah, absolutely. Route 4 and Route 8 are two of the busiest routes in the entire city. Both of them go down White Avenue. Route 9 is also quite busy and has seen some good improvements since within the last year for reliability and on-time performance. So absolutely, I think BRT covers some very key corridors.
Great, thank you. I'm going to move on to speaker 4, Nia. You talked a lot about your business, and one of the things I just want to see if I heard correctly. Do you say that from your business, you're seeing buses not use the actual dedicated bus lane?
No, daily, multiple times throughout the day. I'm there all morning till the evening, throughout all of the week, and I see the traffic patterns throughout the week, and the streets are not busy, and the buses are not full, not nearly full, and most buses going down that street are using the middle lane, so not even the bus lane.
Gotcha. You kind of talked about your experience just with dealing with city admin and some of the planning people. Could you just describe that kind of consultation that you had with them about this change, which was a few
There
months
was
ago?
none. So basically when we first found out, we found out through a flyer at about the construction happening in summer of 2025. So that's when most of us on 101st Street in Chinatown got together and placed a meeting with the city to talk about not going through with the plan, because it just didn't make sense to put a bus lane there for 3 blocks. So there wasn't really much consultation. We did talk to some of the planners, but in the end, they already had the plan made and just went ahead with it.
So would you sum this up as more of change management than consultation? Is that correct way to kind of describe it?
Yeah.
And then one thing you said about transit efficiency, like you're not against progress, BRT, you know, we want to make sure that people are using transit, whatever. It just, are you saying that this route or this specific route around here is maybe just not the best situation?
Yeah, like again, like if it makes sense, then yes. But this just does not make sense. It's you know, you saw Jesse's video. Most of us that have a business on 101 who have been there for a long time, we see the ins and outs of the streets and the traffic patterns. And it, you know, if it was a busy bus route, if it was a busy street, then yes, we understand. But it's not, especially during these peak hours, peak noon time. Streets are bare, buses are bare. And again, the bus lanes are not being used. The buses are flying by, using the middle lane, no issues, no stalls.
Great, thank you. Probably more, but I'll move another round later.
Sure, sounds good. We'll go to Councillor Morgan next.
Morning. I think I'll go to number 9 there, Jackson, if I will. I was just curious. I remember driving bus myself in like 2007, 2008. A lot of people coming from Northgate. A lot of people coming from downtown asking me if I go down to Chinatown or if I'm up in Northgate going downtown, heading to Lucky 97 and a bunch of other places. I'm just kind of curious, like, and I think TNT opened up in Northgate in 2009. What's kind of how has that affected the business in that area? Has that been a major contribution to less traffic coming your way, or do you know?
I mean, I can't confirm, but I would say, yeah, if we're talking about ridership of individuals who want Asian groceries, yeah, there would be a reduction in the number of riderships, at least particularly from the north end to go to Chinatown, because TNT would absorb some of that, I guess, the need.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to decide if it was like, because I remember like how many people unloaded on my bus and came on my bus to get to shopping down that area. So there's not been kind of you guys haven't done in the work you're doing in the demographics you're looking at kind of where people are coming from to go shopping?
Not particularly. I mean, my focus was really, from what I'm seeing, is the route, particularly on 101 Street, where 105 to 108 Avenue is located going south. Really, it's the traffic that's going downtown, right? And based on my observation and just based on my understanding of what businesses have done from a work-from-home environment, right, there's far and few individuals that are going downtown. So in 2015-16, when the awareness and visioning and research was done, right, that was all pre-COVID. So the assumptions should have changed post-COVID because of the change in dynamics and ridership requirements from a work-from-home perspective. So I think, from my perspective, from what I can see, the assumptions maybe was not reevaluated, and the actual need for rapid bus lane or dedicated bus lane, whether it actually is needed or not, based on majority of speakers, we're all saying that we don't believe it was, and we want it reverted back.
Okay, so we see more of it as an issue of like work from home, of like the pandemic, these things, over like just spreading out the business. And I'm very lucky to have like a 97 and a TNT in my ward myself, actually. So way down on the south side, so I'm assuming a lot of people will stay down there as well. So that would normally come up to, and I think the big draw is Lucky 97. But okay, cool. So we don't see the spreading out of businesses as more of as destinations as more of an issue or as a factor.
I mean, definitely plays a factor. for sure, in terms of ridership. But I think for me, I think the major thing is, was an actual reevaluation done to justify, from a value for money. Like, did we actually reevaluate based on the actual usage and the effectiveness of what was happening?
Okay. Right on, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you. Just a few more questions from the speakers here. Speaker 7, Richard, I thought I heard your comments. Did you say that some of the stops that are right next to your business are identified by the EPS as being unsafe?
Correct. The stop south of 107 Avenue on 101 Street has been specifically identified as a point of major social disorder. In the second page that I submitted for the record, it has more specifics listed there. And in discussion with one of the constables recently, I was told that EPS is advocating that ETS remove that stop because it is just too dangerous.
So where's the closest stop if I want to take the bus to get to your business?
It would be at 101 Street. These are the southbound stops. The northbound stops, there is one across the street, I believe in front of the King Thunderbird Center. The other one is the stop north of 108 Avenue, right next to Victoria School, and that's the stop where the shelter was just removed. As I stated, so tragically, someone was found in the stop on fire. And that is not a safe stop, and we've been working with EPS to try and get that cleaned up as well.
All right, thank you. Speaker 9, Jackson, I just heard in your comments that you said there were some inaccurate assumptions when discussed with City Admin during this engagement. Can you kind of clarify what those were for me?
Yeah, no problem. So we had in-person meeting with some of the city engineers with reference to our 101 Street. And an area overview map was provided as a part of their presentation, identifying remaining parking spaces available. And as we were going through it and seeing this for the first time as participants, we noted that a lot of these parking spaces, a lot of them are private, not public. There was actually I'll be very candid, there was actually a box that was squared off that was physically a playground, right? So again, some of the comments we had was an actual site visit actually done, or was this just a paper-based assessment that was done?
Okay, sorry, if I'm hearing that correctly, just some of the ones that were mapped out weren't even parking lots, or were different ones? Okay.
That's correct.
All right, good to know. I'll move on to Speaker 11, Eric. You're just saying that, your BIA doesn't, if I'm hearing you correctly, and tell me if I'm not, but your BIA doesn't really truly understand some of the TPM recommendations for your area? Is that right, or?
The TPMs were already completed in our area. It was just adjustments to the traffic controls, I believe. I'm talking about the BRT options. Because within our area, there's 3 different options that were presented for the specific routes that it can take.
Okay, so you're just looking for more detail and clarity on that as we kind of go through the process.
That's right. And right now, in our the biggest challenge is that we are using this infrastructure as a single-use item. The kind of infrastructure, the quality that we get is fairly limited. We'll love to see that it is more comprehensive. Right now, we have a separate program that provides water for our pedestrian users of water fountains. Why isn't being integrated into all of this planning? None of that was part of the conversations. Where specifically is going to be the bus stops was not specific. We noted that it wasn't really thought about from the pedestrian perspective. It was more from the engineers, car engineers, because for a bus stop to function, you have to go into both sides of the street rather than a single bus stop for either way, especially when it's in the middle of the road. It just, there is a lot of questions that just didn't make sense for a bus rapid transit to
Thank
be out in our area. Sorry.
No, that's all right. I will go to Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I just wanted to go to guest Stramel again. Emily, if you don't mind, what were those numbers you had shared about ridership on 101?
Yeah, so ridership along the 9, the on-time performance of Route 9 has improved by about 5% between November and February from the same period last year. So that is the bus getting where it says it's going to be when it says it's going to be there. And we know that reliability is one of the biggest drivers of positive public transit. So the contribution of this bus lane to ensuring that there's reliable transit for our transit users is really crucial. And implementing more transit priority measures and more dedicated transit roadway would be a fantastic way to improve the transit reliability of the service, which is something that riders constantly say that they want. They want reliable, frequent service.
I think I was trying to add up the different routes that go down this stretch here, and in that 101 corridor, I think I counted over 12,000 riders. Does that?
Yeah, we actually, some of the numbers we've seen is about 32,000 riders.
32?
Yeah, 32,000 riders.
A day?
A day.
32,000 riders
32,000 riders
right.
a day.
And I believe on 101, the parking stalls removed, I think were
38.
12. 38?
Yes.
38. So, okay. So 32,000 transit riders.
Correct.
And how many stalls again?
38.
38. Okay.
The typical vehicle occupancy is 1.2 individuals.
Right. And I understand some of the folks raised concerns about, and maybe I should ask admin this, but if buses aren't always going straight, sometimes they'll need to be in the middle lane, they might be turning left, they might be going a different direction. Are you aware of what could cause?
Yeah, well, we don't have very good enforcement for our transit priority measures right now. That's something that we would love to see funded with a continuing program. Onboard enforcement. So parking tickets can be issued automatically when we see cars parked in bus lanes during those times. Of course, if buses are turning left, they have to leave the transit lane. There are obviously other reasons why a driver might make that choice, but the fact that we don't have enforcement for individuals who are parked in transit lanes currently, we only have 311-based enforcement, and obviously that could take hours for somebody to get back to you and say, oh, the car's not there anymore. Well, of course the car's not there anymore.
Right, yeah, no, I've certainly experienced that. We have a second panel, so I'll save my questions for them. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that's everyone for our first panel. Really appreciate everyone coming out. You've raised a lot of questions that we'll be speaking to our city staff about, so thank you so much for being here. You're welcome to take your seats and listen in, but you are also free to go on with your day if you prefer. I'll call up our second panel, and again, if you're in person, our clerks will help you to your seat, and if you're online, if you can just unmute and say a quick hello. Ed Lamb, hi, come on down. Dolly Cepeda Montefiore.
Here.
Hello. Rizwan Mohiuddin. I think you're here in person. Thank you. Shannon Lohner. Shannon, are you here? Okay, we'll come back to Eric Greer.
Present.
Present. Hello. Bradley Thiessen. Okay, we'll come back. Jade Charlery Vidmar.
Hello, I'm present from online.
Hi there. Eric Camarachi,
Online here.
thank you. Catherine Liu,
Hi, I'm present online.
thank you. Ruben Wilson,
Hello, I'm present online.
thank you. Aaron Budnick, joining us in person. Raj Brar,
Present online.
hello. And then we have Karen Burr Singh come down. And then I'll just make a quick motion to add an additional speaker, Speaker Jacob Duong. Can I have a vote from my
So moved.
colleagues? Oh, I moved it.
Oh,
Just please
in favor,
vote.
yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
I'm a yes.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Sorry, we're just voting to add our additional speaker.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Doing too many things at once. So this is to add Jacob Duang as a speaker. And I'm a yes.
Yeah. And I'm a yes as well if you want to get us all on the board.
Thank you, Councilors Clark and Stevenson. Weren't sure. Did we have Councilor Paquette available?
Oh, yes. Can you not hear me?
Yes, now we can. We have all the votes. Thank you.
Oh.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Wonderful. So we will go to our first speaker. Speaker Lamb, over to you for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the council and committee. My name is Ed Lam. I'm a director and past chair of the Fukienese Association of Alberta. We are located on 10722 to 26 101st Street, Northwest, an organization for over 40 years of providing community services and language and cultural programs for kids and seniors from the greater Edmonton area. And I believe Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Tan have attended our activities or visited our premises. Thank you. Ever since the parking on 101st Street was disallowed on weekdays, we have experienced a 50% drop in people visiting us on weekdays and 30% drop in participation in our programs. The seniors and people who have mobility restriction are hesitant to come to our facility as they have trouble walking a block or two to our facility, or they don't feel safe in walking in our area after parking or being dropped off. There are a few instances of close calls, and just yesterday, one of our seniors, Mr. Lowe, who came to our Tai Chi class in the morning, and usually he drives, but because of lack of parking, he took the bus and came to our premises, and you know what, he fell down on walking on the walkways, and we have to go across the street to the 99th Street supermarket to buy some medicine to treat him. I guess he will miss a few classes of Tai Chi. We hope the city will bring the parking back on 101st Street. There's virtually no parking around the area. I'm not sure how the small businesses on 101st Street could survive with the social disorder environment and lack of parking space in the area. Two main points I'd like to bring out. We have actually advised the city planners 6 months ago when we are in that meeting at City Hall that there's virtually no parking in the area on weekdays, as well as because of Victoria School being opened and many apartments in the area. Much parking spaces that planners have shown available in the area are actually private parking or non-existent, as mentioned by some of the participants earlier in the panel. But the panelists didn't listen to us. All these few years, I know the city is trying to vitalize city Chinatown and giving out millions of dollars to the community to provide more vibrancy to Chinatown. This is very positive. I know it as I was on the first $1 million vibrancy grant committee. Yet, on the other hand, the city is taking out precious parking spaces for our businesses and community organizations. These small businesses may not survive this, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this parking restriction rule should not be decided solely on ridership. And we have heard that the ridership isn't really that great. We do know there are more people living in Edmonton now, but you need to keep in mind that if you want Chinatown to survive, you should do things or policy to make it a viable place for small businesses to make their living, but not to take away variable parking space for the visitors and customers. Please listen to us and restore our parking spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Speaker Cepeda Montefiore joining us online.
Yeah, good morning, Urban Planning Committee, councilors, and administration. I'm here to speak in support of advancing rapid transit in Edmonton because to me, this is a critical climate solution. The city's own report clearly states that public transit is critical for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and the overall carbon footprint per capita. And the energy transition strategy is even more explicit. It calls for a strong shift to active and public transportation as preferred modes of travel. BRT can directly enable this shift because when transit is faster, more reliable, it will be a more competitive option when compared to driving. And while I try to take public transit where I can, I will drive to White Ave because I'm not doing a 1 hour and 15-minute transit commute for a 15-minute drive. The energy transition strategy also identifies transportation energy use and fossil fuel dependence as a major risk and calls for reducing gasoline and diesel use through electrification. I think that hits a little harder this week. BRT corridors on high frequency, high demand routes are exactly where electric buses could be deployed more effectively. So investing in BRT today builds the backbone for a low carbon electrified transportation system in the future. The last point I want to mention about the energy transition strategy is that land use and transportation changes alone can reduce emissions by about 4% simply by enabling more compact, transit-oriented development. And BRT corridors support this by enabling more housing near transit, shorter trips, and an overall lower energy use per person. In terms of climate resilience, Climate Resilient Edmonton emphasizes the need for reliable, adaptable, and efficient infrastructure systems that can withstand shocks and disruptions. BRT is a key tool in this type of system by reducing congestion, which improves system performance during extreme weather, providing redundancy alongside the LRT, and through transit priority measures, improving reliability even under stress. These are all points which are also highlighted in the Transit Priority Measures report. So while BRT is important as a transportation tool, and I really want to underline the position that Emily from Edmonton Transit Riders made earlier today, I also see it as an imperative climate solution and a solution that I already know works in practice. I went to University of Ottawa and was shocked when I moved and realized that a city the size of Edmonton didn't have an LRT, but what they did have is North America's oldest BRT system, the Transitway. I thought I had to endure a transit downgrade, but through the dedicated corridors, stations, and high speeds, it felt very similar to riding Edmonton's LRT because it was reliable, fast, it was separated from traffic, and had riderships that were similar to Edmonton's LRT because of it. Ottawa's system carries around 200,000 riders per day with high capacity corridors moving thousands of people per hour. And each bus can replace roughly 40 cars on the road, and each person who switches to transit reduces emissions by about 2 tons per year. So when we talk about bringing BRT to Edmonton, we're talking about a proven system that will ameliorate our public transportation network while lowering emissions. And through it, maybe one day I will take a BRT bus to White Ave. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Mohiuddin joining us in person.
Mr. Clerk, I have a presentation. Council. If these businesses shut down, the city gets darker. We gotta fix this quickly. Next slide. All of the parking was taken away on 101 Street in Chinatown. Businesses are having over a 50% decline in customers during the day, and no accessibility for seniors or handicapped. They need the parking restored. Bus lane was forced, no public consultation or engagement. Transit Board said they have full authority to do what they want without council approval and without public engagement. We voiced our protest. Transit Board did not listen and put the bus lane in anyway. They were very aggressive. Administration said if the businesses suffered, then they might reconsider. This kind of shoot first, hurt businesses, and then maybe consider public engagement is horrible. We gotta fix this quick. Next slide. Before the bus lane, everything worked fine for parking. See on that sign? The parking was already restricted from 7 to 9 and 3:30 to 6 during rush hour. Nobody could park there, and that worked. Traffic flowed freely during rush hour. If it's not broke, please don't fix it. Next slide. We told the Transit Board the accessibility issue for seniors. They said to just go park in the alley. The alleys are horrible. Garbage, fires, the homeless also poo and pee everywhere. It smells horrible. Seniors can't go there. Transit Board did not consider this. They based their decisions based off of images from Google Maps. Next slide. The bit of parking that is in the back alley, the city dumps their snow into there, taking away more parking stalls. And the back alleys, including city land, are full of ice, making it impossible for seniors. Next slide. It's a shipping and receiving alley. Trucks block off the entire parking, garbage trucks, shipping trucks. Transit Board made their choice without taking any of this into account. They're not engaged people. They made their choice based off of images from Google Maps. I know because we asked them to show their research, and that's what they gave us. They didn't actually talk to anybody. You told them to make bus lanes, and they made bus lanes. They rammed them through like an oil pipeline through a village. They didn't consult some of the fine-tuning that's necessary. We need transit. We need fast transit. But in some of these key scenarios, we need key consult. You gave them full authority, and they used it, and they did it bad. Next slide. Parking in the back alley forces you to walk around the corner block, which is a big drug pit. The whole area is anarchy. Homeless harass customers. They smash car windows. They're pooing. They're peeing. We need police to put them in jail. Council is wondering about alternative housing measures. I recommend prison as an alternative housing measure. The social services such as King Thunderbird and Hope Mission will support you on this. The criminals selling drugs and hurting people they're hurting the people trying to get service and trying to get sober. The criminals ruin the social services. Bad guys go to jail. We all know this. We need the parking back for the safety of our customers. Next slide. Bus ridership is down. Next slide. The buses using the bus lane are often empty. Next slide. Please be the council that makes things right. Don't ask for another report from the Transit Board. They can't be trusted because their results are biased. They have bias in their reports. They're not going to report accurately. You can't have random boards doing their own thing without approval and without public engagement. We need transit, we need fast transit, but we need to fine-tune it for some of these key scenarios. They're robbing businesses and they're hurting senior accessibility. We need the parking back. Next slide. There's an interview from CBC Radio. Clerk, if we can please press play. Thanks.
Sorry, it didn't work for us to play the audio, sorry.
Okay, I can play the audio from here.
Customers then saying about the changes? I was curious about this too, and I spoke with Rod Dean, who's a longtime customer of the record store Free Cloud Records on 101st Street. He says he's been visiting the area for decades, but getting there has become more difficult. Rod is 79 years old and he no longer drives, so he says without nearby parking, it can be challenging for friends to drop him off when they visit restaurants or shops. Rod says he also worries about safety when waiting for transit nearby.
I'm not overly thrilled about waiting for a bus on 101st Street. It's not safe. I've seen a number of incidents. So unless I can get a ride here, and then I can't come here. So I'm not in where I used to be here once a week, shopping in Richard's store, or go get a bite to eat in one of the restaurants. I just don't do that anymore.
Thanks.
I'm
Sorry,
at the
we're going to
point
just
now
have
where
to stop you there. Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing that. Next, is Speaker Lohner, were you able to join?
Yeah, hi, I'm here now.
Great. Okay, over to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Council. My name is Shannon Lohner. I'm a Strathcona resident and Master of Science in Urban and Regional Planning student at the University of Alberta. I'm here today to speak in support of advancing bus rapid transit and investing in transit priority measures within the city of Edmonton. I have an invisible disability that affects my ability to stand for long periods of time and comfortably walk long distances. I use transit frequently to get to campus, to get to work, to run errands, and to get to events or hang out with my friends in the city of Edmonton. I live within a 10-minute walk of the 4, the 8, and the 9, three of Edmonton's busiest routes, and I still prefer to get around by bike or by walking instead of transit due to high levels of congestion and unpredictability on these routes. With the 9 and the 4 showing up late, 1 in every 3 trips, it's often more efficient for me to walk to my destination, even though I have a disability that would highly benefit from getting to sit on a bus to get there. Additionally, when I do decide to wait for a bus and it's crowded and there's standing room only, it makes for a very draining and unpleasant experience as I go to my journey, as I'm trying to make sure that my knees don't lock while I'm standing and trying to avoid passing out from too much jostling and rumbling around as the bus makes its way to my destination. BRT would allow myself and other riders to simultaneously get to our destinations faster, reduce the amount of in-bus congestion and standing required on bus trips, and would improve congestion on roads for drivers due to an increased number of people using transit, since they can trust that their bus will both arrive and depart on time. In conjunction, transit priority measures would make these routes run more efficiently and increase their ability to serve people across the city of Edmonton. Investing in transit priority measures is a crucial step that our council needs to take in order to support the needs of Edmonton's hundreds of thousands of people who take transit on a regular basis. The city has made great progress in the last 5 years on housing-related policies such as zoning bylaw renewal and district planning to facilitate increases in density within our city. Yet, our transit system remains systematically underfunded to serve our city's growing population. As Edmonton continues to grow, we need to ensure that we are making strategic investments in our transportation system that set us up for long-term success and work in conjunction with housing policies. We need to ensure that transit priority measures receive ongoing funding to continually support the growth and enhancement of the system. Further, investing in BRT and transit priority measures aligns with this council's identified priorities of growth management and quality services. BRT and TPM are both relatively cost-effective measures that council can take to make a major impact on the quality and service of transit within our city. To end, I call on City Council today to commit to long-term investments in our transit system. Let's grow our transit system with the next million residents of Edmonton in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eric Greer, Speaker Greer.
Yes, here.
Over to you.
Thank you. To give a bit of context, I live in Old Strathcona. I've been living here for 2 years. I have spent time in Ottawa, Montreal, Vancouver. I've been to different places in Europe. So when I'm talking about urbanity, that's kind of the lens I'm coming from. I haven't owned a car forever, even though I can like rent or borrow them. I try to be as foot and bike friendly as possible and also transit friendly. So thumbs up to any progress you guys can make with the fast transit. Obviously, consultation and parking conversations have to take place. But I do notice that Edmonton, and no surprise to any of you guys, is really wide and really large. So an hour and a half transit versus, a 15-minute ride, it's a very challenging decision to make, especially when you're trying to make it on time to certain events and you don't know what the weather is going to be like with these really long winters. But I'm mainly here to talk about the Strathcona project. I love the walkability of this area. That's why I moved here in the first place, and also the affordability of the city. As most councilors know, it's a beautiful thing that Edmonton can brag about. And any progress you can make to have the construction take place quick, effectively, and efficiently, as you've seen with some of the projects that you've done, where you've shifted from having, longer construction periods to shorter sprints. You also see that you can sometimes finish a project before the deadline and under budget. So you guys are already doing the research to understand that this is the direction to go. It's also a very creative space, so I could see how artists in the community could create murals around the construction zone, or there could be certain initiatives or even a celebration after the construction is done to try to revitalize the area and bring people here. The thing I would say that I noticed the most and makes me feel the kind of the most sad when I walk around is three things. First is the amount of exhaust that I just smell on a constant basis as I'm walking around the street. So anything that can bring traffic calming or less vehicles down that road is very welcome. The next would be the smell of sewage sometimes, because I don't think that there's proper separation of the pipes below ground, but I don't know if that's part of the initiative that you'll be doing. And then the next is just sound. You know, you can sit on a patio and enjoy talking to somebody, but most of the time you're yelling over all the people that are driving up and down White to showcase either their vehicles or they're just driving with their friends to celebrate a recent game that's taking place. It can be a little bit intimidating to be so close to transit. So anything that can create a bit of space or separation, or even make it feel like when people are walking around the patios, they're not just sandwiched in this tiny little like 2x2 passageway that you have to go through. It would be greatly appreciated. And obviously just the condition of the sidewalks themselves, they're starting to get a little bit wonky because of the shifts in temperature. And there's large holes that you kind of have to walk around so that way you don't break an ankle. And I would say that probably the final thing to consider is snow and ice removal. I've had to buy ice cleats to be able to survive just going to get groceries sometimes. And I constantly hear of people in my community slipping and falling and hurting themselves. And it's something that, especially at the crosswalks, is something that could maybe be tackled through initiatives or even just volunteers. I love seeing the community bathroom that has popped up in the area. I think that's a great direction to go, making it easier for people to have access to facilities and being just more accessible in general. And yes, there is some element of the unhoused and people dealing with challenges around here for sure. And they themselves, like they're using these environments as well. So their safety is something I constantly try to take in consideration. I'm very happy that this conversation is taking place and people are mentioning what they're mentioning. There's a lot of great points. But yeah, I'll forfeit the rest of my time so the meeting can go along. I feel like I kind of ran through most of the points that I felt were important. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Speaker Charlie Vidmar.
Hello, I'm Jade Charlie Vidmar, and I'm a board member of Edmonton Transit Riders, as well as a graphic design student at MacEwan University. So I'm a power wheelchair user who uses conventional transit, and because of that, I rely on consistent and frequent transit when transferring across routes. And usually this can be affected by unpredictable elements when navigating through transit centers and navigating between bus stops. So that can be crowds of people or waiting for elevators or even uneven sidewalks where I have to slow down and just slowly creep over that. So these often result in me missing my connections by 30 to 40 seconds. And because of that, I'm often waiting for upwards of 20 to 30 minutes for the next bus. The implementation of TPM and the time saving measures that come with it would allow me and many others with mobility issues to effectively access work, education, and healthcare across the city. My daily commute from the Southgate area to MacEwan University heavily relies on the LRT. And in case of any delays or accessibility obstacles, like I previously mentioned, result in me needing to take alternatives. And my alternatives are typically the 701, the 8, or the 9. All of these, the latter two, are the frequent bus routes that need to be prioritized within TPM. As I take these routes during peak hours, they are consistently crowded, and I find myself stuck in traffic along those aforementioned corridors. So 101 Street, White Avenue, and Jasper Avenue. I often find myself getting off of the buses and just walking the rest of the way because of the safety issues caused by personal vehicles or even uneven sidewalks or sidewalks that are icy and slippery. Implementing BRT and TPM would have a positive impact on Edmontonians and improve access across all parts of Edmonton. And this would especially benefit transit riders who have mobility limitations, such as me, and they would require efficient, frequent, and most importantly, consistent transit environments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I apologize. I believe Speaker Thiessen has now joined us online.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here. Thank you.
Great. Over to you.
All right, sounds good. So good morning. My name's Brad Thiessen. I live near the university area, and I'm here in support of bus rapid transit and prioritizing that. So I'll just start with speaking from my own experience. So as a family, I've got 2 young kids, and we often prefer to take transit. It's just more interesting for the kids. You know, they can walk around and see things. They don't have to be strapped in the car seat and look at the back of my seat. But sometimes it can be a little frustrating. Like you get on the bus and then you're just stuck in traffic with everyone else. You know, you're just stuck in the traffic jam. You know, after a couple times that you're kind of like, okay, well, maybe we'll just drive. But then now we're part of the problem again. We're adding another car to the road. And even though we didn't really want to be driving, we're driving. So if buses, you know, they had their own space, dedicated lanes where, you know, we can keep moving. I think that would help encourage, just encourage a lot more people to take bus rapid transit. Like I don't think it would just be us. So yeah, adding BRTs would just be a really great thing to have. But as I guess as some previous speakers mentioned, there has been concern about businesses losing parking and road space. But the research on this, from what I've seen, is pretty clear and consistent. When cities add bus lanes or they make the streets more focused on people, businesses don't lose customers. In a lot of cases, they actually see more. This is what happened in Toronto when they reallocated space for bus lanes. Businesses actually end up seeing more customers and higher spending. So again, there's actually a pretty good economic case to add bus lanes. And it just makes logical sense. Like if you can move more people through an area, you're increasing the number of potential customers. Again, and if just from my perspective, if I see a place that's easily accessible by transit, I'm significantly more likely to go there and visit it. And I tend to also, if there's places that are not accessible by transit, we tend to avoid those places. So again, and the nice thing here with bus lanes is that they're relatively low cost. They make transit faster and more reliable. They're not these huge mega projects that cost the city hundreds of millions of dollars to just add a single lane. They're quite inexpensive and effective for what they do. So yeah, I'd say please continue to advance transit priority measures and bus rapid transit as an ongoing sustained investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Speaker Camaracci.
Yep. Okay, good morning, members of the Urban Planning Committee. I don't really have a speech plan, but I do support the BRT. It would impact me for the better. I live on 109 just behind White Ave, and I barely use a car. In fact, the last time I used my car, gas was still 111. So I try and when I do go downtown, I take the 9 or I bike across the high level. I was always told that I need to buy a car if I move to Edmonton because that's the only way to get around. But I just found that that's not the case. In fact, just a couple weeks ago, I took the 9 downtown to go to MSSM, a fancy omakase place. I didn't need a car. I didn't need to park, and it was more frustration free than driving and having to park around downtown. In fact, before I moved here, I came from Toronto. We visited, and my partner and I took the bus downtown and walked up 101 to Padminati. We didn't think about parking and stuff. It was just like, where do we want to go? And we walked there. There was no issues. I don't know what people are complaining about with that. I don't have much else to add, but I'll leave with a quote I like. Developed society is not a place where the poor have cars, but it's a place where the rich use public transportation. So I'll leave with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Speaker Liu, joining us online.
Hi, greetings, members of the Council and Urban Planning Committee. My name is Catherine Liu, and I'm the chair of the Chinatown Business Improvement Area. I'm here today representing the businesses and community organizations along 101 Street, 107th Avenue to 108th Avenue in Edmonton's Chinatown. I want to begin by saying that we understand and support the city's goal of improving transit and building a more connected Edmonton. But today, I'm here to share that the current bus lane implementation on 101 Street is having negative consequences that are deeply impacting our community businesses and organizations on 101. Chinatown is not just a street. It's a place of culture, good food, history, small businesses, and community connection. It is where seniors gather, families come to eat, where children come to learn their language and culture, and where long-standing businesses has served Edmontonians for over 4 to 5 decades. Right now, that ecosystem is under strain. Since the removal of street front parking, businesses and organizations have experienced significant declines. Restaurants reporting up to 50 to 60% drop in dining traffic, retail businesses seeing fewer daytime visitors, community organization is losing participation in programs. These are not just numbers, these are livelihoods. These are spaces people depend on. Accessibility is at the heart of this issue. Many of Chinatown's visitors are seniors, children, families, and individuals with mobility challenges. For them, proximity matters. When parking is removed, it is not simply an inconvenience, it becomes a barrier. And when access becomes difficult, people stop coming. 38 parking spaces on 101 Street were not just 38 cars. These were 30-minute turnover stalls used continuously throughout the day, approximately 7.5 hours of active business time. This means each stall served multiple customers daily. When you do the math, so 38 stalls times 7.5 hours and roughly 2 turnovers per hour, that's over 500 parking uses per day. And let's just talk about people, not just the cars. The assumption cannot be 1.2 people per vehicle. In Chinatown, the number is much higher. Families, seniors with caregivers, group dining together, a more realistic estimate is 2.5 people per vehicle. That means with these 38 stalls we're supporting, well over 1,200 people accessing Chinatown on 101 every single day. So this was never about the 38 spaces. This is about the hundreds of people per day who could access our businesses, our services, and our community. And that access now has been removed. With access being removed, we are also seeing operational challenges, increased congestion in back alley, safety concerns, strain on waste management and service access, parking shift into areas that feel less safe and less accessible. This is not an intended outcome, but they are real ones. I also want to respectfully note that many businesses felt that they were not meaningfully consulted prior to implementation. And when decisions directly affect access to customers, consultation is essential. We're not here to oppose transit improvement. We're here to ask for balance. So a practical, reasonable solution would be to restore parking during key hours. So 9 to 3:30 p.m. and 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. These reflects a model that previously worked and supporting both mobility and business sustainability. Chinatown is at a critical moment. It is still recovering from years of economic and social challenges. We're asking for action to reinstate parking on 101 Street, which is necessary to keep businesses and organizations afloat. Because at the current rate, there may not be any standing businesses on 101 that brings in thousands of people every year left to save. Edmonton cannot afford to lose good standing businesses and organizations in Chinatown, as right now, by taking away their parking, it is putting them at a risk of closure. We believe in partnership, and we believe that supporting both transit goals and thriving Chinatown. Because this is not just about parking. It's about whether the people who built Chinatown, our seniors, our families, our small business owners, are still able to be part of it. If they can no longer access it, We are not just changing a street, we're losing a part of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Speaker Wilson.
Hello, councillors, members of the committee. My name is Reuben Wilson, and I'm a resident of the Prince Rupert neighborhood in O'Day-Min Ward. So I'm here today to voice my support for the continuation of the Bus Rapid Transit and Transit Priority Measures program, and my hope that it will be included in the upcoming budget. So I'm an increasingly frequent user of public transit since making the choice in the last few years to reduce my dependence on my personal vehicle. Since doing so, I've become more acutely aware of the deficiencies of existing public transit options, which can too often be inconvenient or time-consuming in comparison with private vehicles. I personally love going to see shows at Midway Music Hall on Calgary Trail, but I find it takes way too long to get there by bus. And it's difficult on the return trip to convince my friends to walk 15 minutes to the number 9 and wait 20 minutes for a bus instead of just calling an Uber. I also notice when I'm there how insufficient the existing parking lot is, which forces concert goers to park along side streets. And this is, to me, a prime example of a business and a social cultural center that would be best served by improved transit access and not more parking. Delays, misconnections, lack of access, and congestion due to a lack of dedicated bus lanes contribute to a feeling that the system is slow, inferior, and not up to the task of providing a viable or a desirable alternative to private vehicles or ride shares. This becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, as this perception contributes to a decrease in ridership, less funding, or rollbacks of existing pro-transit policy, which further depletes the ability of ETFs to provide quality service. But it doesn't need to be this way. The combination of BRT and TPM is poised to improve existing transit service and ensure that future transit infrastructure is up to the task of serving a growing city like Edmonton. So as an increasingly frequent user of ETS, which is a demographic that will only grow due to an increasing urban population, skyrocketing oil prices, and other economic factors, I urge you to approve BRT and TPM for the upcoming budget cycle to ensure that Edmontonians like myself can enjoy a high-quality, reliable transit system befitting our province's capital. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We'll go next to Speaker Budnick.
Good morning, committee. My name is Aaron Budnick. I'm here with the YEG Bike Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to express support for what's in this report and to ask UPC to go much further. I'd like to note that Council has set some audacious goals for Edmin. Sadly, Edmin isn't working towards them fast enough, but today is an opportunity to change that. Edmonton's transit ridership is up 16% since 2023 and 12% above pre-pandemic levels. That's significantly faster than population growth. Edmontonians want to ride the bus, and sadly, many have no other option. A dedicated bus lane can move more people than a lane of traffic or a lane of parking. This is a better use of our limited public space. Bus rapid transit and transit priority measures are exactly the kind of investment Edmonton needs right now. They're cost-effective, they improve the lives of tens of thousands of daily riders, and they lay the groundwork for the city that we say we want to be. I support them, but I'd like to see them done right the first time and funded properly. Decades of piecemeal projects doesn't move the needle nearly fast enough. Allow me to explain why this matters so much. The best path to Vision Zero isn't better road design alone, it's fewer people driving. And fewer people driving is also the single most effective lever the city has to meet its climate goals. A full bus produces a fraction of the emissions of the cars it takes off the road, and even a conservative estimate of the mode shift across a well-functioning transit network represents emissions reductions that no other municipal intervention can match at this scale or cost. Every person who switches from a car to a bus is one fewer potential collision, one fewer source of congestion, and a meaningful step towards both of those goals at once. Transit investment is a safety investment, it is a climate investment, it is an equity investment, all at once for the same dollar. It's also one of the most powerful cost of living tools available to the municipal government. Insurance premiums are rising sharply, gas prices are volatile and structurally elevated, and these pressures are unlikely to resolve for decades as energy costs shift and collision rates remain high. The city cannot control these costs, but can control whether there's a viable alternative for residents. A household that can go from 2 cars to 1 or from 1 to none saves tens of thousands of dollars over a decade, and this hits equity-seeking groups the hardest. This report tells us that more than half of low-income residents, newcomers, youth, and seniors are all-purpose transit riders. The bus is how they get to work, to medical appointments, to school, to everything. For those Edmontonians, a slow and unreliable bus isn't an inconvenience. It's a barrier to participating in this city. If we want Edmonton to be a city for everyone, there are fewer investments more direct or more impactful than this. So I'm asking the city to dream bigger and make investments that directly advance the priorities Council has already set. Car infrastructure is the single largest driver of municipal tax increases, and it's not even close. Every dollar spent widening a road is a dollar that will cost $10 to maintain, and it will not solve congestion. Investing in transit instead is not just the right thing to do for riders, it is the fiscally responsible choice for every Edmonton taxpayer. I have 3 asks specifically. First, transit priority measures should be deployed at every significant congestion point on every route citywide this budget cycle. Not phased over years, not corridor by corridor. The tools exist. We have signal timing, queue jumps, and parking restrictions. They are low cost and high impact. Every year we delay is another year of unnecessary delay for riders who depend on the network the most. We can solve this problem this budget cycle. Over the long term, we can focus on refining and adding more opportunities, but we can do a lot in one budget cycle. Second, the new priority BRT routes. If it's going to be BRT, it has to have a dedicated, separated lane with no interruptions. It can't be piecemeal with parking in some places and no complete separation in others. This is not an optional feature, it's a definition of what BRT means. Any bus stuck in traffic is just a bus, even if we call it a BRT route. Paint and signage doesn't make lanes dedicated. We see that with bike lanes all the time in the city. The third ask is to go above and beyond what's in this report in a way that doesn't require new routes, new buses, or new garages. Direct admin to bring a service package forward to add dedicated bus lanes for all of Edmonton's existing express routes. These routes already serve much of the city. They are ready to perform better, and if we give them the road space to do it, they can. I'd also note that this is exactly the kind of investment that actually reduces congestion over time. Road widenings fill back with new drivers, and that's not just theory. It's one of the most well-documented finding in transportation research.
Thank you. Sorry. Really appreciate everyone being here this morning. We're at our noon break, and we have 3 speakers left, and I know at least 2 questions. I'm afraid we're not able to extend to get to you all. But again, so grateful for so many people coming out this morning. We will be on recess now and come back at 1:30. Thank you. this afternoon. We are on now to Speaker Brar. I believe you're online.
Yes, for Raj Brar.
Yes. Yeah, over to you. You've got 5 minutes. Oh, sorry. You know what? I apologize. Before I get you started, I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Jans.
Here.
Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
I believe Mayor Knack is going to be joining us a bit later on. We're also joined in chambers by Councillor Morgan, Councillor Tang, and Councillor Wright. Good afternoon. We have Councillor Salvador online and Councillor Principe, Councillor Elliott.
Hello.
And that's it for now. All right. Sorry, Raj. Over to you now for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Raj Brar. I'm the president business agent of Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 569. We represent the operators, maintenance staff, and other support staff for Edmonton Transit. A lot of things that I was going to discuss have already been brought up by others. So in the interest of keeping time, I'll just discuss a couple of brief things. I'm here to express support for advancing bus rapid transit and transit priority measures, as well as dedicated bus lanes. We want to see our transit system succeed, but right now, for my members and thousands of Edmontonians they carry every day, roads are congested, leading to service delays. We hear a lot of talk about getting people out of their cars, but Edmontonians will not choose the bus if it's stuck in the same bumper-to-bumper traffic as other citizens in their own vehicles. Whether it be 101 Street or White Avenue or Jasper Avenue, buses fall behind single occupancy vehicles in traffic congestion, and it creates a domino effect, which later affects bus schedules. Buses get delayed. Suddenly, a passenger who's expecting a bus to be there in 5 minutes is now having to wait 10 minutes. Dedicated bus lanes would improve service reliability. From our union perspective, it's just not about transit flow, but it's an issue about workplace safety and mental health of our operators. Imagine yourself being in your office having a 40-foot bus. Now imagine being 10 minutes behind schedule through no fault of your own while navigating tight gaps in traffic and knowing that every person boarding your bus understandably is frustrated. Our operators bear the brunt of that public anger. Dedicated bus lanes, bus rapid transit, and other transit priority measures would reduce the stress on operators of consistently merging into heavy traffic, into the curb lane to pick up people, drop off people. It would also decrease the pressure that schedules cause on operators, which leads to fatigue. It would protect our members from verbal abuse that spikes when service is late and not reliable. This is a low-cost investment for a high-impact win. We're not asking for new LRT lines or billion-dollar tunnels. We're asking for bus rapid transit and transit priority measures. Dedicated lanes are one of the most cost-effective way to increase capacity of our existing infrastructure. We need to prioritize the 60 or 70 or 80 people on a bus versus one person in a car. So in closing, I would like to say my members are proud of the service they provide to our neighbors to get them to work, to school, to appointments, but we can't fly over gridlock to do that. Give us the transit priority measures and rapid transit that would assist improving service for our citizens as well as our transit operators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Speaker Singh, joining us here in person.
Thank you, councillors. My name is Karambir Singh, and I'm here today to be in support of the bus rapid transit measures being discussed. Before I speak more to that, however, I just want to say that consultations during workdays are really difficult. I had to take time off from work early so I could be here. Getting back to the bus rapid transit, councillors, I'm sure you're all aware that affordability is a #1 issue for a lot of young people in this city. It comes up in the polls across the country in our city. It comes up at their doorsteps when you all go out during the municipal elections last year as well. And in my opinion, bus rapid transit is about affordability. Cars are really expensive for a lot of young people. It's usually second or third biggest expense in their budget on a monthly basis. And speaking from an experience, the only way I can afford to live in Edmonton is because I sold my car last year when I moved to Wickwentwin. So now I primarily move by bike and transit, and occasionally, if things are really in a pinch, I would Uber or borrow a car from my partner who has one, but I don't. So that's why transit is important to me, because that's kind of one of the main ways I move around this city. Now, let me share also a little bit about my experience with transit and its current state in terms of how I've experienced it lately. Buses are often unreliable. Sometimes I take 900X to West Edmonton Mall from Wickwentwin. It can be 35 minutes or it could be actually an hour. Like, it's a huge difference between those two times. And just yesterday, I was actually going to a community event when I got a flat tire on my bike, which is how I usually get to work. So my bike was out of commission this morning when I was supposed to be at work at 6:30. So last night, I'm trying to find solutions. How do I get to work tomorrow morning? Because all the bike shops are closed. And I looked at the transit based on Google search. What it said to me was that it would have taken me 45 minutes to get to work from Wickwentwin to Virginia Park Highlands area. Now, by contrast, if I drive at that time of the day, about 6-ish a.m., car takes me about 15 to 20 minutes. Biking, which is mostly what I do, takes me between 25 to 30 minutes. And transit this morning would have taken me 45 minutes to get to work. And that involved actually walking 15 minutes in about -8. But being a cyclist, I can handle temperature. But still, if somebody else was supposed to take transit all the way to their end destination, it would have taken about an hour to catch the last end of the bus there as well. So naturally, I ended up having to borrow a car just so that I wasn't too late for work, and it didn't take me a ridiculous amount of time to get to work. And Council, this is why I'm here. This is why I think BRT is important to people like myself who need a reliable transit so that they can get to work and to their final destinations in a timely manner. Now, I want to also take this time to speak a little bit to the 101st Street Route 9 bus lane removal that we were talking about. We're talking about such a small section of bus lane on 101st Street, and I don't understand what problem we'll be solving by removing this section. There are multiple paid car parking stalls in that area, where the area that's under discussion currently for removal. When I have carpooled with friends, people have given me rides, we have often ended up parking, if the street parking was available there, or in the paid parking car parking stall. It has never been an issue, and I frequent that area because Padmanabhi is my favorite spot in this town. I often go there, and I've gone there midday, evening, 6:30. I took my family there last week. We took 2 cars, not an issue. I don't understand what removing that little chunk of bus lane would solve. And also, even if we say did remove it, that's like at most like 10, 15 stall when a lot of these restaurants have like hundreds and hundreds seats that they can fill up with people. So removing such a section doesn't probably solve that, simply doesn't exist. Again, just want to reaffirm that there's tons of parking. So Council, please, let's move forward on bus rapid transit and not take away the progress that we've already made. It has taken us a long time to get here, and we have a long way to go still. So what I would like to see our city undertake moving forward is a discussion about bus rapid transit during the upcoming budget discussions this fall, so we can have a proper discussion and we can find ways to fund this project. And also, I just want to affirm that we should be funding the transit priority measures in a continual basis rather than as one-offs. And let's improve the reliability for people like myself who move outside of cars, and many folks in the city who cannot drive, cannot afford to drive, and for a lot of young people out there for whom affordability is a big issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. I missed Speaker William Lau. William, are you with us? Okay, we'll come back to you at the end. Next we have Speaker De Wong. Over to you. Oh, is Jacob still here? It looks like maybe not. Okay, then we just have 2 other registrations, so I'll just move that we hear on item 7.1 from Matthew Boonstra, and on item 7.3 from Jen Parsonage. So please vote on hearing from those two additional speakers. Oh, I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. So we can go to Speaker Boonstra if you're there with us. Or in person? No. Okay, I'll just do a last call for those we haven't been able to hear from yet. So I think William Lau, Jacob DeWong, Matthew Boonstra. Okay, it's been a long day. I know lots of things come up, so that's no trouble at all, but we'll go now to questions of our panel. Thank you to all of our speakers for being here. So colleagues, I believe the mayor has signed up. He'll be joining us a bit later, but Councillor Jans, I think you were also on the board.
You know what? I think I'll leave it for now. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'll save my questions for admin.
Okay. Sorry, we're not able to see the speakers list right now. We'll just give it a sec to see if anyone else has clicked on. Oh, okay. Matthew Boonstra, are you there? We see you have unmuted, but we can't hear you. Sorry, Matthew, we can't hear you. Ah, there we go. Okay, Matthew, I'm sorry, if you want to try leaving and coming back again, we can provide you with an opportunity to try to speak. Okay, Councillor Clark, I see you on the board.
Great, thank you, Chair. Speaker number 2, Dolly, I hope she's still on there, I think so. Just had a question. You know, you're saying that, you know, BRT, we think it's a good idea, and I think there's a lot of response on that. And I guess sort of my question is, if you've sort of heard some of the speakers today about maybe the impacts of business owners, you know, what would be your thoughts on how we balance those measures with the overall advancing BRT and TPM measures?
So I don't know that I see her on the meeting.
What about Speaker 5, Eric?
Is it me? Is it Eric?
There was a different Eric. I think Eric Greer is who you were looking for.
Okay, what about Speaker 6, Brad? Are you there? No. Okay. Let's go to somebody in the room then. How about that? So we'll go to Speaker 11. We'll go to Aaron. Thanks for being here in your comments. You kind of made a comment that the city just kind of needs to do this right from the start. I just kind of want you to kind of elaborate and maybe give some examples where we're doing that right from a city perspective, maybe where we're not doing that right.
I would say probably neighborhood renewals. There's a good movement there towards building out a neighborhood in a really complete manner when we're doing all the work. There's a lot of other projects where it does seem like the city comes in, does a little bit of work, comes in a little bit later, does something different, sort of in the same area, they have to pull out something that they recently did in order to complete it. So it was a situation where I would just really like to see the city sort of think about what they're trying to do in an area. When they go in, just do it all at once, similar to what some of the prioritized White Ave people were talking about. Instead of taking 10 years of construction, it could be maybe half that or however long it would take.
And just following up on that, so do you think some of these proposed BRT routes, like, should we advance measures on those routes beforehand, in your opinion, or just kind of do the research, plan it out, get it done, and then move forward with it?
I think that's a good question for admin. My understanding is there was a BRT master study that's already been done in some form, so I believe the routes are more or less understood, but I could be wrong. I don't know how much of that's been made public. But right now, I think they're proposing 2, potentially 3 routes. They do look like good routes as far as I understand. They don't really service the area that I live, so I don't have a lot of direct lived experience with those particular routes. One thing I would say, it would be nice to just have as an option at budget time in November to understand what would it cost if we did all of this in a really rapid and complete manner. Doesn't mean council needs to fund it, but we should at least know what that number looks like, I think.
I hear you. Maybe longer than the decade we've been on this sort of journey. I gotcha. Okay, next, I think it was speaker. I think it was Raj who just spoke. I believe still online there. I just want to know kind of how involved your members were in identifying some of these routes for BRT.
It's our members. Sorry, are you speaking to me, Raj?
I am. Yeah.
Our members are very involved. They provide feedback to their supervisors through feedback forms, and it's mostly our scheduling department that can see the ridership numbers, and they monitor schedule adherence based on the data from the buses that would make the determination of which routes would be the best candidates for bus rapid transit.
Okay, thank you. And then speaker 14. Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Karambir.
Okay, thank you. I just kind of want to know, like, you had your experience of going to a restaurant on 101 and easy to park and easy to find. I'm just trying to think, your perspective on myself and my other colleagues here. When we're hearing from the business owners saying, hey, it's a problem, we're losing 50-60% of business because of this. How do I, in your opinion, how do I kind of jive those two things together, right?
So I actually was chatting to somebody just from Chinatown before I spoke during the break. I also work in the service industry. I concur, business is down. I think it's the economy. Economy is slow right now. People are suffering from tariffs and stuff. And I don't, in my experience working at the cafe I work at, yeah, business is slow. It's citywide, it's countrywide kind of. I think there could be other reasons why people don't come. Like, I work outside of the core a little bit where my workplace is. When I ask people, like, hey, you're doing this cafe pass, like, have you been to downtown? People bring up so many issues related to houselessness, related to crime. And I think it's kind of a little absurd that we would make that kind of connection without necessarily any study that, like, it's because of parking. It's because of 12 spots. Again, it's somebody who's been able to find spots during rush hour and who's been happy to actually pay if there's not a free parking spot on the street. Like, I don't think it's because of that.
Great, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen. Oh, actually, sorry, maybe we can just try with our speaker again, Matthew Boonstra.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, there you are. Okay, we will toggle to you. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the committee for listening to all the speakers today. Real quick, I just wanted to voice my agreement, my support with the other speakers in favor of the bike lanes on 101st and the transit priority measures more broadly. This really comes down to a case of numbers for me, where downtown is very constricted for space. We, as it is, cannot expand the roads more to fit more capacity. And when it comes to vibrancy, honestly, we need more buildings, we need more housing, we need more businesses, and that means removing parking lots. So in order to get more people downtown, we need to make transit more convenient, we need to make transit faster and more competitive to the automobile. And When it comes to 101st, for example, I used to live in Queen Mary Park. And so for my commute, I had to take either the 901 or the 7 to downtown and then connect with the LRT. Going downtown from Queen Mary Park usually wasn't an issue, but coming home, it would take around 10 minutes for the bus just to turn off of Jasper Ave onto 101st Street and come up to the bus stop just north of Jasper. That meant me and 1 to 2 dozen others were just watching that bus for 10 minutes until it could even make the turn because of all the traffic. And then from there, it took another 15 to 20 minutes on average to actually make it out of the downtown core because of all that congestion. We can't build lanes to get out of that. And when one bus can move, 40, 50 people at a time, and there were at least 3 or 4 frequent routes on that road, we're talking hundreds of people, thousands of people a day. So I would argue that making transit more convenient and faster, getting more people taking the bus would increase vibrancy. Whereas trying to preserve that street parking won't really make the difference. As people pointed out, downtown, especially the quarters, Chinatown area, so much of it is just surface parking. That is not vibrancy, because outside of peak hours, odds are those parking lots are sitting half, if not nearly empty, and we're just looking at fields of gravel. If we're lucky, maybe fields of pavement, if they really made the investment, fields of pavement with some trees. And they're quiet, they're deserted, they're sketchy, they feel very unsafe to walk by, especially at night or on weekends. And I just don't see how having more car storage on the street on top of all those parking lots is supposed to increase vibrancy. If we're going to have all those parking lots, then it makes sense to use public space on the streets paid for by taxpayers to get more taxpayers moving quicker. And bus lanes are a great way to help with that. Because if we can't build more lanes in order to move people, then it makes sense to remove the storage for cars that are just sitting there that benefit maybe one person in a business nearby, so that we can get 40 people to that spot even quicker. My last point would be, as others have said, this is also a litmus test for how well we will or will not execute bus rapid transit. And when it comes to usage, let's say we're trying to determine whether these lanes would be good or whether BRT would be good based on usage. Keep in mind that we can't look at this on a route by route basis. We have to consider the broader network, have to consider the corridor. And so all that to say, if I can take, let's say, the LRT to downtown super fast, but then my bus connection takes so long because of that congestion, a lot of people might give up on transit. They might not use it. And if they don't use it, then how do you know the demand is there? So keep that in mind, please, that we're building a network here, a network of connectivity across the city. And steps like this are very important to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just do, a final check. Speaker DeWong or...
Hello.
Oh, hello. Okay, thank you. You've got 5 minutes.
All right. Thanks, members of the Urban Planning Committee. I want to be here to support more transit priority measures, funding them for the next upcoming budget cycle, and funding bus rapid transit as well. As we look to grow more sustainably and have more infill happening on nodes and corridors, they really need that investment from the city to activate them. And a lot of this has to do with making transit better. We chose nodes and corridors because these are places that are more easily connected by transit, and a little investment goes a long way. So we need to make these places nicer places to live. We all talked about during the February 17th not public hearing, but committee meeting on how we wanted more people to live in those corridors. We wanted more businesses there. Well, let's make it easier to get around there. And that's not going to happen by just leaving things as is and expecting people to drive there and park there as things have always been. When we want a change in how our city is growing and we want a change in how we evolve throughout the years, we have to make that change with we have to make that change consciously. So I live near two corridors on the proposed BRT network on White Ave and 109th all the way up to through I think it's the B2 corridor. And oftentimes I do take the bus there, but oftentimes I don't. And that's just because even though the bus is very frequent, it's often faster to drive still. So for example, sometimes my wife, when she goes to the Glenrose, um, even though there's a bus that goes very close, it's not fast. It gets stuck in traffic. And so adding on all those stops, it's faster to drive or take a taxi. And you can bet that when people are doing that, they're much less likely to stop by shops and businesses on the way. They'll just drive from point A to point B. So advancing BRT, making sure that it's funded in the base budget for the next 4 years, funding and making sure that transit priority measures are in the base budget for the next 4 years. That's something that will advance many city priorities, will make life better for so many people, will bring prosperity to our city and more investment into our nose and corridors. It's so important for tons of the city goals for housing, for sustainability, and for allowing people to transit throughout our city without needing a car. So I hope you advance the BRT and transit priority measures and fund it in the upcoming budget. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And I understand our last speaker, Speaker Lau, won't be able to join us. So I think that fully concludes our speakers. Councillor Jans, I know you had some questions, so over to you.
Yeah, sorry. Is guest Jade Charlerie Vindmar?
Hello.
Jade,
Yes, I
guest
am
Jade?
here.
Yeah. Yeah, apologies for mispronouncing your last name. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little more on your lived experience. Now, am I correct that you, and I'm sorry if you already stated this, that you are a person who uses a power chair? And
Yes.
do you use regular transit service or do you use the DAT service or both? Or could you walk us through if we wanted to meet for coffee, what would be your mobility choices?
Yeah, of course. No problem. So, yes, I use a power wheelchair and I have experiences with both DATS and the conventional transit in Edmonton. And because I'm able to be more independent, I prefer to take conventional transit as well as I'm a university student. And just taking conventional transit is the most convenient way for me. So typically I transfer from one of the feeder bus routes, usually one of the 700s, to get to Southgate or Century Park LRT station. And then from there, I go onwards to downtown. And usually in cases of any accessibility issues, so a broken elevator or elevator maintenance, then I typically just hop on the 9 at Southgate and then from there make it into town. So yeah, that's my experience if you have any more questions.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think sometimes there's a mindset that if somebody has a disability that they're on DATS, and if they don't, they're on conventional service. But I was wondering if you could. I'm happy that you shared the blend of how you're multimodal there. I think sometimes there's an assumption that seniors have to drive, or people with disabilities have to drive, or other vulnerable people have to drive. In your experiences, could you talk more about like other other peers that you see on the bus or in transit about why sort of the frequency is so important to you?
Yes, yeah, of course. So in terms of like transferring from like doing multimodal transit, so transferring from the LRT to a different bus or transferring from bus route to bus route, typically if there's like a holdup in traffic of 30 seconds even, like I typically will miss my connecting bus, and that's typically one of the feeder buses, so I can make my way home. So I think it is pretty unsafe that that buses can get delayed in traffic because people like me, so that could be anyone with limited mobility or anyone who's elderly, they have to wait at a transit center or at a bus stop in likely unideal conditions. Probably usually it's pretty cold at night or there's inclement weather, so
And if you wanted to
I think
drive,
it's important to have that frequent connection.
and you're a power chair user, you said if you wanted to drive, are you able to, or would you have to call a specialized vehicle?
For me, I don't have my driver's license, and it's quite complicated to go through all of the specialized training that would require me to have a driver's license, or that would require me to buy a wheelchair accessible van and get a family member to drive me around. So there's really a lot of barriers to entry if you're a disabled person or a senior who wants to take DATS, because the sign up process is quite rigorous. The eligibility as well can be quite confusing. And then just the booking system is really hard to like wrap my head around. So I think it's important for that frequency for those who aren't able to access DATS.
Wow. So without transit service, it sounds like you really are quite stranded.
Yeah, exactly. Without transit service, I wouldn't be able to lead an independent life. So I wouldn't be able to be a student at MacEwan University. I wouldn't be able to be a member of the Edmonton Transit Riders Board. So I'm lucky that our public transit is working and it's efficient enough, but it would be awesome if it could be even more efficient for years to come for people like me in the future, not just now.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I just had few questions, and maybe I'll go to Speaker Boonstra. Just, I think a tension that I'm feeling is, very much understanding the need for consistent, reliable transit, ensuring that folks can get to where they need to go on time. And I guess I'm just struggling in cases where it doesn't necessarily feel like on-street parking has to come at the expense of that. So just want to get your thoughts around, if we have data that shows that, the presence of on-street parking during off-peak hours isn't actually materially impacting transit times, is there a reason to still keep that parking away?
And just to confirm, you said Speaker Boonstra, right?
Yes, yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, so I would say it's obviously important to look at the data and, do go with the course that makes the best difference for all users. One thing I would highlight is that if you look at 109 Street, south of the river, it has had transit lanes since the 70s or 80s, and there's never parking there, and it works well. So, and the businesses along there seem to be thriving to me. So I would say that, especially given all of the options for parking in the quarters and in the Chinatown area, even downtown, on-street parking, in my mind, is not the most efficient or economical use of the road at any time. If the data suggests that buses are not substantially delayed, or preferably delayed at all, should be the standard during off-peak hours, then I would say open it up to traffic as a additional lane versus letting people park there, because at least that way people are still getting through.
Yeah, and I think that's the current status on 101 Street, that it is a through flow lane for traffic. And I think it's a really interesting question you raised around maximizing the use of infrastructure, because I think empty roads are never efficient use of our infrastructure, and so thinking about different users being able to use those spaces in different ways throughout the day. But appreciate your perspectives on that. I don't believe Mayor Knack has been able to rejoin us quite yet, and I'm not seeing any other names on the board. So we will switch now to questions of our administration. So again, thank you to all of our speakers for being out this morning and this afternoon. I appreciate you being here to share your perspectives. So I believe our delegation is going to make their way down. Yeah, you're welcome to return to your seats. We won't be coming back to speakers. Okay, I'll ask colleagues to sign up for questions of administration. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Robust discussion today, lots of public engagement. Very exciting that so many transit riders are getting involved and sharing their feedback as well about the system. Are we good for a question? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I know Edmund's getting settled. I guess my question is, so what can we do right now in terms of scaling up and out transit priority measures? Because it's kind of a spectrum. Like BRT is talking a lot more money, full stations, dedicated lanes, etc. But paint is cheap. Don't we already now have a list of probably a couple kilometers of areas where we could paint a dedicated lane? Like on 109th Street, we know there's dedicated lane between 63rd Ave and Sass Drive on the east side of the road. Why don't we do a dedicated bus lane on the west side of the road?
Maybe Natalie can jump in. Happy to jump in on that. So we do have a list of some of the next priorities for transit priority measures throughout the city. They are currently at the idea stage or location stage where they could benefit transit efficiency. There is still a desire to do a broader study citywide of what other locations and the prioritization of those locations that we would then advance through planning, design, and construction should council fund that in the future. But right now we do have a list of some of the next top priorities.
And could you elaborate on that? Like how are we building that list?
You are going to be having a conversation a bit later through the mobility network assessment work, and some of the locations were identified through that process.
Okay, because I'm wondering now. Like I put in an inquiry this morning about removing parking at any peak hour anywhere. On like I think we should have like school zones. You can't speed in a school zone. You can't go over 30. If you're on a priority bus route, if you're on a high speed or crosstown bus route, you shouldn't be able to park on that stretch. And the city has put in lots of lanes over time, 109th Street, Fox Drive, Terwilliger, others. Like, why do we have a sense of why we stopped or what changed?
Yeah, I think overall, in terms of transit priority measures, there was some earlier work that was directed, and I think one of the speakers referenced it. And then there just wasn't funding to continue actively implementing a lot of those TPM measures. And then the last term, council was very clear in prioritizing and directing us to do more. And then it was funded, as you know, in the last 4-year or this current 4-year budget cycle. It's not from a lack of need. I think it's just priority setting in terms of sequencing. It just hadn't advanced.
Has it been like political will? Because I mean, we have to spend $1 million on paint or to do the priority measure, to do the signs, but we save $1 million over staff time, over bus run time, over bus wear and tear, over everything else. I guess I was trying to figure out, reading these reports, why we stopped.
Yeah, I think direction from council is really important in terms of steering us, pardon the pun, in these kind of opportunities.
And I don't want to speak poorly of previous councils. I think it was just the matter of, similar pressures to what you all have. What can you prioritize? What is the right order of sequencing? They had directed the bus network redesign as an example, which was a massive transformation of the network, and some other priorities like our ARC smart fare implementation. So I think it just honestly didn't make the cut in terms of budget, and we were grateful to kind of put together a plan and the work that Natalie's team has been leading in this current budget cycle.
And just to confirm, parking is still a complaint-based problem in our city. We don't have proactive parking.
I know David was joining the call. David, I'm not sure if you want to hop in terms of enforcement.
Sure. Yeah, hi. The largest bulk of our parking enforcement is through complaints for service or complaints based on parking issues. While our folks do sort of a beat patrol, our ability to do that is pretty limited given the constraints of the contract that we have, and so largely it is complaint driven. Yes.
So a young Michael Jans accidentally once parked on Jasper Avenue after 3:30 p.m. and my car got generously concierged to a yard somewhere else. Who would have helped me with my concierge service? Would that be your team or a third party?
That would have been the parking enforcement contract there, doing that enforcement services.
And that's the city program, or that's a third party?
With respect to the enforcement or the towing?
The enforcement.
It is a third party contract that we have. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. Yeah, just a few questions. I'll stick on TPM, the transit priority measures. I just want to kind of know what early evidence we have from implementing this program and the 7.1 million in funding, just in terms of like travel time, ridership effects, operating efficiencies. Like, what have we learned so far?
Yeah, thanks so much, Councillor Clark. We had proposed to do the evaluation about a year after measures were complete, so we haven't done a full evaluation yet. Of course, the first measures were implemented last year in the summer. But looking specifically at Route 9, for example, on 101 Street, we've seen an increase in on-time performance. So on-time performance in the midday improved from around 50% to 53%, and the peaks went from around 47 to 54%. And so we've seen a notable increase in the on-time performance, and that's really what's going to drive ridership and those other outcomes, is having that more reliable service.
Okay, so on-time performance, got that, but we're still, like what you're saying, you were suggesting still a whole bunch of performance metrics, right, to go into this if we continue with this, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So an ongoing program, we want to have that kind of robust, multifaceted evaluation program we can use to look at all the investments after they're implemented.
Okay, let me just jump to something else. I mean, I think kind of the obvious question, I'll go to BRTs for a second. So if I'm just summarizing, we've got the BRT routes identified. They're still planning right now. We're doing the final route recommendations this fall. But we don't have funding for the next steps for it to become a reality, right? So we're still waiting on the feds to come back and see what they are in the next few months. But then we also need new buses for the Southeast Garage. We're in the design stage. But so there's still a bunch of things there. Is that a correct assessment of kind of a brief summary where we're at?
Yeah, I think the federal funding opportunity is there. Their goal is to simplify basically how cities can access that bigger stream. Regionally, we have prioritized bus rapid transit, which is great news. I think it serves our regional needs, not just Edmonton's needs. So the minute we get clarity in terms of what that MRA stream is, we will be able to close the loop with all of you and let you know what that criteria looks like so we can access it. But ultimately, funding will be required from the city in order to leverage the CPTF opportunity. But you're spot on in terms of the garage update, and there is a report coming forward that'll share a bit more of a detailed perspective on it. And then any bus growth would be adjacent to having access to that facility, so we actually have a place to put them. And to implement BRT, we're obviously going to need to add more buses to deliver it.
And is there any kind of contingency plan if this doesn't come through? Like if something changes? I read in the report like they're still kind of making some tweaks to it.
Yeah, I think we're still eligible. It's just going to be a matter, and hopefully, fingers crossed, when they say they're simplifying how we access it, that's going to make it even easier for us to get access to those funds. But this BRT stuff is quite high on our list of priorities. So I'm quite confident that our submission, and we're one of the few regions in Canada working collaboratively. We already have our governance, whereas other regions don't. So I think advancing our applications for CPTF, we have a bit of a leg up on other parts of the country.
And just one clarifying question. So we're already putting these TPM measures on these potential BRT routes, right? Is that correct?
We're all fighting for that one. Yes, you're correct. We are putting in the TPM measures on some of the BRT routes. 101 Street is one of them, and White Avenue is the other.
I would maybe just add that it's not exclusively the future BRT routes. We've looked at the full transit network and where we see the most ridership and delay. So often they do overlap because BRT is going where there's a lot of ridership, but there are other locations that may fall under TPMs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. So if we do not move forward on this, there'll be another delay since 2004. Do I have that correct?
We gave the 2004 as just that high-speed transit study to give some context around planning for mass transit and TPMs.
Yeah.
You know, we've had, as Carrie mentioned, we've had times where we've had some investment and times where we haven't in between. Right.
Okay. So I want to jump back to the enforcement piece really quickly. Mr. Jones, are we just talking about limitations of capacity? Because as we heard last week, just from open city data in many forms of enforcement, we're actually seeing less enforcement now than we did pre-COVID.
Well, with respect to the numbers that were quoted last week, I have asked for some clarification because they were floating on a per capita, and we don't typically do tickets per capita.
Why not?
Well, because we look at overall sort of complaints numbers and other metrics, not based on how many people live in the city, because I mean, especially for parking, we don't know how many people that live in the city actually have a vehicle, et cetera. And so it becomes
okay, maybe we need a bit of a rethink on that.
Data analytics, but what I would say is that the constraint at this point is the budget that we have for that parking enforcement contract limits us to deal with the call response that we have, which is built,
Right.
which is growing year over year, et cetera.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll follow up with you on what you actually need so that people of Edmonton can actually see the bylaws enforced. So we'll follow up on that. I want to ask administration, because we've heard from the speakers a few different concerns about this BRT route down 101. And so we heard ridership, the numbers, that concern. We heard social disturbance, we heard that concern, and we heard snow and ice removal and safety for seniors, like just walking down the sidewalk, for example, that concern. So the only one of those that actually relates to transit itself in this effort, the other things are either provincial government or, either in mental health, addictions, and housing, or in the justice system and their overwhelm. And then the last one is us with snow and ice, but we're going to have that conversation anyway. So the last piece of the concerns is the ridership numbers. So I'm wondering if you can talk to me about that.
Yeah, I'll start and maybe Sarah can jump in. I mean, overall, that corridor is served by regional routes and ETS routes. If there is a bus not using that particular lane, it's because they're actually making, as an example, a left turn on 101 as opposed to going straight through. So that would be the instance when that doesn't take place. We've got 32,000 rides that are affected and benefiting from having that. And I think Raj, our ATU president, spoke about just the positive experience of operators being able to navigate that corridor in a more effective and efficient way. But overall, there's a lot of rides that are completed and well served by that corridor. So across the network, there might be times of day where we see fewer people on board, but that's at that point in time and not reflective necessarily of the entire day. And the 32,000 figure is for the entire day.
Okay.
And I'll maybe just quickly add, so the Route 9 is our 4th busiest bus route in the city, just follows Route 4 and 8, which are on White Avenue and one of our crosstown routes. So it has a lot of ridership, and it actually has a lot of midday and evening ridership. There's a bit of a peak, but it's not very peaky. We have ridership, very consistent. There's 3 ETS bus routes that use this lane and 2 regional routes from St. Albert and Spruce Grove. And then when we do phase 2 in the downtown this year, we have 7 ETS bus routes that will use that lane.
Okay, when I come back, I'm going to be asking about the anecdata versus the data and projections. So I'll leave it at that.
Great, thank you very much. I'll jump in for a round of questions. So really appreciate the report, really appreciate the overall objectives of the TMP and BRTs. I think for me it's just sort of a question of timing and phasing. And so when we're looking at transit priority measures, I'm sort of understanding from attachment 1, it can be a spectrum of interventions. And I'm wondering what data administration uses to determine which interventions are needed where. And I'm thinking, as an example, 97th Street, there are transit priority measures that have restricted the parking from 3 to 6 p.m. And so wondering how we got to that compared to 101 Street.
That's a great question, Councillor Stevenson, and it's a bit of a complicated process that we go through, but we do look at each corridor on its own merits, the space that's available, the type of traffic that we're experiencing, the buses that are utilizing the corridor, and the other types of uses. And so we look at all different types of measures from, and I mentioned those during the presentation earlier this morning, that we would look at signal priority if it's something that will make a big enough difference. We would look at other regulatory measures like the parking restrictions that we've talked about and dedication of bus lanes, as has happened on 101 Street. It really is a corridor by corridor selection process. Ultimately, we're looking at each of the corridors and what types of benefits that we get for each of the different segments, from ridership benefits to the transit efficiency and reduction in delay side of things. So there was a process that we had gone through for each of the different segments to determine what is the best benefit for transit efficiency overall.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point, and I think as we start to evolve this program, I think maybe what I'm hearing from community is that we're looking sort of exclusively at transit, but not weighing that against some of the other impacts that could be occurring in the community.
Councillor Stevenson, Pascal Douceur from Infrastructure Planning and Design. I don't think it's correct that we only look at transit. We definitely take into account other measures and understanding the impact that it would have. Vision Zero, for example, as a great weighs a lot in our decisions strategy to ensure that what we will implement will increase the safety of all users of the road. We definitely look at the impact that the transit priority measures will have to the traffic on the overall on the corridor, and so we definitely are weighing a lot of those considerations into what Natalie was mentioning.
Yeah, and very fair. And I know that there's really detailed analysis that administration does. I'm just thinking about some of our other council priorities around economic development and the impacts. And I think you can argue that having reliable transit service is really key overall for economic development in the city. I guess maybe just staying on the theme of metrics, we did receive some memos around some of the on-time data. And so I think what I'm seeing is yes, there are increases in on-time performance, but that seems to be you know, there's improvements when the parking restrictions are in place, but there's also improvements when the parking restrictions are not in place. So actually, I think some of the biggest gains were on Saturdays and Sundays, for example, when the when the parking restrictions are not in place. So just thoughts on that.
Yeah, it is complicated to evaluate, you know, one project in the context of all of this traffic citywide and all the many factors that influence things like on-time performance. So we can see improvements on the weekends. It could be due to other factors. That being said, you may have, in those numbers, you can also see that the weekday on-time performance is very low. It's in the 40s and 50s. Whereas for the full route, on the week, it's in the 70s, and on the weekends in the 70s. For this specific piece, just north of downtown in Chinatown, we're in the 50s. It is why it was prioritized for transit priority.
Yeah, well, and just a clarification, though, my understanding is those stats are from 117th Ave to McDonald Drive, so sort of beyond this 3 block.
Yeah, we were looking at a smaller segment of the route, but not just, it's difficult to do just a few blocks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and so again, you know, it's a 50 to 53% increase. And sorry, I'm running out of time, so I'll stop there, but come back for a few more questions. But appreciate those answers, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. I think maybe back to your comment, Pascal, that you do think about lots of different other priorities and strategies. Some of the speakers referenced a public discussion with Chinatown businesses. Was that organized by your groups?
I think, Councillor Tang, it's safe to say that there have been many discussions with the Chinatown businesses over the last few years related to this project and others. And so we certainly have had discussions led by my team. There's also been a lot with our team in urban planning and economy that works on Chinatown strategy. And so there's been many occasions to touch base with those stakeholders.
So the recent event that was held, was that organized through the city?
I'm not familiar with the recent event.
Okay.
No.
So we don't know if that was actually a city event. Maybe I'll speak to one of the speakers wasn't able to make it, but I did receive some comments in writing. Maybe I'll share that in my speaking too, if there is going to be some kind of action coming out of this. Just around the mismatch of the expectation of relationships built with the city and the outcome, and simply a lack of coordinated conversation about transportation, accessibility, parking in Chinatown overall. And this person's not a business owner. Anyways, I will raise that a little bit later. So for now, I just wanted to, I thought overall, the report was good. And I know we're talking about lots of different projects, White Avenue, 101 Street, and then BRT, and then the transit priority measures. Do you have an estimate of if we approve the recommendations in the report as is, and if there is going to be a capital profile and assume that gets funded, do you have a sense of or a magnitude of how many service hours will be free to close the gaps elsewhere in the system?
I don't think we have that figure with us, but we can take that away and follow up maybe via memo. Apologies, I'm a little under the weather. We can definitely get our team to do that detailed analysis and coordinate with Natalie's team.
Okay, I will be very interested in that. And then the other one around the evaluation, are you doing this evaluation with an existing budget, and when will we hear the results?
The intention would be to do the work within the existing budget. We'd be working together between IIS and ETS and others across the city to gather the data and do the analysis. We may leverage some consulting support that we have on the capital side of things if needed. And then, sorry, can you repeat?
When do we hear the results?
Yeah, so we would be looking at doing this about 1 year after 6 months depends on which one we're talking about. If we're talking about 101st Street here, we're looking at around 6 months post implementation of the full route. So after the pieces in the downtown north of Jasper Avenue are implemented.
I thought the evaluation framework is for all the measures that went into effect in 2025.
So that's a proposed evaluation framework for an ongoing program if we continue to do this in an ongoing way. As we said, we would also want to refresh the study every 4 years to inform what we do in the next cycle. We can bring together some of that evaluation for everything that was implemented in this cycle. It would be sometime next year after we're done with all the implementation.
Okay, great. And I just wanted to understand the intersection with 7.3 on the mobility network because the transit composite is one of the suggestions. Are you suggesting that the transit composite be combined with the other bundles recommended in that report too, or can it be kind of its own thing dealt with through this item?
All would be dealt with at the budget.
Right.
Our recommendation will be to have separate capital composites for each of the type of infrastructure, so that transit priority measures would be their own capital composite that could be debated at budget.
Great, something for committee to think about. And then finally, just the Building Strong Communities Fund. This is the old gas tax program, right? I guess my question was that if the public transit fund is rolled into that one, what does that mean? Is it going to reduce the portion of unconstrained infrastructure that municipalities rely on, or is it going to just add to it?
Awesome question. CPTF, we have confirmation that the Canada Public Transit Fund stands separately on its own. The Metro Region Agreement stream is the part that they're just, hopefully, they say they're going to simplify how we access it. And then there's a small targeted funding stream from CPTF. It's a bit gray right now whether or not that rolled into this new fund or if that stands.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Thanks. It's 32,000 riders along 101 Street arterial.
That's correct.
And that's like just in that section, or that like on the Route 9 in total from like Eau Claire to Southgate, or?
Yeah, it's the number of riders going through the corridor on a day. So not necessarily getting on and off in this small segment, but riding through
Riding on a bus on that street.
Yes.
So, and that's Route 9, 103, all the routes there.
Yeah, there's 3 ETS bus routes for that Chinatown segment. So Route 9, 111, and 901.
And 901 too. Okay, cool. Does that ARC card data, this is where we're pulling it from, the ARC card data?
For ridership, we use our automated passenger counter data on the buses. Okay. And that's an industry standard.
Yeah, okay, cool. So do we have data for people getting off at those, in this section? Like basically from like, I don't know, Jasper to 111?
Yeah, I don't have that data on hand, but that's the type of data we can bring forward as part of an evaluation, and the at a stop level ons and offs boardings.
I'd love to see it for sure. Cool. And then I guess St. Albert, I heard talking about St. Albert Transit using this arterial as well. Was there another authority as well, or just them?
Yes, Bruce Grove Transit also uses it.
Are they? Is it going to be financial contributions from them for the work that we're putting in towards this?
Yeah, historically we have not done that, where we've asked regional partners to contribute to the infrastructure. We just have a really collaborative relationship. We work together to advance common priorities within Edmonton.
That's a great way to be, but yeah, and so with that collaboration, one would assume that this would help them out too, right? Correct? With their on-time performance?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say it benefits all the routes that use it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would hope that maybe we bring that up with them as well. So, do we have the passenger counts for them by any chance?
I would have to check on that if we have that information. I'd have to get back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to see that too. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So the transit priority measures, you said focus mostly on existing ridership and current delays in that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was just going to say we did a report and Sarah's team developed a specific metric about passenger delay impacts. That report I think came last year.
Okay, but I just want to make sure that we're not, if we're focusing just on, I guess, current ridership, how are we looking at future ridership and increasing that in some of the more southern areas of the city?
Yeah, I think that's a bit of what we tried to get at in the report from last year, which is where we look at mass transit, BRT, and moving forward the city plan. That's how we grow that future ridership, have a big impact on mode shift, whereas transit priority measures are meant to help the current network improve reliability for current riders, although there's often a lot of overlap in those locations, as you can see, as we mentioned.
So this doesn't sort of supersede the other work of addressing, future current riders, maybe not on a high BRT qualified route.
Yeah, I think they're all intertwined and complementary for sure. And I think the bus rapid transit plans, identify that mass transit solution is, imminently needed because of the rapid population growth we've had in the ridership. But transit priority measures look at the entire network and can benefit all corners really of the city, and looking at existing routes that we have. So if we think about an efficient bus network that can move a lot of people and do it in a way where it's reliable, people can count on it, we need all of these things layered together.
Okay, I just wanted to double check things weren't being overlooked or forgotten. Thank you.
Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks so much for the conversation so far. Just to follow up on a few threads here. So just trying to get a better line of sight as how we would approach opportunities to optimize the timing of any sort of BRT upgrades to coincide with other projects or redesigns, and how much flexibility we have in order to make sure we're as efficient as possible when we're going in. And I know a number of speakers spoke to that as well.
So, Councillor Salvador, I would start with some of the limitations that we have. The transit priority measures are mostly related to arterial roads. And as Council knows, arterial road renewal is severely underfunded. And so our strategy for the 27-2030 capital budget will be to focus on paving and mill and overlay. I don't want to go too technical, but basically not looking at reconstruction. And reconstruction is really where we have the most opportunities to rethink how we use the road right of way and how the space is distributed between pedestrians and their users, for example. So I would just caution that our ability to mix the transit priority measures with the renewal will be limited because of that funding limitations on our arterials.
And what about on the BRT front?
The BRT will be, so the strategy on the BRT will be provided to council once the concept phase is completed and we can assess, but we will come with ideas around how we can implement portions of the BRT that would see the most value in a way that could be done without doing a full reconstruction of the road. And so we'll try to answer that question proactively for council.
Okay, and just help me understand. So back to the transit priority measures. If we're going in and we're not doing full reconstructions of arterials, we're doing sort of maybe some surface level improvements. I keep thinking about, and I know it was raised before, but opportunities for paint, right? Like, is that in a surface level improvement category, right? Because we're not necessarily digging or putting in new lights or infrastructure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
And so what you've seen on 101st Street is exactly that. So we milled the road, repaved it, moved the lines, and then adjusted the signals. So that is a surface level kind of modifications. We can also do adaptable infrastructure, the way we do active transportation, for example, adding pin-on curbs or other things that could be helpful to delimit the space in a different way while providing protection for the users.
Great, thank you. And just wanted to make sure I got this right. So the last comprehensive study to identify the transit priority measures was 2017, but we're going to be doing more regular kind of periodic reviews. That's correct? Every 4 years, did I hear?
That's our intention, should council wish to proceed with further transit priority measures as a program. There has been some locations that have been identified through the mobility network assessment, and that would be the limitation if we don't proceed with further study.
Okay. When is the next time that we're going to be doing an overall update of our mass transit study? I think that was 2020, I believe.
I don't know if maybe Kent wants to answer that.
It's on our work plan to start looking at our 1.5 million projection. We've just completed our 1.25 and presented to council. We still have a bit more work to figure out when that would happen, but we're seeing that we would probably want to start that sooner than later.
Yeah, absolutely. Just seeing how fast we're growing. Kate, the next question I wanted to ask about was, coming back to space constraints, obviously limited by garage capacity. Can you just remind me what steps we've taken in the interim to try to, I guess, get creative with making space while we wait for the garage?
Yeah, there's a couple things. We've, our fleet maintenance area has done analysis and basically factored in the amount of time that buses are up on a hoist. And that indicates when they're not taking up an actual footprint within the garage. So that's factored into our numbers. We also have our satellite facility, which is at Kennedale. We're cycling the buses that are awaiting kind of long-term maintenance overhauls. They're being cycled in there, so that frees up space for the 50,000 service hours we added to add new buses to the existing garages. So those are just a couple of quick examples.
Great.
Trying
And
to
with-
maximize everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it fair to say that we are maxed out? Are there other opportunities that we're currently looking at? I'm out of time. Sorry, I'll come back.
That's right, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So, yeah, I want to circle back to sort of this perception of routes like during off-peak where the bus isn't full or in some cases not even utilized by passengers, if that ever happens. That perception versus measurable data, because I think the argument obviously would be if there is not ridership, why would we set aside a lane if it's only going to be useful during peak hours?
Yeah, our data shows, as Sarah mentioned, it's not a very peaky kind of service. So there is a consistent level of ridership along that corridor. We have service standards that dictate our targets. You know, the Route 9 is a great example where it's our 4th busiest route in the network. It is moving a lot of people. It could be that, you know, certain times a day we might see fewer people, but and other times a day we see them completely full. And I'll just flag, there are always differences between weekday and weekend as well. And we have different service standards for the weekend service.
Okay, so would this, how would you compare it to a road that sometimes you don't see a lot of traffic on, but other times you see enormous amounts of traffic on, depending on the usage patterns?
For sure, and I think this is also an opportunity to plug our route report cards. So with the annual service plan being released later this week, the updated route report cards will be online as well. And for those transit nerds that are out there that want to look at the specific boardings data, it's all reported transparently on those report cards.
Okay, and it's probably important to note that because there was a teacher strike, we had a lot of people who were not using transit for a long period of time, which has artificially, I think, affected our normal numbers of ridership. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So the month of October, our numbers were down quite significantly because of that school closure, and that definitely had a negative impact.
Okay. Do we know what percentage?
Yeah, so when I looked at the overall growth, last year it was 0.3% in terms of overall ridership. If I use the previous year's October ridership figure, it would have bumped it up to 2% growth. So it accounted for at least 1.7%. But who knows, it could have, you know, grown otherwise even higher beyond that.
Right, okay, that makes sense, thank you. Now, another thing that I want to know, one last question on that. So when we build additional lanes on busy roads, those lanes quickly fill up with more traffic because it's the concept of induced demand. If you make something easier to drive on, more people choose to drive on that, suddenly traffic is increased, and then you're forced to look at maybe building another lane and so on and so forth. And you get caught in that trap. We see that in like LA or wherever for the big freeways. It's like they're not solving the problem. But I'm wondering if there's a beneficial aspect that when you go to something like BRT, you create that induced demand where you will see more ridership because you've made it easier to get from point A to point B.
Yeah, a lot of the work Sarah led around the transit strategy and bus network redesign, we heard that feedback from riders. If it's faster, it's a time factor, and our time is valued, right? So if it can be a faster service, more people will use it, absolutely. And then the other aspect to that, I think, is just recognizing all of the service attributes that we're trying to provide to people. So safe, reliable, convenient, and fast and accessible would be those key factors for driving that ridership.
Okay, thank you. And then this one is uncomfortable, but in the year of our Lord 2026, human waste in the streets should not be an insurmountable municipal challenge. What do you need?
I think on this one, this would probably be more focused around like the Center City work we're doing. So that is something that council has already funded on an ongoing basis. We are doing proactive routed work. We do have those teams, going out, doing that proactive work, and then dispatching to inspect and clean. There's also grants for BIAs. So there's a number of things already that council has done to fund this work. We have made noticeable improvements in terms of Center City. And so I think those are the steps we've taken so far.
Okay, so what would be ideal is to see cleanliness all the time, because we are so active that things are being taken care of in partnership with the businesses. And are we going to get there this year?
I mean, I think this is work that is dependent on demand. And so we've added several $1 million in terms of like ongoing funding. We do have grants in place, but the level of cleanliness is also dependent on some of the social situations and the demands on that existing team. So I don't know if I'd be able to be in a position to say that yes, for sure, this is the year. But I know we've made significant headway with that commitment from council and that ongoing funding towards that team.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Rutherford for first round.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
So sorry, can you just confirm when the person that was answering for Councillor Salvador, was that Kent Snyder? Or was it a different Kent? About the city plan and mass transit.
Good afternoon, Councillor Rutherford. That wasn't me, but that was Pablo from the mobility team.
Okay, because I was confused by the answer that was given to Councillor Salvador, saying that the 1.25 million, or the 1.5 million should be coming imminently, and sort of where we are. What report is coming in June around city plan and the mass transit plan?
In June, there is a city plan review scoping work plan report coming to committee for the 1.25 million population horizon. And then if council has any changes or direction for administration, then we'll need to go back and adjust any strategies like the mass transit strategy coming out of an amendment.
Okay, so that's sort of the point in time when we can have a broader network conversation, not only about 1.25, but when we should start thinking about 1.5.
Correct. There'll be that opportunity in June, and then there'll be a 1.5 million population horizon city plan review as well, conversation, and that will likewise trigger a scenario where all those strategies need to be looked at to make sure they're in alignment with the city plan.
Because I definitely this is maybe to Ms. Hot McDonald, I agree with the transit priority measures. These are ways to improve and enhance our current network. And then when we're talking about BRT or LRT, that's growth of mass transit in the network. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay, so I like the decision before us today with this report, or what the intention of this report is, and I know is about just opportunities to expand both our BRT and our transit priority network. But the how we do that can still be discussed at later dates.
Councillor, this is Sarah from ETS. I think that's correct. The report today really also indicates there's nothing really planned after this budget cycle on either portfolios at this moment, without further direction from council.
Yeah, exactly. But like, let's say there is a discussion about an unfunded service package with that report in June. If because I do think about some of these studies that were like from 2004, even even going back when we were establishing the city plan, a lot of the stuff was very dated from where we are now. And there's a lot of assumptions that maybe don't hold. So I just want to make sure no matter what infrastructure we're investing in, that it is has been adjusted and adapted to our current realities.
For sure,
And so when is
Counselor.
that opportunity point? When is that opportunity point? So I have no problem having having this be a part of the debate for the 4-year budget, and I think they're important things to consider. But I do have a tension on how and what we're prioritizing.
Yeah, thanks, Counselor. It's Carrie. I think that opportunity, as Kent mentioned, is with their reports. And then the report we're working on, there's several reports we're working on for council this year related to the current network. So they're very complementary. But the strategic conversation, I think, is when Kent's team comes forward.
Okay, so kind of maybe progress with unfunded packages if it's the will of committee today, and then between now and November, we can look more holistic at the network.
For sure. I think today we're kind of responding to the question council asked, what would it look like for next steps on these items? And I think following that direction and then the conversation in June, that'll inform basically how we can proceed to bring things forward for you in the budget process, if it's the will of committee and council.
Perfect. That helps clarify for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I wanted to, so I have a couple of subsequents. I see a couple more speakers. Do we need to put receipt of information on the floor, or how do we want to?
Nope. So you can just make your motions.
Okay. I will, do you want me to do that now, or?
I do.
Okay, I would.
And I'll just fill in the time for everyone's agenda management. We're going to try to finish up this item before the break, and then prioritize hearing from speakers on 7.2 and 7.3, and then likely requisition those 2 items to council for a decision. But just for those who are wondering what the afternoon may look like.
If I may, I have 3, and I'll put them all on, and then we can divide if necessary. But I think they could be probably accepted as a group. So the first one, advancing bus rapid transit. That administration bring forward a funding package to fund the detailed design, infrastructure delivery, and operations of the B1, B2 semi-exclusive BRT routes to be considered as part of the 2027 to 2030 budget process and brought forward for discussion during the 2027 to 2030 capital and operating budget discussion. Number 2, advancing White Ave redesign, that the administration bring forward a funding package for the planning and implementation of the White Ave corridor renewal, aligning with the improvements described in the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy under Key Action 7, prioritize pedestrians on White Ave, furthering the implementation of overlapping segments of the proposed B1 and B2 semi-exclusive BRT routes. And number 3, transit priority measures, that administration prepare an unfunded composite capital profile and related unfunded service packages for consideration during the 2027 to 2030 budget deliberations to further advance transit priority measures to enhance the bus network.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce that briefly?
Yeah, and I'll update. I'll share all 3 to the clerk via the chat. Yeah, so the first one is the next step for bus rapid transit. This would be asking admin to then bring it forward to the 4-year budget. Again, we can have more conversation about the design, etc. But that's as I understand it, the next step required to get this ball rolling on the BRT package. Secondly, advancing White Ave redesign. This is basically saying if we're going to be doing BRT down White Ave, if we're going to be chopping up White Ave anyway, let's do the pedestrian realm improvements around the sidewalks, around the intersections, around those other pieces between 109 and Calgary Trail that we had committed to doing. And then the third motion is basically what we've heard from admin. Transit priority measures is kind of expired now, and it needs to be ongoing. I mean, personally, I'd like to see it baked into a permanent base budget, but they require a nudge here to bring forward the TPM plan to the next budget. So that's the 3 of them. They're all interconnected.
Great. Great, thank you. I don't have any questions. Anyone with questions on Councillor Jans's motions? Yeah, we'll just wait till we get that wording. Maybe I'll just ask administration a really quick question. I just want to confirm that the timing of this is right. Like, we're not going to do too much planning before, like, too far away from when we can actually implement so that we have to redo work. I'm thinking particularly on the BRTs.
So for the BRT, I think the question of how far and how fast council wants to go is really the question, because once we have the concept and we have a better understanding of how much funding will be required to advance it, I think you'll have a better sense of what the feasibility of doing that in a one budget cycle would be.
Because my understanding though is that we were still constrained by the southeast barn, like if we don't have.
I think this is something that like Kerry, like ETS and IS would be working together. So we have an update on the Southeast Transit Garage coming on April 8th. The garage is set to be open in 2031, which will allow new buses to be added in 2032. And so Kerry can speak to what that could mean.
Yeah, I think the details, it's probably that garage report that'll flush that out a bit more. I know council had some questions about, can we accelerate, et cetera, and there's probably some of you wondering, 2032? But this is all intertwined. So I think the bus rapid transit, when it gets to service commencement, it'll coincide with when did we order those growth buses? Did we have the funding to do that, et cetera, et cetera? So we'll link all of these things together.
Okay, and again, we won't do too much planning that we then have to sort of redo because years have passed before we're actually at the implementation
No, the
stage.
goal
Okay.
would be that everything is really tightly connected, so we're not having to redo things.
Great, great. Okay, I see the wording of the motion on the board and in our chat. So I'll do a last call for questions. Otherwise, we can move to speaking to. Going once, going twice. Councillor Tang or Councillor Jansen, do you have questions? No, okay, Councillor Tang.
I'll just be really brief because I think I was saving a lot of my energy for 7.3. I think overall, yeah, these are sound. I will say, you know, if frequency and reliable transit service is top priorities for riders and for city administration, my concern is that if the roads are not there to deliver, I'm not sure adding more buses or changing signal lights or dedicating lanes, especially key bottlenecks, or just 2 lanes, in already congested areas of the city will necessarily meet these goals for frequency and reliable transit service. I think this report has a lot of connection to 7.3, so I'll save those commentary there, but I just want to share that feedback with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Clark.
Great, just to the mover, so just
Well,
so
we're going for speaking now. I know it's okay. We're moving quickly.
Okay, let me try that then. Kind of hypothetically, if I'm just thinking out loud on this one, you know, I see all these as, you know, kind of what I thought, you know, these meetings today were sort of about, and I think this is sort of formalizing it a little bit more to go to the next step on it, which I think is what we need to do. You know, I don't think there's much argument that the transit priority measures are good, BRT is good. You know, I think what we're talking about today and what we heard is what that looks like in implementation and what that looks like in routes and what are kind of the benefits we need to weigh there is what that does. But, you know, if I'm reading the intent of this, there's still a lot of work to be done on those things. This is just about advancing, I think, kind of the overall concepts or priorities, getting them to the next step so we're not waiting, you know, another decade to start seeing some of these things get to the reality stage. So that's my speaking to it.
Thank you. Mayor Knack.
Thanks very much, and sorry I had to sort of jump in and out. So I know, I believe Councillor Stevenson is planning on making a motion specific to some of the very specific concerns we have on 101st Street, so I won't speak to that yet other than just acknowledging that's coming. So I'm going to focus on the rest of the motion here very quickly. Need to do it. I want to say it out loud, and I think Councillor Chan sort of alluded to it in his opening, but particularly within point 3 and even arguably within point 1, along with the roadway network that Councillor Tang is talking about and will be talking about more, I'm sure, in 7.3.
we need to, as a city, make sure that we're building in funding for transit, funding for roads, funding for active transportation, funding for sidewalks. That needs to be built into our base budget. So we have to stop the one-offs piece. So my expectation going into this 4-year budget as part of the capital, even recognizing a very limited capital funding profile, is that all of those modes of transportation are included in the next capital profile. None of them will likely be to the level that we want them to be, but if any one of them is missing, then I actually think we've done something wrong, because if we're, council has talked about within our growth management priority, expanding transportation choices, and the only way we expand transportation choices is by investing in all of those choices. So to me, this is no longer, this should hopefully be the last time this motion is ever made, because going forward, it should be built into a base budget. And then the only way it would ever come out is if a future council decided in budget deliberations to pull out funding of road, or funding of a transportation or transit priority measure, or funding of a sidewalk, or funding of an active pathway. So we need to do it. It's time to just start building that into how we're growing as a city. I see a lot of the on-time performance pieces. We need to invest in this to allow our transit option to be more viable for more people. And then yes, at some point, I think, not today, we really do need to better understand the 6 years to the next series of buses. I think we need to figure out a different path. And I know it's going to be tough, but I think 6 years to get the next round of buses is not viable. But in the meantime, because that is the current reality until we have a future conversation, this motion is even more important for that. And I think the last thing I'll just flag specifically on point 3, and we talked about it at a recent council or committee meeting, there had already been direction to city administration about traffic signal upgrades when the traffic, the circulators, the loops in the roadways, making sure that type of infrastructure is being built in when we're building the road in the first place. I appreciate there's not going to be a lot in the budget for a lot of reconstruction, but every reconstruction we do, that type of infrastructure needs to be built in from the base. And again, just a basic expectation. So I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Just before we go to our next speaker, we've just had a request to update the wording to say to be brought forward for consideration. And consideration, so replacing discussion with consideration, which I assume is friendly and
Yep, my
fine.
mistake.
Oh, no, that's absolutely fine. Thank you. Councillor Salvador is next.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to take a moment to jump on and
Sorry, and just adding for consideration during the 27-30 capital and operating budget discussion to point 2 as well, if we can, please.
Great. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Salvador.
all good. Yeah. No, just wanted to share some thoughts more broadly and just reflect on what I heard from a number of speakers today, and also speak in support of these motions. I think these are really important next steps and sort of the logical next steps to continue doing this important work, so that it can be considered as part of our budget conversations. So, as many of speakers shared today, I continue to believe that investing in BRT and transit priority measures is really about making the system more convenient, more reliable, more competitive. I think about my own experiences in the communities that I serve, where I'll meet folks who will frequently share, I would love to take public transit, I want to take public transit, but it's just not getting me where I need to go quick enough or with a high enough degree of reliability. And that can be incredibly limiting. So broadly speaking, I've said this for a long time, I continue to say it, that we've chronically underinvested in our public transit system, and that in order to keep up with demand, we need to be looking at options, both long-term and some of the investments we're making into storage infrastructure and garage space is really important, but we also need to be looking at what we can do today, and I see these actions as some of that low-hanging fruit. So really excited that we'll be able to continue talking about that. And in the context of congestion, we are, of course, a growing city, and we know that one of the most effective ways to address congestion is to make mass transit a competitive choice for people. Dedicated lanes and priority measures are one of the most cost-effective ways to increase capacity on our existing infrastructure for a relatively low capital cost. And then finally, this came through a little bit from our speakers, but just highlighting how how these measures and transit more broadly truly is linked to affordability and equity of access. For many folks, driving is not a universal option, and for many Edmontonians, transit is their only lifeline to get to school, to get to work, get to appointments, and just meet their daily needs. So by investing in these kinds of measures and being able to consider them, it's about ensuring everyone has access to our communities. At the same time, it also provides people practical choice and freedom to be able to opt out of personal vehicles without sacrificing their mobility or their time. So, yep, thanks again for the conversation. Thanks for these motions, and looking forward to the next steps.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. And that is exactly it. This just gives administration the capacity to come back with next steps. There are still conversations to be had. There's still considerations to be made. But the larger metric here is we are a growing city. We know that infrastructure costs us an enormous amount of money. And one of the things that has been a challenge for not just Edmonton, but every municipality is maintaining and replacing infrastructure, especially roads. They're extremely expensive. So the data is clear and unassailable that when BRT lanes are added, when transit is added, this reduces the wear and tear on our roads. It reduces congestion, or at least slows congestion from increasing as fast as it normally would. One thing I hear from residents across the board is the desire for better transit. If we do not make the moves to create better transit, we're not doing the job. And part of that in any city, part of any move in any city is adjustment, compromise, listening, and reacting, and trying to put forward a plan that works for the most people for the most good. At the same time, ensuring that the tyranny of the majority does not steamroll those who are most vulnerable or don't have as strong a voice. That's the work that we are engaged in, and it is essential not only for the movement of people and for saving on the wear and tear of our roads and reducing the increase of congestion, but also for things like economic activity, for allowing seniors, and we're getting more and more of them every day as the population ages, who are opting out of driving. They deserve a transit system that is safe, clean, and effective. That is a priority. And so in that metric, and with that in mind, allowing people to travel, allowing seniors to get to volunteer or employment or social activities, allowing folks to fulfill their daily work, and having a system that actually makes it less difficult to choose to take transit is something that I take extremely seriously. And so I obviously support this. I support the work that's coming forward, and I support the very real and robust conversations and efforts on behalf of council to address those concerns through budget and policy and action. Those are the conversations that we're going to be having. We heard about the sidewalks and the snow clearing. We're having that debate. We're having that conversation. We've heard about the concerns about social disorder. We're having those conversations. We're actually making dents in it, even though the problem is far too large. And a municipality has far too few tools to deal with it effectively. So we are talking to the provincial government about the necessity of taking this more seriously for the safety and economy of the capital city of Alberta. These are the major challenges we're facing, and these are the ways that we must approach them. And I am hoping and praying that we get enough headway with the provincial government that they say, yes, we're moving fast, we're trying our best, but based on the feedback from the people of Edmonton, we will work harder and we will move faster to address what is a solvable problem in our streets. And we are willing partners at any moment for that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like I'm about to be a wet blanket. And not that again, as I said before, obviously we need to shift to BRT. Obviously, White Ave having more of a public realm as a vital historical district in our city is important. Obviously, priority transit measures are a low cost, high efficiency way to do this. So I'm not contending the principles of the motion here in terms of the intent, but I can't help but look at attachment 3 in this report before us today that shows the mass transit network with BRT routes in Edmonton. And we had speakers today upon speakers talking about how mass transit's the backbone of our public transit network. Mass transit is essential to allowing people the choice, and it's about affordability, and it's about all of these things. And yet here we are. The thing I take the most contention with in this motion is that we would prioritize BRT B2 route, which in this map literally overlays and actually goes parallel to an LRT route, whilst leaving almost more than a quadrant of the city without any mass transit. I don't even know why this map has the metro line in it. I know it's planned, but it's such a far off concept at this point. Like, we all have to be honest about that. If we're going to be switching to what my colleagues are saying about the importance of switching to BRT, because really, quite frankly, fiscally, that's going to be the best option to advance mass transit, we're not going to be able to get the metro line to north. So if you look at this map, you literally only have mass transit going down 97th Street if we approve and fund BRT B1. And then you have the LRT West that would go down 107th Ave and then go to West Edmonton Mall and Lewis Farms. That is the only 2 mass transit routes that you have anywhere in the Northwest. And so it's really disheartening. And I get it. I get it that a lot of people that are on a lot of these advocacy groups don't live in the Northwest. But if we actually want to talk about equitable transit and transit service, like, I really think we need to have a bigger conversation about if our city plan concepts still stand, if those assumptions that were made that went into our city plan mass transit plan actually hold, and if we are perpetuating inequity across our city. Because guess what? Some of the most affordable neighborhoods to live in are in the Northwest. So we're talking about affordability, but yet those people still have to own then 2 cars. I heard in the Community and Public Services Committee meeting that we were in this morning, next to O'Damon, Warden Nilmick has the highest percentage of affordable housing in our portfolio as a city. We did a report that came to council in the last term that did a vulnerability index overlay that talked about seniors, people of indigeneity, and low income. And many of those neighborhoods were also in the Northwest. They were scattered across the rest of the city, but a lot of those other neighborhoods at least had one of these lines that was in some way intersecting with it. So while I know that this is going to pass and it's really innocuous because it's really just debating what we're going to have to grapple with, which is a significant proportion of priorities for both capital and operating in our next budget cycle, and not enough money to do any of it really at the end of the day, I will continue to be an advocate for this perpetual inequity that exists in this network. And I don't know how any of my colleagues or any of the transit advocacy and Pass for People groups can look at this map and not see that inequity and not want to rectify it. So yeah, approve this today. But if this comes to council, I want to be very transparent with the public and my colleagues. There is no way at this point that I would support B2. I would support B6 over B2 actually, because that at least cuts a quadrant that doesn't have the LRT. So I think it would actually be B1 and B6 if we're talking about the ones that are currently here over B2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans to close.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely would like to see B6 included too. I'm not sure why, well, when I asked admin for support in the motion, why B6 was excluded. I imagine it's because of construction on the roadway at this time and we're just not ready here. But maybe that's a question we can ask after, given Twilliger freeway project. So overall, I think today was very exciting that we heard from a lot of folks. Even the folks who are in opposition are concerned about 101. Generally a high level of degree of support for transit priority measures and generally a high degree of support for bus rapid transit generally in our city. I think it's really exciting that together we're all building a city where public transit can be our first choice, not just our last choice. I think it's really exciting to hear so many people talking about how we can make transit better and more welcoming and more accessible. I was prepared, I thought Councillor Tang was going to hit me with the how does this align with our council priorities, actions, and principles, and I had ready to go. I was like, okay, well, economic development, $20 per dollar return on investment here. Growth management, we'll be able to cut down on parking, and da-da-da. I was ready to go on all of them, but truly, these sorts of investments do interlock into all of them. I think for me, my expectation, I know admin can always build things into base budget, and I hope they will, but we are spending way too much money on our operating costs around transit, where buses and drivers and equipment and tools are stuck in traffic. And so if we can spend a little bit of money on the capital side, that will pay dividends on the operating side. And we need to make sure that that is a key priority there. So I'm hoping that's built into base and no debate becomes necessary at budget. I also would encourage everyone who's watching who might be a bit skeptical about this or hears about it. TransLink Vancouver put out this phenomenal video called The Empty Bus Lane Myth. And it talks about just the carrying of how, one or two buses can carry so many more people. And it shows how the road usage is done, and it's phenomenal. One of the most frequent concerns I hear about in my ward is traffic issues being the core of the city. Many people are driving through our ward in the morning and then through our ward on the way home after. So really, I'm agnostic on where the exact alignments of the routes are. If there's a decision to move it from Calgary Trail to 99 to wherever, as long as we go back to the principle of where are the most riders, how do we help the most people do mode shift? How do we offer the best way to reduce traffic for everyone? So as I see it right now, our most frequent routes are the 4, the 8, and the 9. I see administration's plan here to start tackling those and helping help speed up those routes, and that's very exciting. So I'd ask everyone's support, and thank you again to all of you who have helped advance this to this point.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. I believe I was next on the list, and I have a motion that I would like to move as well. That Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that administration reinstate on-street parking southbound on 101 Street between 107th Avenue and Kingsway during weekday daytime hours, 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., and provide a report to committee with an analysis of related bus on-time performance data after 6 months of implementation. Due date Q1 2027. And just to introduce this, as a huge transit supporter and a big believer in transit priority measures, this feels like an odd motion for me to be bringing forward. I agree that ensuring reliable service for transit is absolutely critical. And this is a case where I don't know that I'm seeing that the trade-off or the necessity of impacting businesses is there in order to achieve that. When this was first being implemented last year, I had been supportive of it moving forward so that we could collect data, understand the impact that it was having. And I think what I have seen in the data to date is that the impact during the midday hours for me isn't enough to warrant the significant impact that it is having on local businesses. I know when I've been there, I've personally witnessed many of the conditions that they're describing. Fairly empty roadways, buses actually using the middle lane to travel through anyways, and also some of the challenges that make it hard for other parking areas to be accessed. I think it's really important, though, that I'm also clear with community that for me this isn't a forever thing. I think there will come a time when traffic volumes on 101 Street will necessitate the removal of that parking. I think that ultimately what I want to get to is the most efficient use of roadway now, which in my mind includes opening it up for on-street parking during the day. But in the future, that may mean that parking can't be there so that we can accommodate the bus routes and having that consistent service. I'll leave it there and open to any questions. Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Can I ask administration? I've heard this a couple of times about buses using the middle lane. Why would that be? Or why could that be?
Yeah, so it could be that a bus isn't continuing all the way through on 101. So if they have to make, as an example, a left-hand turn, then they wouldn't need to be in that particular bus lane for that portion. I know initially when we rolled this out, operators weren't sure if they were allowed to use the lane and if it was finished and kind of transitioned to us. We had given them a lot of support through operations, including having inspectors actually out there visually monitoring and then following up and supporting them. I think we're at a better point now, and the feedback we're getting is very positive from the operators.
Right. So could it, what about like potholes, parked cars, snow and ice, obstructions? Is there a directive, like if there's a lane, you must remain in the lane? Is that a standard operating procedure?
I mean, overall, they have some discretion as they're navigating hazards. Obviously, we want them to do their best. They're struggling with that on-time performance. I think Raj touched it from ATU. They kind of internalize that pressure of not being on time, and it's really hard on their mental health. So they do have some discretion, but ultimately we want them using that lane, and provided it's free of hazards, that's the instruction is they use that lane.
Right. To the mover, I guess we've only just made this, when did we make this change?
November, so it's been nearly 6 months.
4 months, maybe?
All of November, December, January, February, March.
Okay, split
5.
the difference. 5, there we go. Yeah, would the mover be open to waiting a calendar year just to get a full data for all seasons and all experiences here before doing a move like this?
Yeah, I think that's really reasonable. I think that the reason I'm not willing in this case is just the outsized impact it is having on these businesses. I think that what we were asking them to do for these first 6 months is to assume some of the risk. So we're going to test something out, see the results, and they were taking the risk in terms of losing their parking. From the data I'm seeing, I'm just not seeing the imperative for them to continue carrying that risk. I think, again, the reason that this motion includes a report back in another 6 months, and again, to be clear to the businesses, if we do see a drop in on-time performance, then we remove the parking. But it's just erring on the side of giving them that capacity and that facility while we're testing things out.
Are you confident in the causality that the self-reported data from the businesses about their own, I've heard a couple different ones have said 50% or 60%. Are you confident in that self-reported data compared to the data shown by the transit apps?
I don't think that they're contradicting one another. I think what I'm seeing is that the improvements on on-time performance for Route 9 have improved at every time of day, whether parking restrictions have been in place or not. And actually, the time that they have improved the least has been midday when parking restrictions are. So I don't, for me, I'm skeptical that the increases are related to this intervention in this specific spot.
And if I'm reading your motion correctly to the mover, between Kingsway and 107 Ave, if I counted, I think that's 12 stalls of parking.
I heard 38.
But that's the whole duration. I think the duration, your motion, I think, contemplates just 12. Can via the chair to administration, could we clarify how many stalls of parking are we talking about here with Councillor Stevenson's motion?
In the southbound direction on 101st Street in that area, there's 16 stalls.
I guess I'm struggling to the mover. Could you help me explain how those 16 stalls are going to, I think, have the business impact that you think?
Sure. So I think a good point was flagged around turnover. And so when you think about 16 stalls, if those are turning over twice over the lunch hour, that's 32 tables. Like 32 tables is no small thing between two restaurants.
Sorry, how do you know the people in those 16 stalls are going to the restaurants? They're not walking to the Epcot Tower? Or they're all going to the Dairy Queen? Or they're all going to Vic?
Yeah, and I think that, having other parking management in terms of 2-hour limits is fair. I think the timing of the restriction, it's unlikely that someone working downtown is able to park at 9:30, walk to their work, come back by 3:30. You know what I mean? Like, if you're parking there for the full day.
I could park there right now in front of a restaurant, though, and go to a Vic and have lunch there and come back.
Yep, yeah, absolutely.
Or the record store, or Dairy Queen, or Chinatown, or walk to the Italian Center.
Yeah, all great local businesses that we'd like to support. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, just a question to administration. This was implemented in 2025, right?
That's correct.
And it included creating a dedicated lane as well as removal of parking, and then did some repairs to the road, if I'm understanding correctly?
That's right. We repaved the road, restriped the road, and put in the dedicated lane southbound with the parking restrictions that have been talked about today.
Councillor Rutherford, it's
yeah.
Pascal Ladouceur. I just want to add that this was only phase 1 of the transit priority measures for 101 Street. And so we are working on finalizing the design for the phase 2, which is further south, and that will be implemented this year in 2026.
And kind of similar to, I'm guessing, similar to 132 Ave, while you've seen some improvement, there would be even more improvement once it's a contiguous
Yes, exactly.
corridor. Okay. What would, based on this motion that's on the floor, what costs have we already put into this project, and what cost would this project incur by reversing? Because I'm guessing we wouldn't just be able to reinstate parking because now we've got the lines that show it's a dedicated lane and stuff like that. It would, what's involved with the motion in front of us?
The dedicated lane wouldn't change, so the pavement markings would remain as is. So this motion talks about a certain period of the day. What I read from this is that the dedicated lane would remain in place from and in operation, from 6 a.m. until 9:30 a.m. and then would be back in operation from 3:30 p.m. until 6 p.m. So that would be the operating hours of the dedicated bus lane. Otherwise, parking would be permitted in that space as it was previously. The big change would be to signage to change the hours of operation of the bus lane.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to get a scope of cost of that, because this is ultimately, I'm not on committee, but if this passes committee and comes to council, I'm trying to understand for my decision-making purposes.
Yeah, it's Carrie again. I don't think we have that cost, but we do have internal support for signage. We could follow up with you on that.
Yeah, because I'm seeing like we just did the cost to remove it. Then if this motion passed, there'd be cost to reinstate, and then in 6 months' time come back with a report to potentially unreinstate again.
Correct. That would be done through Parks and Road Services.
Okay. And I guess to the transit planning, the transportation planning team, sorry, not transit. The reason that it's not just peak hours, because I understand like the peak commute time, but I heard from transit that this route is doesn't really have peaks and valleys. It has sort of steady, consistent. Do we see the same? What's the traffic patterns like? Like, do we see that congestion just at the peak times, like before 9:30 and after 3:30, or is that road facing congestion issues more writ large throughout the day?
The traffic volumes do vary throughout the day. We see the largest amount of traffic actually through there in the midday peak. Morning is kind of competing for that as well. It drops off a little bit more in the, surprisingly in the PM, but yeah, the large amounts are in the morning and midday.
Okay, that's helpful. That's all for me for right now.
Great, thank you. So we're just at our 3:30 break, and I know there's some questions and probably a bit of speaking to, so we'll pause this here and come back at 3:45. Thank you. roll call, we've got Councillor Jans, Clark, Paquette, and Mayor Knack on committee. We're also joined in chambers with Councillor Morgan, Councillor Tang, and Councillor Wright. And online, pleased to welcome Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Principe. Thank you. Councillor Paquette, you were next.
Yeah, just to speak.
All right, just confirming there are no further questions. Okay, we'll go to speaking. Councillor Paquette.
Okay, just super quick. I'm going to support this motion for some very simple reasons. One is that before we actually get the full program underway, I think there's a little bit of leeway here, and collecting that data is actually probably pretty important for future conversations. Like, you want to be able to prove the need, and this is a way to do that. The other reason I support this motion is that it's only during the daytime hours, and while I understand that the desire to acclimate and get people used to this lane being completely closed, before we have that dedicated funding and BRT in, I think we can count on the fact that human beings are fairly intelligent and will be able to adjust if we have to adjust. And, you know, as Councillor Stevenson mentioned in the introduction, this should not be read as a long-term guarantee, but more of a concession to the fact that there are other challenges in the area right now that we touched on, talked with administration about addressing. And I want to see how seriously administration takes those concerns with results. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
I'm opposed to this motion and would urge my colleagues not to support it at this time. And if there is issues, to come back in a full calendar year once we've been through 4 seasons and we can take a look at this and pieces here. By the mover's own argument where we talked about 16 stalls could mean 32 tables with the turnover. I don't believe that's the case. I think when you have people coming in single cars, your 16 stalls is more likely to be eight people times 2. You can figure out where very quickly that it's just not enough. If you have a restaurant with 100 tables and the parking is already full, people are going to have to park somewhere else. And luckily in this area, there is a lot of paid parking. There's a parking lots just nearby, just down from this spot. And even then, coming back to my main problem with this, which is my main problem with parking conversations everywhere, is that there's no guarantee that the car parked outside of your restaurant isn't, say, one of your staff members or one of your neighbor's staff members or someone else. It's not, you don't know that they are a customer. You don't know that they are your customer. You don't know that they are, like, anyone could park there. That's the beauty of free parking. It's the beauty of parking. Anyone could be parking there. They could be parking there and then walking somewhere else entirely. They are not necessarily your customer. That is unlike with the bus, where we have 32,000 riders who are going down this street, and we need to speed up those trips. And why is the 9 delayed? Why are there delays in other areas? Why do we have buses bunching? It's because of all of these cumulative small issues that add up. So I think it's a false attribution to say that restoring these stalls is going to be is going to make a outsized difference to the business, when we know that restoring these stalls will certainly have an impact on reducing transit efficiency, which means higher taxes, which means fewer hours of service for buses to go in other communities, which means more wear and tear on our buses and everything else. If our core priority is efficiency, if our core priority is civic services, this is really what I think we need to be focusing on now. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. I will support this motion. I think, in general, BRT, obviously it's good, we want to do it. This might be a BRT route. We don't know, but it's identified that, and that might happen in the long term. We've got some steps to get there. I think in the short term, this is a good solution. These businesses, I trust kind of their judgment and data on it. They've been there for a long time. They've weathered a lot of storms. So, if they're saying this is a direct result correlation, what's happening, I trust that they probably know what they're talking about on this, and how much that affects their business for drop in traffic. In terms of other BRT routes, and I get the overall idea and concept of it, that people can walk and there's walkability and parking. I think the challenges are right around this specific stretch that we're talking about are pretty severe. Anyone who walks down there from, if you even went right now, you would see what I'm talking about there. So I think there's some other issues that we have to deal with. And I hope, if this is a short-term solution, that we can really take those seriously, as Councillor Burkett said, and deal with those issues. So if this does get implemented in the future and this does become that BRT route and gets all the people downtown that we want them to be, that we are making sure those other issues are dealt with and people can feel pretty safe when they're parking or they're using their bike or their LRT or whatever it is to get to these locations. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you all very much. Mayor Knack.
Thanks. Just a few thoughts on this. So yeah, I'll support the motion with just, again, a few sort of cautions like others have shared. I don't think this is going to solve every problem, and with the greatest of respect to one of my speakers earlier, and I'm just going to note, like, the folks that are struggling, A, locking them out's not going to solve the problem. B, the data is clear that the provincial government has shown that if you actually get folks into housing with supports, that's the right solution. We need to work with the provincial government on that, because I think simply bringing in, less than 20 stalls is not going to solve people's safety perception issues. That's not going to solve the overall body of work. So if folks haven't already, and I know a lot of folks in Chinatown have, but just to flag, and we're still working on that with the Minister Nixon, we're going to try to bring Minister Nixon out to actually walk the streets to understand what you're all dealing with. Because at the end of the day, those are the folks that have to solve the problem in a more meaningful way. So if you haven't already, please make sure to reach out to Minister Nixon. Please make sure, even if you have, reach out again. We need to keep pushing, because I think the things that you're dealing with are real. I don't think the parking stalls are going to solve it. But I think it's a reasonable solution in the short term. While we get the overall network, 32,000 people moving in a bus is actually a very significant amount of people per day. We need to make sure that those folks have efficient ways to move. I'm not convinced that during changing the daytime piece is going to dramatically impact their experience, which is why I'm okay with making the switch. I heard about it during the Chinatown Forum during the campaign, and I had said something similar, that I was willing to explore this, so I'm happy to follow through on this, and I appreciate Councillor Stevenson making this motion, but also with the same caution that over time, we will be shifting to a point where this becomes likely a full-time bus rapid transit lane. I just don't think we need it today, whether that's next year, whether that's 2 or 3 years from now, whether that's 5 years from now. That I don't know yet, and we just need data to help inform that. But I just wanted to acknowledge the other piece and say we have lots of work to do, and hopefully when we can get a community walk going with the province, and we're going to keep supporting as the city. We haven't been sitting back waiting for them to act, but we need all parties there, and I know the folks here today in this room are also interested in being a part of that solution. So I'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Very briefly to close, I just want to speak to staff and want to encourage you to not be discouraged by this decision. Really appreciate the work that you do and the tough balances that you strike. And I can imagine that as you look to expand these routes across the whole city, this is really daunting. There are going to be impacts. There is going to be parking lost in other areas. And for me, this doesn't mean that we aren't going to go down that road, that we aren't going to make those hard decisions. It's just wanting to make sure that we have the data and the evidence when making those calls. We want to bring our community along with us, and I really want to thank the businesses for, articulating that you see and are supportive of these routes during the morning and evening peak hours. That's what we want to happen, and I trust that as the area continues to change, as we start to see more traffic, that again you'll be willing to take that next step when it's needed, when we do have higher volumes of traffic and need that dedicated lane from 6 to 6. Really, again, appreciate everyone speaking and sharing their insights, and encourage my colleagues to support. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried 4-1. All right, I believe that concludes item 7.1. So we'll go now to 7.2. Again, just to folks part of the meeting, we're going to have a presentation from administration, hear from speakers, and then I think on 7.2 we will just defer this to our next committee meeting. We'll then go to a brief presentation on 7.3, do our best to hear from all of those speakers, and then requisition that one to council most likely. We'll just give our delegation a moment to get set up on 7.2.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your patience. We're here today to continue the conversation on respectful construction practices and builder accountability. I am joined today by Steve Goodwin, Director of Safety Codes and Permits Inspections, and representatives from Legal Services are here to answer the questions that you may have next meeting, it sounds like. To understand our progress, it's important to recognize that safe building practices are managed through a complex ecosystems across 6 distinct business areas within the city. Development compliance, safety codes, lot grading, landscaping, problem properties and community standards, and coordination with OH&S representatives from the province. To manage the various legislations, we utilize a comprehensive suite of tools and are developing new approaches that we are outlining in this presentation. We'll provide you with an update on the Construction Accountability Program, touch on the Project Implementation Plan, and Coordinated Construction Accountability Team. With our city's overall goal of achieving 50% of new units in redeveloping communities, existing neighborhoods will see more construction as this change takes place. To help with this change, in addition to the overall compliance and enforcement ecosystem, the infill liaison team is being created to help communicate, educate, and respond to residents' concerns and information gaps as it relates to infill. Construction is an inherently messy process that comes with digging, noise, and equipment moving. While most builders comply with rules, regulations, and safe builder practices, a minority can create safety hazards for neighboring properties and consume excess resources. We have heard the concerns of Edmontonians, and our goal is to increase the level of compliance with regulations and to hold repeat offenders accountable. As construction in redeveloping areas accelerates, we understand that this will cause disruption to adjacent neighbors, and this construction needs to be and occur in a sensitive and responsible manner. We are committed to improving the compliance and enforcement system. Building upon our current system, additional resources are being added and tools are being developed and created to improve our compliance rates while ensuring the majority of compliant builders can continue their pace of development. Next slide, please.
Creating safe construction practices begins at the permitting stage before any actual construction takes place. The Project Implementation Plan is a document package where builders outline how they will comply with applicable legislation before work begins. They compile documents like pre-construction site observations, demolition plans, excavation plans, or shoring documentation, and keep records of communication with the neighbors. In the PIP guide, we are referencing complex legislation and explaining how each piece applies to the job site. It educates builders so they can't claim ignorance when they fail to manage a site properly. Due to the nature of Edmonton's construction industry with low barriers to entry and hundreds of different builders, education is a key component and the first step to creating safe construction sites. A letter of commitment is a mandatory part for most building applications. Having a PIP becomes a binding condition of the issued permit. When a site visit reveals the builder failed to create and maintain a PIP, the Safety Codes Officer has the authority to issue a stop work order. Work must cease at this time until the site is brought into compliance. This provides us with a firm lever to enforce the PIP. Next slide. The Coordinated Construction Accountability Team, or CCAT, is designed to improve communication with the public by managing and processing infill inquiries and coordinating responses from all 6 business areas. Administration has established CCAT. The team has been formed and is working with 311 to develop specialized scripts and routing. Rollout of the process is on track, currently in the testing phase, and inquiry processing is set to start second quarter. We will use the lessons learned from this initial rollout to refine the process and inform process improvements. An internal dashboard is also in the development phase. This tool will help us with high-level analysis and identifying non-compliant builders and tends to drive improvement. Next slide. This brings us to the update on the Construction Accountability Program. Our original intent was to refuse a permit to those who repeatedly fail to meet standards. The notion to refuse the permit was based on an innovative and interpretive use of section regulations in the Safety Codes Act. However, following a comprehensive legal review and weighing the potential liabilities the city would be exposed to, administration determined that we lacked the legal authority to refuse a permit based on past performance and were required to issue permits based on the application at hand. Consequently, we have shifted our model from permit refusal to enhanced oversight. The goals of accountability and responsibility remain the same, although our mechanisms have been adjusted to align with our authority. Administration is launching a performance-based system to categorize builders into a standard or high oversight status based on compliance data. Next slide. Path A represents the standard oversight status, and this applies to the vast majority of projects in Edmonton. For these builders, the process remains unchanged and will continue as it is today. They will submit their letter of commitment at the permit application stage and ensure the full project implementation plan is available on site for inspectors. This ensures that the vast majority of our industry partners will not encounter new administrative hurdles. Next slide. For builders with a documented history of noncompliance, we are introducing the more rigorous path B. Through our new performance-based system, administration will apply a high oversight status to those who consistently fail to meet applicable standards. This process will add additional requirements and review at the permitting stage, increased scrutiny at the inspection stage, and additional training and education. Combined, it will be more time-consuming and costly for builders. In the high oversight category, we will no longer rely on a letter of commitment. Instead, we will require the submission of the PIP for review at the permit application. This, coupled with the proactive inspection framework, allowing us to dispatch inspectors unprompted during high-risk phases of construction, like demolition and excavation. We are creating a specialized training program available to applicants in the high oversight status. It will focus on the PIP and application quality and serve as a pathway to return to standard oversight status. Finally, we are evaluating the bylaw amendments that will allow us to introduce a fee recovery for proactive inspections and the associated training program. In summary, we remain fully committed to the goal of increasing compliance, but we have adjusted the approach to achieving it. The PIP is our primary tool to educate builders on legislative requirements and give them the information needed to comply with these legislations. CAP will allow us to provide a higher level of scrutiny to builders who require it through additional inspections, training, and fees. And the CCAT team will improve customer service around complaints from neighbors and help identify trends that show us where more compliance efforts are needed. Together, these tools work to improve and achieve responsible construction practices in our city and improve accountability. Next slide. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to our public speakers. So I'll invite Brian Waters from Build Edmonton Metro Region, Beverly Zubot, Residential Infill Working Group, Lydia Kawoon, Residential Infill Working Group, and Eleanor Van Gunst. I believe you're joining us online.
Yes, I'm joining online.
Great, thank you. So as soon as you are seated, please feel free to share your comments. Everyone will have 5 minutes, and just a reminder that there'll be questions of your panel at the end, so don't go away. Thank you. Speaker Waters, over to you.
Hello, thank you, members of Urban Planning Committee. My name is Brian Waters. I'm the construction manager for Cash Homes and the chair of Build Edmonton Metro's Builder Technical Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today on this. I want to start by reinforcing that Build Edmonton Metro supports the intent behind the Construction Accountability Program. The focus on improving construction practices, strengthening accountability, and building public confidence is something both the city and industry are aligned on. We also appreciate the shift towards a performance-based model. Targeting oversight towards builders with repeated compliance issues is the right direction. It ensures enforcement is evidence-based and that resources are focused where they are actually needed. But as we move from concept into the implementation, there's an important opportunity in front of us. The conversation today has largely focused on enforcement, on how we manage and respond to poor performance. That's necessary, but it's only one side of the equation. If we want to truly shift behavior across the industry, we also need to spend equal time exploring the other side. How we recognize, enable, and incentivize the majority of builders who are already doing things the right way. Because the reality is, most builders are compliant. They're meeting standards, managing their sites responsibly, and contributing positively to neighborhoods. The risk we need to avoid is designing a system that unintentionally treats them the same as the small number of repeat offenders. So the question becomes, what are the levers we can introduce that actively reward strong performance? Could mean exploring things like reduced inspection frequency or streamlined processes for builders with a proven track record, faster approvals or priority processing tied to demonstrated compliance, greater predictability in timelines, which is one of the most valuable incentives that we can provide. These types of tools don't reduce accountability, they strengthen it. They create a clear, performance-based system where expectations are transparent and outcomes are earned. At the same time, they help address a very real pressure in the system. As noted in our submission, even small delays on the order of a few months can add tens of thousands of dollars to a project. These costs ultimately flow through to housing prices and affordability. So if we're serious about both accountability and housing outcomes, we need a framework that is not only corrective, but also enabling. This is where we see a real opportunity for collaboration. Industry can work with the city to help define what good performance looks like in measurable terms, and what incentives would be meaningful and effective. At the same time, the city can ensure the system remains fair, transparent, and focused on outcomes. If we get that balance right, targeted enforcement for poor performers, paired with clear incentives for strong performers, we manage risk better. We actually raise the standard across the entire industry, and that's ultimately the shared goal. Thank you. We look forward to working with you to ensure the Construction Accountability Program delivers measurable, near, and long-term results.
Thank you very much. Next is Speaker Zubat. To you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of RIWG, we'd like to acknowledge the city's positive response to our earlier suggestions for increasing construction safety. We advocated for prevention of noncompliance of relevant legislation through the permit review process, followed up by strong enforcement. The report before you today indicates that that is the direction the city is moving, although we'd like to see more rapid progress. First, I'd like to talk about prevention. Initially, the Project Implementation Plan Program, PIP, was a weak enforcement guide, educational tool. While every building permit applicant had to sign a commitment to develop a PIP plan using the PIP guide, the resulting safety plan was not mandatory. The new approach, based on the report before you, suggests that the Safety Codes Branch intends to make the Project Implementation Plan a condition of the issued building permit. Thus, it will provide critical compliance documentation before construction begins. This is good prevention practice. But the mandatory safety plan is not scheduled to be a condition of issued permits until 2027, and it doesn't apply to everybody. We suggest that this practice of including it as a condition should start immediately, and it should be mandatory for all builders, not just those known bad builders. After all, the good builders can easily prepare this. They've done it before. The report indicates that stronger enforcement is on the way. The shift towards a more proactive inspection approach for demolitions and excavations, and the fee recovery model for repeated non-compliance, as well as escalating files to the judicial system, is great. We also support the work of the new cross-departmental team to coordinate responses to complex inquiries. It's a best practice and is necessary. The report frames construction issues as arising from a small subset of non-compliant builders. This is not the case. Even experienced builders struggle or can face compliance issues if expectations for the city are not clear. Developers have the same complaint as communities. Be clear on expectations. Ambiguity is a loophole that provides permission for non-compliance. The RS zone is riddled with ambiguity. Most notably, RS zone developments may fall under two different building code classifications. Part 9 classification, which generally includes smaller residential buildings and typically 4 or fewer dwelling units. And there's the Part 3 classification, which includes larger or more complex buildings, including those exceeding the Part 9 limits on involving higher intensity residential or mixed-use form. Each classification carries different technical standards and requirements for professional design and oversight. So how does this play out? Well, at the development permit stage, approvals are based primarily on the use definition, for example, row housing with secondary suites in physical form, without a detailed assessment of functional intensity such as total occupants or operational characteristics. Then at the building permit stage, however, classification is determined not by site use, but by building, and considers occupancy, but may not treat each row house as its own building with two dwellings, one principal and one secondary. Thus, the whole project stays under Part 9, small buildings. So this lack of alignment of definitions among approval stage risks not only non-compliance, but safety. A project may be approved under zoning as a low-intensity form, Part 9, but behaves like a high-intensity building for Part 3's higher and more stringent safety requirements, such as for building fire protection on number of exits, separations, and fire-rated materials. The risk this creates is that occupancy leads to greater potential of fires, which in any other zone would be protected by building codes that acknowledge this safety factor. However, the same protections are not applied in the RS zone. We believe that modest refinements to the zoning bylaw definitions, particularly the secondary suites, dwelling units, and lodging uses, along with more integrated function-based review at the outset would help ensure applications are directed to the appropriate permits review stream and reduce downstream conflicts that are difficult and costly to resolve once construction begins. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Cowan.
Lydia Cowan, yes.
Cowan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Urban Planning Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to acknowledge the important work the Council and Administration are doing on bylaw compliance and enforcement. Our goal is to support that work by sharing the patterns we see in our review of development permits that go to appeal, which reveal problems visible much earlier in the process before the building permits and preventable before they're built in and ripple down the process. Our core observation is this: while enforcement is essential, it is downstream. Many of the files that land with bylaw enforcement have their roots at the front end of the development permit process, depending on what review stream it enters, the assumptions that are made, and 3, whether functional questions are answered before approving a permit, which are deferred as details for later. What we are encouraging is a systemic issue. This is a systemic issue more than a matter of individual bad actors. We see experienced developers caught in the same process gap where decisions are made sequentially and pieces of the whole picture are missed. The development officer checks basic requirements, height, site coverage, setbacks. Plans then circulate separately to drainage, landscape, waste management, fire, and EPCOR, and the building, sometimes the safety code. Some of the units in the proposed development each have 5 to 7 bedrooms each, but bedroom count is not part of the development planner checklist. Each work from the approved labels and numbers on the plan, each with different occupancy expectations. The intent is narrow compliance with the checklist, but little to no functional assessment on how landscaping, pathways, drainage will work together for livability and safety. There's no clear oversight to compliance on planning outcomes at this earlier stage. This fact is particularly important as development permits for maximum unit proposals in the RS zone typically do not have architectural stamps as required in other zones. The result is that the RS interior and corner lot projects in older neighborhoods on constrained lots are processed with the same regard as simple houses or fourplexes, with the assumption of 16 residents, when in reality they're complex 28 to 34 bedroom apartment-style buildings designed for 30 to 50 occupants. If this is recognized earlier, the development would receive very different treatment for physical site design, fire safety, and avoid many downstream enforcement problems. I will give you a concrete example. There are many, but I'll give you one. The zoning bylaw requires 0.9 meter clear access path within a 1.2 meter side setback. But once retaining walls, drainage swales, window wells, stair runs, fence posts, and utility boxes are added, this can shrink to less than 0.5 meters. The other issue that we see is where Part 9.5 requirements are applied for these developments when the building functions more like a Part 3 building with higher occupancy and safety risks that trigger higher level scrutiny and requirements. Administration is moving positively to correct this, and I think that's great. However, more is required sooner to refine functional threshold tests so that smaller but high occupancy residential projects are also captured earlier in the process. Our request is to collaborate with administration through development services. We would like to meet with them to share what we've learned through the review process on appeals. And to support their efforts to incorporate functionality and occupancy explicitly into permit stage and streaming, and to refine thresholds so that complex, higher occupancy sites receive multidisciplinary review. This front-end work will complement bylaw compliance efforts and reduce enforcement needs by preventing problems at the start. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, Speaker Van Gunst, over to you.
Hello, and good day to everyone. My speaking is more of a personal experience as a homeowner. Speaking in public is not something I normally do, but this item is too important and too frustrating to keep silent about. It's clear that infill is going to occur, and urban sprawl will only increase property taxes to unmanageable levels. Our bylaws are in place to assist in guiding society in acceptable behavior as well as consistency. I believe that I'm a good neighbor, clearing snow and ice, mowing, keeping garbage from blowing around, and maintaining my yard so it's not an eyesore or a nuisance. Most of the neighbors are just like me and follow bylaws. However, there are too many developers that are inconsiderate of the neighborhood and not following bylaws. I know we could submit pictures as part of our time to speak, but I could not decide which of the over 300 I have of the infill infractions next door to me would be the most relevant, and so I opted not to submit any. Besides, we all know what garbage looks like, whether it's piled up next door, in our yard, blowing down the street, or big and small pieces. Yes, I have contacted the developer and I received hollow promises. Also, pictures cannot convey the annoyance of having your driveway blocked surprisingly numerous times, or the discovery that privacy in my own home is gone. Pictures cannot convey that there is not enough room for a sidewalk or the concern of where water will run off or potential flooding to my property. To date, I have made 6 requests to 311 and 2 of them still remain open. The most recent one was just closed. Reason given was does not meet bylaw offense standards. However, I was complaining about garbage from the site spilling over into public land as well as my property. No one called to speak to me or ask any further questions, just closed. I guess it is up to me to rent a magnetic sweeper for my yard to prevent injury when mowing this year, as there are nails, screws, and other small metal objects that have been found in my lawn. Bylaw has only ever called me when trees on the boulevard were damaged, or to inform me that combining concerns on the 311 app would not result in action, as administration would not know where to direct the complaint. After having the contractors doing siding next door asked to use my yard to put up equipment, as there was not enough room on their site, And my being a good neighbor and letting them, this resulted in them cutting branches off my tree from my property to accommodate their ladders and more garbage for me to clean up. I reached out to Councillor Rutherford with my many frustrations and am now speaking about this matter. On August 13th, 2025, there was an urban planning committee where administration committed to the implementation of 2 new programs to support infill accountability and safety: the Project Implementation Plan and the Construction Accountability Program. It was also recommended to have a centralized contact center for these complaints. These sound like reasonable programs that can respect current homeowners and their investments while still allowing positive densification. However, Councillor Rutherford explained that the programs have been delayed. I'm not sure why there is a delay, but I'm urging administration to not further delay on these programs and get them in place before more damage is done to our mature neighborhoods and we can't go back. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've now heard from all of our speakers. Just wondering if there are any questions from my colleagues. Okay, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Lots of great content here today. Very quickly, I just want to go to one of the pressing concerns on my mind related to fires. And if I can ask Guest Waters, I know there's been a number of conversations with industry, with the fire department, with others. I know there's limitations that we have under the provincial government, but what conversations has industry been having about nudging or encouraging members to work in improving adjacent property protections and other pieces specifically around fire concern?
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We discuss always, like, we want safe sites, we want safe sites for our neighbors, we want safe sites for those around us. There are constantly new products, new items coming onto market that we research and we look within the various building codes and within the bylaws that we have right now to be able to bring to market. So this is a constant topic of discussion. We want to make sure that when it comes to the fire safety, we're in compliance and exceeding. So constant discussion.
So with the pieces here today, do you see an intersection with something? Is there a piece here around an enhanced assurance or enhanced requirements that could be facilitated?
What I see as helpful with what we're discussing today is with the accountability program, it creates some enforcement mechanisms for administration and for the city to hold accountable the legislation that's already in place. So what I see as an intersection is proactive reviews, proactive visits to site to make sure that those compliance pieces that are already in place and are part of the permit are being enacted.
And you had mentioned that you represent Build Edmonton Metro, but are you familiar with other conversations Build may be having around similar building compliance topics in other jurisdictions?
Yes, I am. I understand that there is an infill action plan being brought into place specifically to address the infill concerns. So I am aware of some of those conversations, but I would not speak in detail to any of those committees that I'm not directly involved in.
Okay. I thank all the speakers. They're great presentations, and I have your letter here, and I appreciate the written correspondence. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Again, really appreciate all of our speakers for joining us today. We're going to postpone this item until the next committee meeting, so I'll move that the March 23rd, 2026 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 03323 be postponed to the April 21st, 2026 Urban Planning Committee meeting. And the intent is just that we have enough time to dig in with our city staff and bring forward some of the questions that have been raised. So any questions, comments? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. I'm assuming that carried.
Yeah, just having trouble taking Miranac out.
Great. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you again so much. Thank you to our administration. We'll pick this up again on April 21st. We're now going to go to our final item, 7.3. We have our administrative delegation here. And our goal is to get through speakers. Clerks just want to confirm we may be able to extend by about 15 minutes in order to do that.
Just confirming that, but I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. And as our delegation is having a seat, I do understand that this is a special day for one of them. So Rhonda Toohey is retiring from the City of Edmonton after 38 years. So just wanted to say thank you so much for everything you've done for transportation planning at the City of Edmonton and wishing you all the best for retirement.
Thank you, and I'd like to say that the city has been a good employer and it has been kind to me, and I appreciate the city and all we've been able to do over that time.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. With that, presentation on the Mobility Network Assessment Update.
Great, thank you. We have a short presentation this afternoon to provide an update on the Mobility Network Assessment, which is commonly referred to as M&A for short. The M&A is a citywide strategic and operational review of Edmonton's mobility system that helps inform transportation investment opportunities. The recommendations of this assessment provide transportation infrastructure priorities that align with the objectives identified in the city plan. This updated M&A considers changes and seeks to address challenges due to recent population growth pressures. I'm here today with several members of administration, and I'll ask Ron to continue on with the presentation.
Thanks, Kent. Next slide. The M&A builds on two previously completed assessments of the Edmonton's mobility assessment. The Mobility Network Assessment evaluates all modes of transportation as a holistic review. These assessments were presented to Urban Planning Committee over the past couple of years. This assessment that we're presenting to you now integrates prioritization frameworks used in the previous assessment to align transportation investments with city plan goals, and it applies additional lenses to reflect updated objectives such as the priority growth areas, industrial development needs, as well as the rapid population growth across the city. The results of this process aims to inform the 27 to 2030 budget discussions. Next slide. This graphic represents the M&A process, which is a data-driven process, largely technical. First step, identifying the locations that experience operational safety issues related to general traffic, transit, or active modes along arterial roadways, freeways, and expressways. This was completed using traffic and safety data as well as public inquiries. Locations that are aligned with planned improvements by the city or developers within the current or next budget cycle were removed from considerations. For example, the 17th Street and the White Mud West are being addressed as a result of a recent council decision, so they're not included in the assessment. And as we discussed earlier, the transit priority and the BRT was also part of that in another package. The remaining locations were assessed through a multi-stage screening process that considered strategic alignment to the city plan, safety, development support, and maintenance demand. Significant population growth and network challenge were key factors in the prioritization criteria. The results of the M&A identified top locations with the highest alignment with the prioritization framework. The evaluation process also grouped lower ranking into composite bundles based on shared criteria that have localized mode-specific issues worth addressing. Next slide. The top M&A locations have the highest strategic alignment with the city plan, support development, and are multimodal. They include 124th Street between Jasper and 107th Ave, 127th Street between Yellowhead and 137th, and Jasper Avenue between 109th Street and 102nd Street. These project bundles include multiple locations along the corridor with discrete improvements that are best planned and delivered together. Further analysis is required to assess the potential solutions that could benefit the local network for these areas as part of the planning and design process. Ideally, these projects would be constructed in alignment with the renewal of the roadway. However, the timelines for alignment with renewal are subject to available funding and prioritization with other corporate priorities. Next slide. 3 composite bundles were identified through the M&A process as options for road improvements. The first includes capacity-focused improvements, mainly through arterial road widening to relieve vehicle congestion. Top locations recommended for this composite bundle include 215th Street, 41 Avenue, and Parsons Road. These locations are in developing areas where significant growth has occurred. They are known for safety concerns, located in Industrial Investment Action target area. 2 other roadway composite bundles focus on small-scale measures that either address more than one mode or seek to improve intersection operations. The intersection improvements looks at smaller scale improvements to improve operations. Next slide, please. 2 other composite bundles identified by the M&A includes improvements for active modes and for transit through the transit priority measures. Active mode composite bundles will be informed by the Active Transportation Implementation Guide that's currently being updated. Improvements address priority missing sidewalk links, curb ramps, active transportation connections, and other improvements such as accessibility enhanced wayfinding. The transit priority measures composite bundles will include measures improve operational efficiencies, as has been already discussed with item 7.1. Next slide. On February 3rd, Council passed a motion for administration to include a list of all arterial roadways yet to be fully constructed, including current construction costs for build-out as available. Attachment 3 was added to speak to this motion. Administration reviewed the top 100 locations that are multimodal that were included in the M&A update and identified 8 arterial road under the city obligation. These locations reflect immediate operational concerns, require widening to 4 lanes to improve vehicle capacity. High-level strategic cost estimates have been included for each roadway. Next slide. Several other considerations informed the M&A update. Community insights were incorporated through policies and directions in the city plan and other strategic documents such as the bike plan and mass transit planning that were informed by engagement. Strategic plans were used in the development of principles, objectives, and evaluation criteria. 311 reports and councillor inquiries also informed the location analyzed by the M&A. GBA Plus was considered through the evaluation of multimodal improvements that support a variety of modal choices in population. The city's Social Vulnerability Index was also used to help identify areas where mobility investments could improve outcomes for residents with higher levels of social vulnerability. A focus on multimodal improvement aligns with environment and climate objectives by prioritizing improvements that help reduce GHG emissions and improve local air quality. Next slide. Based on council direction, administration will review the top locations across the composite program and complete a more detailed analysis to incorporate design readiness and strategic level cost estimates in preparation for capital budget discussion. Additionally, the priorities identified through this assessment will inform projects considered for growth funding in future capital budget exercises. Administration intends to provide a memo to council to outline implementation options and potential steps for implementation of the priority projects identified through the M&A. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to our public speakers. Thank you for sticking with us all day. First on my list is Durton Hardy-Roju in person, or have you joined online? No. Ryan Jakes.
Yes, hello, and I have a presentation as
Thank you.
well.
So we'll just go through all the speakers first, sorry.
Sorry.
No, you're quite all right. Terry Skidnut.
Yes, here online.
Thank you. Susan B. Hardy.
I'm here.
Thank you. Maria Bella.
I'm here.
Thank you. Byron Fratz? Byron, are you there? Okay, we'll come back. Nadine Chajowski?
I'm here.
Okay. Eric Greer? Not hearing you there. And Bradley Thiessen? Okay, well, we'll get started. So, Ryan Jakes, over to you. Oh, okay. Okay, so just to...
I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Byron, that's all right. Doughton, we see you. We're just having trouble hearing you. Can you try speaking again?
Hi, I'm here.
There, great. Okay, you're
Yeah.
first up. So over to you for 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you. I do have a presentation. Don't know if I can be allowed to present. I can just read through it.
I'm sorry, you needed to submit those to our clerks ahead of time. Were you able to do that?
No, I didn't. I
Okay.
just got the invitation for the meeting.
Okay, yeah, I'm afraid we don't have the share screen function, but happy to hear your presentation. And you can circulate the slides. If you send them to our clerks, they can email them to us.
Okay, that's
over
good.
to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, Madam Chair and the councilman. My name is Dotun, and I'm here on behalf of the Leslie Community League and personally to highlight the issue of 66th Street between Leslie Road and 23rd Avenue, bottleneck across the ND. I've lived in the Charlesworth community for 11 years, and I've watched the gridlock, the bottleneck grow over the period. So the main issue with this area is that the growth that has happened, and for the Ellerslie, south of Ellerslie Road, which is Orchards, there's about 3 communities that has grown, and even to Orchards, into Walker Lakes and beyond, and it's still developing. Is putting pressure on that road. And aside from that, there are between the north of Ellerslie Road on 66 and south of the ending, we have a number of development permits that have been issued for places of worship in that area. The green space has been removed and the developments are going on. So that's putting pressure on that infrastructure. And we all know the bridge is just 2 lanes and 2 lanes up till 23rd Avenue. So for now, it's become a gridlock to get out of the community in the morning. The infrastructure within each of the community, I'll say, and good work to the council on that. Within the community, like Walker Lakes or the new communities is fine, but the arterial road that is taking them out has been left untouched for a while, which now is becoming a present issue that people are facing. So the impact is daily congestion to get out. And I would say there are some safety risks. I had a picture that I got. I will have sent it of picture of getting out. And because it's 2 lanes, we've been talking about dedicated lanes and things like that for buses. That's not going to happen there because it's just 2 lanes, and if it's packed, it's back to back. And you have to move from south of Ende and up. I think where you have a relief is the north of Millwoods Road, which could take anything from 15 to 20 minutes. And the buses is a bus route, so the buses will definitely be delayed in that, and I'm sure they must have complained about that. Good luck if you have an ambulance to get through that place. It's almost impossible. So the recommendations that I just want to put forward and where we're here today is the best thing is to twin the road from 23rd Avenue all the way to Ellerslie Road. And if that's going to be too costly, at least it can be twinned from 23rd Avenue up to Ende. The bottleneck can be freed if the roads are big at that point to move forward, rather than just everything is backed up from Ellerslie up to Millwoods Road. So I hope the council will consider this. I hope they will look into it. This is not a future problem. It's a urban planning, but this is not a planning issue anymore. It's a present issue. It's something that is happening now that needs the immediate attention. It's something that resident makes a place to be much more resident, and it talks to the council, like, because if people wake up and the question is why is this happening in the city? The growth had overtaken the infrastructure. So now every day is gridlock, and it's something that could be looked at. So we appreciate if you can put this and allocate fund for it. It's an immediate need, it's not future. This is a present issue that needs to be addressed by the council, and we'll appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize, I missed calling Jen Parsonage. Hi, I'm so sorry. You can come on down. You'll be our 10th speaker. But next we have Ryan Jakes. Over to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee councilors. My name is Ryan Jakes, and I am still a board member with Pass for People. First, I wanted to touch on the Northwest BRT, as I think it still somewhat relates to M&A. Terry Goodnuck, also from Pass for People, is speaking next, and he could attest that I did have it at the end of my 7.1 script this morning, but ran low on the timer with my last-minute speech prep. I sincerely apologize for that. Anyway, Pass for People does recognize this perpetual inequity, and we do want to propose for your consideration extending BRT Route B1 west along 153rd Ave to Nagee Transit Center, an opportunity to test demand for future LRT like Vancouver does, while providing medium-term mass transit access for the Northwest, then perhaps in the future BRT from Nagee down St. Albert Trail Grow Road, maybe to West Edmonton Mall, something like that. As for the M&A and its composite bundles, I want to focus on the safety aspect. It is an emotionally difficult topic, but not one we can shy away from. As I'm sure you are painfully aware, 32 traffic fatalities tragically involving our neighbors and fellow Edmontonians occurred on our streets last year. It does not have to be this way. To turn things around, there's much the city can choose to do or not do, which is also a choice. While some of the 2025 traffic fatalities were truly not reasonably preventable by the city, such as drunk drivers and reckless behavior from some motorcyclists, the reality is the vast majority of fatalities were reasonably preventable in two areas that the city has a lot of control over, preventable through a combination of safer infrastructure design and better traffic enforcement. So we are pleased to see that the dedicated traffic safety team is coming closer to fruition, and really appreciate the work that has gone on behind the scenes there, especially with provincial restrictions on automated traffic enforcement. But enforcement is inherently reactive, not proactive, and we cannot afford to rely on it as our primary response. Now you have an opportunity to move the needle on the foundation, the fundamentals of street safety infrastructure. Also, for your reference, on November 28th, Pass for People emailed to Council a report and analysis emphasizing how infrastructure influenced last year's traffic fatalities. If you have yet to review it, we strongly urge you to do so. Two of our recommendations from this report are converting permissive left turn signal phases to protected or advanced left turns where feasible along arterial roads, as well as new design standards for shared pathway road crossings in particular. According to collision data from the city, 81% of fatal and major injury crashes occur on arterial roads and at major intersections, and left turns play a big role in this. 7 out of the 32 fatalities would have been prevented by protected left turn phasing instead of permissive, while 13 of the fatalities involved an ill-timed left turn in some way. Not to mention the injuries, emergency response, property damage, and general street safety culture involved with left turns. Intersection improvements should be brought forward, but it's important to make sure this includes signaling changes like protected left turns and leading intervals, as well as improvements to draw driver attention to and protect vulnerable road users, and generally a better public realm, such as through the prioritized White Ave coalition. It is crucial to be forward-looking and get these changes right, since they won't be up for renewal for many decades. Next slide, please. Another area that needs attention is shared path ways, which present conflicts between different modes, but are generally fine until they have to cross traffic. 5 of the 32 fatalities occurred in shared pathway crosswalk connections, and shared pathways are currently treated like wide sidewalks and are not given safe design distinction that both reflects a desire for increased active mode use and takes into account differing user travel speeds. The top image is of 23rd Ave and Hughes Way, the location of one of last year's fatalities. Bike lanes are held to a certain design standard to reflect the nature of their use. Road crossings painted green so drivers know to expect micromobility users, and left turns restricted to a dedicated phase. If we added some burgundy paint and some protected left turn phases, shared pathways would instantly become safer, even without other built form protections. A low cost, high impact, and quick win. We are now a decade into Vision Zero and still trending in the wrong direction because of many factors, but we cannot let a sense of normalcy and futility settle in. There's much the city can do to move the needle, but all of this takes direction and funding. And this is the last full budget cycle that will see infrastructure planned and implemented before the 2023 or the 2032 goal of Vision Zero. It is up to you to properly fund the intersection improvement, multimodal improvement, and active modes composite bundles, as well as provide clarity to administration on the direction you want to go regarding street safety. Thank you, and now to Terry.
Thank you. Speaker Skidnick, you're next.
Thanks. Good afternoon, members of Urban Planning Committee and councillors. My name is Terry Skidnick, and I'm here on behalf of Pass for People, a nonprofit organization working to make Edmonton a friendlier place to walk, roll, and cycle year-round. And definitely my honor to follow Ryan, one of our superstar board members. Today, we call on you to provide guidance to administration to bring forward funding options to this year's budget discussion on the intersection, multimodal improvements, and active transportation composite bundles. In terms of budgets, Canadian city planner and consultant Brent Todderan puts it best. The truth about a city's aspirations isn't found in its vision statements in documents like City Plan or the Bike Plan, for instance. It's found in its budget. Now, several high-priced vehicle road projects and road widenings have been highlighted for your consideration for 2027 and to 30, totaling in the hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm not aware yet of such a priority list with price projections for cycling and active transportation. No doubt, we have been the fastest growing city in Canada, and as our city keeps growing, the transportation challenge is going to get more daunting, especially if we primarily focus on the solution that takes the most space, which is all of us trying to drive. Of course, road projects are needed, but please don't lose sight of the real opportunity and need to provide transportation choice and options in our city, because more choices are better for everyone, including drivers. Here's a fundamental truth in transportation. If you grow in cars as you grow in people with the same mode share, you get traffic gridlock. So for decades, prior to the last 2 budget cycles, our city didn't invest in bike infrastructure to safely get around. Numerous locations didn't have sidewalks. We applaud the previous council for their righting of that wrong and for making significant contributions to active transportation. But this absolutely cannot be a one and done scenario, and we can't afford to pause. A lot of council's work relates to the city budget and spending, so let's talk affordability. Hot off the presses, a 2026 Angus Reid report on the state of car ownership facilitated in 4 of Canada's major cities shows that 85% of drivers own or lease a vehicle. So that's unchanged for 3 years. But what has changed is many more drivers reporting they would actually prefer not to rely on a personal vehicle if better, more flexible transportation options were available. And that's because 77% feel their monthly vehicle expenses are more than they can afford. And given that the average used car is now $33,000 and yearly expenses $5,000 on top of that, it's not surprising. So nearly 45% say they wish viable alternatives existed that would allow them to avoid owning a car. If we're only focused on vehicle-based projects, then we're spending on the most expensive solution to build and maintain and the most costly option for people to use. Doesn't make sense. So why are we looking for alternatives? Costs remain the central issue, just like what you're dealing with for the 2027-30 budget. 18% have delayed maintenance and repairs on their vehicle to save money. 32% of Canadians reported driving less frequently to reduce costs. And car ownership among those aged 25 to 34 has declined 9% in the last 2 years. So finances are just one barrier to driving. So many others don't drive because they've aged out or aren't old enough, medical restrictions, mental health reasons, or personal preferences. A city needs to provide viable alternatives to driving. We need choice. One other important stat to consider, among the millions and millions of car trips monthly in Edmonton, nearly half are short trips, less than 5 kilometers. Many of these shorter trips to schools, coffee shops, rec centers, and so on mean millions of trips a year could be generated by walking and certainly by bike if we have the infrastructure. We can make a significant dent in road congestion by providing good options, but it's got to be safe and well connected and efficient. So we're at the point now where the rubber meets the road. If we want to keep building towards a healthier, more vibrant city that fights congestion and supports more sustainable transportation options, we need ongoing significant funding in active transportation. One last truth, the more people we can move with less space, it results in lower public costs, fewer emissions, better public health. It's better for everyone. Again, multimodal cities move more people in less space.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Susan B. Hardy.
Good afternoon, Council, Committee, and community members. My name is Susan Hardy, and I am the Civics Director for Horizon Community League. I speak on behalf of over 100,000 Edmontonians who reside between Gateway Boulevard and 50th Street and Ellerslie Road and 41st Avenue Southwest. For context, that's nearly the same population as the city of Red Deer. Our residents work and play in areas all across Edmonton and the municipalities surrounding it. We cross the Anthony Henday to get us to South Edmonton and downtown, and we take the Anthony Henday to get to the west, north, and east sides of the city. City planners may view Edmonton roadways from the center of the city outwards. However, because the Anthony Henday limits our access to the rest of the city to just 5 north to south arterial roads, we view the roadways in Edmonton from those 5 roads out. So I'd like to walk you through our commuting plan and consider the following challenges that 100,000 people face every day. Gateway Boulevard sits across the CP Railway on the very edge of our community. Many residents focus their commute further east whenever possible to avoid encountering trains that cause gridlock on Ellerslie Road. This has also been known to impact traffic all the way to Parsons Road. Parsons Road is a curving 2-lane road that is notoriously congested during peak hours and is considered treacherous, with several traffic fatalities in the last decade. We anticipate that long traffic delays will increase with the new casino being constructed alongside it. 91st Street is a 4-lane road that residents prefer to use due to its width. This causes intense peak hour congestion, and it reduces to 2 lanes from 25th to 41st Avenue. 66th Street is 4 lanes between Ellerslie Road and 25th Avenue, which would appear to meet the traffic needs within our neighborhood, but the portion of 66th Street that lies north of Ellerslie Road reduces our access despite not being within our community boundaries. Many residents rely upon this road to commute into the rest of the city, not just for work, but for the 2 high schools in Millwoods, which are designated for all of our children to attend. This road narrows down to 2 lanes and passes through 2 public school zones, 1 Gurudwara, 1 mosque, and 1 private school before the Anthony Henday overpass. Traffic is particularly congested during peak hours in winter months. 50th Street is 4 lanes from Millwoods to 22nd Avenue. Again, this is a very popular road among our residents. The road connects southeast Edmonton to Beaumont, which causes intense peak hour congestion of residents from Beaumont commuting into the city as well. This will only increase as residential development continues east of the road in Edmonton and in Beaumont. Our residents appreciate the importance that the city sees in previous years to focus priority on developing roadways in the downtown 124th Street and 127th Street hubs, making those the top 3 roadway priorities in the budget. However, it seems short-sighted to solely focus on roadway improvements to destinations within the city while ignoring the ever-increasing congestion being laid at the doorsteps at the beginning of those drives. As someone who has commuted from Summerside to 124th Street and tried many different routes to get there, only to result in the same commuting time, I can personally attest that the current traffic around 124th Street is not as great a delay to my commute as bottleneck traffic on the roads coming out of my neighborhood. More construction there would not really help us to get there faster. Our 100,000 plus residents work, attend festivals and events, and participate in activities and sports all over Edmonton. The unifying feature of our commute is always our homes. All 5 roads leading us everywhere have 2-lane choke points and are not sufficient for our needs today. They certainly will not be sufficient as we continue to build neighborhoods further south and increase the traffic on those roads. Residents living in south of the Anthony Henday already feel underserviced by the municipal and provincial governments in terms of infrastructure. We have no community center, no high school, no police station, and no hospital. Our community makes up nearly 1/10 of Edmonton's population, yet we have to travel by car or transit and cross a major freeway to access critical services, and more concerningly, for those critical services to reach us. The residents of Horizon Community League ask that the committee increase the prioritization level of the Parsons Road expansion as a top location and consider adding 66th Street expansion to a composite bundle located in the MMA budget and the update and upcoming budget. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you. Before we go to our next speaker, I just want to see if I could get unanimous consent from committee to extend about 15 minutes just to hear from speakers. Seeing nods, great. Well, thank you all. We'll carry on then with Speaker Bella.
Hello, do you mean Maria?
Yes, over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to speak to the committee to encourage the committee to do something about the intersection at Grote Road and 118th Avenue. It is a traffic circle with lights. As a homeowner in the nearby Inglewood community, I would like to share my concerns regarding congestion and safety at the intersection. I live on 130th Street and 117th Avenue, and I regularly struggle to safely enter and exit my neighborhood due to ongoing issues at that intersection. Ideally, I should be able to use 130th Street or 117th Avenue at Grote to exit or enter my neighborhood, both of which are just one exit from the intersection. But in practice, this is usually not feasible during peak traffic times. I have provided a Google Maps screenshot. I'm just trying to see what you have on the screen there. Just to demonstrate what Google Maps tells me when I'm trying to head west, it actually tells me to go east and to go to the next street over on 129th Street and do a U-turn down a side road to get through to that intersection. So I'm not sure if the screenshot really demonstrates that, but that's what I'm trying to demonstrate with this particular screenshot that's up on the screen right now. So yeah, instead of just turning left, it tells me to turn right and do a U-turn at the next road and take this little side road. Sorry, let me just get back to where I'm. Notably, when I'm attempting to travel west from that area, it's during busy periods, and it never recommends to turn west. Additionally, I often avoid exiting or entering at 117th Ave on Grote Road. So if I could see the next slide, please. I typically don't try to enter or exit my neighborhood off of Grote Road onto 117th Ave. I completely reroute near Westmount and 114th Ave, travel down St. Albert Trail near the Baywood Apartments to bypass all the congestion of Grote Road. This suggests a broader traffic flow issue that is pushing drivers away from the intended route. During peak hours, the road is consistently backed up in all directions of that traffic circle. When I am turning from any direction at the traffic circle, so if I'm trying to turn right, left, from whichever direction, often the vehicles frequently entering the intersection, there isn't enough space for them all. And so the light changes, there's cars in the middle on the inside of the circle, resulting in the inner lanes becoming blocked when the lights change. This prevents traffic from progressing and contributes to gridlock. The lane markings in the circle are confusing to many drivers. Drivers often make unsafe lane changes, sometimes crossing solid white lines. Just last week, I narrowly avoided a collision when a driver abruptly moved from the left lane into my right lane while I was trying to proceed straight. Incidents like this happen too frequently. I have personally experienced a rear-end collision at 118th Avenue and 128th Street while trying to head towards the traffic circle. And in September of 2024, I witnessed a very serious accident where a van flipped upside down after a collision. I was a pedestrian less than a minute away from being in the intersection at the time of that collision. No witnesses could say who was at fault, who should have been in the intersection or not at the time. Since then, I feel very unsafe even walking as a pedestrian in the area, despite the presence of many nearby businesses that I would like to walk to. As a result of these issues, many drivers are diverting their traffic volume onto residential roads, such as my residential street. It has significantly increased traffic volume, speeding, and aggressive behavior on what should be a quieter residential road. I am frequently honked at while slowing down to park near my home, and drivers often accelerate aggressively after passing me. In winter conditions, especially, I feel unsafe exiting or entering my vehicle due to the risk of the traffic and being struck by these short-cutting drivers. And I know that my neighbors on 129th Street also share my same concerns. I brought up these concerns at neighborhood renewal, and I was told that they would be narrowing the road at 130th Street and 117th Ave, that this was supposedly going to be a traffic calming measure. It didn't help at all, as I suspected it would not. I'm not certain what the appropriate solution is, but I strongly encourage the city to review traffic operations, signal timing, lane design, safety measures at this intersection. Addressing the congestion and safety issues here would not only improve traffic flow, but also reduce the volume of shortcut traffic through a residential area like mine. Thank you for your time and attention on this matter. And on a little side note.
Sorry, that's your time. I apologize.
Thank you.
You bet. Next, we have Speaker Fratz.
Hello.
Hi. Over to you. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Byron Fratz, and I guess I too am commenting on the traffic circle of 118th Avenue, St. Albert Trail. The last speaker, Maria, hit a lot of the things I was going to talk about, but just wanted to say that intersection, that traffic circle for many years now has been very congested most of the times, especially at peak driving times. I can say that I can travel from North St. Albert to just south of the Yellowhead Trail and St. Albert Trail, and it takes me longer to get through those 6 blocks to get home than it does to drive all that other distance. I, as the other speaker, also live on 130th Street and 117th Ave, and I too cannot access my neighborhood from 117th Avenue or from 130th Street. To leave my neighborhood, I do have to turn right on 118th Avenue to then go and turn around at a next intersection and go down a side road to get onto 118th Ave to enter the traffic circle. Also, coming home down St. Albert Trail and crossing through the traffic circle towards Westmount Mall on St. Albert Trail, I cannot turn into my residential neighborhood on 117th Avenue because of the traffic congestion, and I too have to drive all the way to 114th Avenue and come in through the old Camsell Hospital to enter my neighborhood. Amongst that, I think there's lots of safety concerns. There's been lots of accidents there. I, like the last speaker, do not like walking through there. I don't feel it's a very safe place for pedestrians. My neighborhood also suffers from people trying to cut through the residential streets to avoid the traffic circle. if I park on my residential street and people will be honking at me and trying to zoom through. If I'm carrying groceries across the street, the people are honking at me and trying to race through, and I've been hit on the road almost twice in the last year. I don't know what can be done about people trying to avoid the traffic circle, but maybe something can be done about the traffic circle, a different kind of intersection or something. I think that with the lights in that intersection, when the changes happen, cars are still stuck in the intersection and traffic goes nowhere because people are blocking west and eastbound traffic from moving. I think that's all I want to say. So I'll pass it off to the next person. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us today. Our next speaker is Nadine Chajowski.
Nadine Tchaikovsky.
There you go. Over to you for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Nadine Tchaikovsky. I'm a resident of Dovercourt and I live along St. Albert Trail. While I'm speaking as an individual, I'm very aware that many residents in Dovercourt, Woodcroft, and Sherbrooke share the same frustration with the interchange at St. Albert Trail and 118th Avenue. I use that traffic circle many times each week, and I've lived along the trail for almost all of my life. In the 1980s, traffic was light. Today, it's consistently heavy and at times overwhelming. I think it was about 10 years ago that the city modified this interchange. In my experience, that change made things worse. The core issue I found is this: drivers do not treat this interchange the way it is designed. Many people, especially those unfamiliar with it, use it like a standard traffic circle, but it's not a standard traffic circle. As a result, signage is often ignored, movements become unpredictable, and confusion turns into congestion. And more importantly than anything else, it creates real risk. My experience last Thursday, just last week, I was traveling southbound when there was a collision between East and West 118th Avenue. I watched a fire truck approach westbound trying to get through the traffic to reach that scene. What I witnessed was pure chaos. Vehicles didn't know where to go, lanes were blocked, and response was delayed. That moment made something very clear, that this design doesn't just inconvenience drivers, it's interfering with emergency responses. I'm asking Council to seriously consider removing this interchange design entirely and replacing it with a standard signalized intersection. I believe that would improve clarity, safety, and overall traffic flow for everyone who uses it. If full removal isn't something Council is prepared to consider, I would like to suggest a lower cost alternative. Currently, northbound traffic already benefits from staggered signal timing, where one light turns red and a few seconds later, the next one follows. Extending that timing pattern to all 4 directions would create clearer gaps for left-turning vehicles and reduce that congestion that the 2 other speakers talked about. I'm not a civil engineer, but I am a chemical engineer, and I approach problems from a systems perspective. Right now, this system is not functioning efficiently or safely under current traffic volumes. This interchange has become a point of daily frustration and, more importantly, a point of risk. I urge Council to take a serious look at redesigning it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And finally, Jen Parsonage, joining us in person. Over to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Urban Planning Committee. My name is Jen Parsonage, and I'm a resident of Charlesworth and the president of the Ellerslie Community League. I have lived in the Ellerslie area for the past 15 years, and in this time, I have seen it expand exponentially. If you were to ask our community members what frustrates them most about our community, you will surely hear frequent complaints about 2 streets, Parsons Road and 66th Street. Parsons Road is certainly a challenge and has been thankfully identified finally as a priority to deal with. So today, I am here to advocate on behalf of the underdog, 66th Street. South of 23rd Avenue, northwest to Ellerslie Road, a single lane north and south serves our communities. It is the only route to get students to Ellerslie campus K-9 school, where the volume of cars, buses, and pedestrians during school drop-off and pickup times can put traffic movement to a standstill. It is also a major thoroughfare for community members on their daily commute for much of the community that is stuck in the middle of 91st Street and 50th Street and do not need access to the Henday. We are a community at the edge of the city, where public transit takes longer than the wait in your car, and active transportation options are not as attractive when your destination is downtown, though my husband has attempted that ride many times. In attachment 3 of your agenda for this item, 66th Street is identified as having significant impact on travel time for commuters. The numbers certainly show that this is a well-used road. Looking at the open data portal, in 2024, the average daily volume on 66th Street just north of Ellerslie Road was 16,862. This was an increase of 3,469 trips higher than the year prior. In comparison, the same year, Parsons Road had an average about 17,558 and had been holding steady for several years, roughly the same average. More stress on 66th Street is coming, however. Toward 41st Avenue, the expansion of the orchards and neighboring communities is adding hundreds of homes to an already large community. In the community of Warnerville, along 66th Street in Ellerslie, the previous acreage land is being bought and made into strip malls and soon apartment complexes, adding more houses and visits to local businesses. We've had the welcome additions of a gurdwara and a mosque in this area as well, bringing more opportunity for our community to gather, but also adds more car and pedestrian traffic. I'm confident that we will continue to see increases in traffic volumes among this road for the next several years as we continue to grow and welcome new community members. 66th Street has been an issue as long as I've lived in this area and has been known to be an issue to council, but has been put aside for other priorities. I recognize the complexities in widening the road, particularly at the bridge across the Henday and south of that to Ellerslie, but those will not change and will only increase in cost as we go forward. We are coming to a critical juncture where the potential for expansion around it threatens to make the situation a lot worse in a short amount of time. So I implore you, please recommend investment in widening 66th Street now so we can keep our community moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And really grateful to all of our speakers for sticking with us all day. I'm going to go now to Councillor Tang for any questions you might have of speakers.
Just in the interest of time, I'm not going to ask any questions, but I do want to just thank particularly the residents from Ward Garahio who came forward to speak. I presume for some of you it's your first time speaking to council, and I appreciate the different perspective that you are bringing forward. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. I won't be long either in the sense of time, but I did want to just ask some of the speakers that were here. Maybe I'll start with Maria on the traffic circle. So the report that's in front of us today, the traffic circle is listed as the 8th priority in the composite 4 intersection improvements. And is there anything else that you would want the committee and council to know as we go into grappling with all of the prioritization and the challenges of, lots of demands and not as much capital funding for those that you would want them to consider with this particular intersection?
I think that basically I raised my concerns. I think it's very congested. It's not laid out in a safe manner. It takes a lot of time to turn, sometimes several light cycles. I'm not sure what the process is. I'm just hoping that somebody evaluates the situation. I'm not sure if having knowledge of how many cars are going through is the same as looking at and seeing what happens when cars are there and how they're not really, like the one caller said, they're not following the lines and the way that it's meant to be, right? They're jumping back and forth over solid lines and unable to turn or progress through because it's stuck, because people aren't following the rules. So I'm just hoping that the city will somehow assess and see what's happening and figure out.
Yeah, so the city did the assessment. So the city did the assessment and they've actually recommended it for as a composite of 11 other intersections for priority. And so it's just incumbent on now whether that composite profile for intersection improvements gets funded in the next budget. So definitely have a strong champion in me. But thank you for so much for waiting all day to be here, to the three speakers that spoke on that traffic circle. And happy to answer any questions and keep you posted on the outcomes further along.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So I know this topic, there'll be lots of conversation, and I think at this time, we're planning to requisition. So for those of you listening, what that means is this item will go to our council meeting next week for discussion. So again, really appreciate all of your input today. We're so pleased we were able to hear from you all, and thanks for sticking with us. So with that, we are also going to postpone 10-1 for our next Urban Planning Committee meeting. I know, I'm sorry. So 10-1 to the April 21st. I think we can lay it over again.
Yeah, it was just given last week, so we
Okay,
can lay it over.
perfect. And then any other notices of motion or motions that customary notice?
Sorry, just a point of order. I think 7.3 is postponed to April 15th and 17th council meeting. Is that right?
It's requisitioned. And
Requisitioned, I mean.
Is that when our next council meeting
Yeah,
is?
that's your next council.
So just not next week.
I apologize. Okay, thank you. Good clarity. Okay, any other notices of motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thanks to all my colleagues for extending the time and to our staff to help us hear from all of our speakers. Thank you. Have a great evening.